May I ask our wonderful colleagues at the back of the room to please settle down kindly. Our wonderful colleagues, I know the networking has already begun. If I can humbly ask you to take your seats. And I can ask our team to please close the doors to reduce the noise from the lobby and the distractions. Please close the doors for us. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an historic gathering. This is a moment in the time, not only for the continent of Africa, we'll come to that, but for the entire world. And I know that it is approximately 9:30 right here in the beautiful and powerful city of Dar es Salaam. So let's start off the way I know my Tanzanian brothers usually start off, with a powerful round of applause. You are warmly welcome to the AI for Climate Action Forum, convened under the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism, bringing together the Technology Executive Committee, otherwise known as TEC, and the Climate Technology Center and Network, CTCN, and a heartfelt big thank you to our sponsors and our partners, without whom we could never dream this dream and realize it. Please, a powerful round of applause to Korea International Cooperation Agency. We like to call them KOICA. Maybe you want to make this a louder round of applause because of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, we are here live in Dar es Salaam. I feel like our brothers and sisters from Tanzania will not allow us to come back in here, so please, a louder round of applause for the government of Tanzania. Thank you very much. My name is Anita Erskine. It's an absolute honor to be your master of ceremonies over the next 48 hours here in this wonderful city. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, from the north to the south, from the east to the west, we have gathered here in the eastern part of our powerful continent of Africa to look at exploring how artificial intelligence can drive climate adaptation and mitigation, particularly, ladies and gentlemen, across developing countries, across LDCs, across the SIDS as well. Now, over the next few sessions, we simply ask that you pay attention and you engage and you be involved in our interventions. Now, we will exchange insights, experiences, and solutions on how AI can transform the future of climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, it'll be a powerful 48 hours, but we are also here to create the kind of collaborations and partnerships that are necessary to move our collective agenda forward. So let's amplify our voices. I want to hear from you if you are from Europe. Are you from Europe? Only 2 of you? I doubt it. Ladies and gentlemen, Asia, where are you? I want to hear your voices. North America? Where is North America? They're somewhere. All right, you, sir, no problem. You're very welcome. Now let me hear from South America. Where are you, South America? And I can hear that Brazil is even louder. We know you are ready. We will be with you next month. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have Australia, Oceania in the house? Well, okay, eventually they'll be joining us. Do we have, last but definitely not the least, Africa in the house? Powerful. And so now that the room is warm, we are officially welcome Karibu Sana. Ladies and gentlemen, and for those of you joining us online, it is an absolute honor to have you. We know that we have representation from all over the world, and this is historic. Let us start off with our opening remarks. I will invite our high-level speakers up on stage. We have 3 of them in person, and we have 2 of them joining us virtually. Please allow me to bring to the stage to sit right here on the high table, if I may call it that, the stage. Please warmly welcome Professor Peter Lawrence Nsofe, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Vice President's Office here, representing Engineer Cyprian J. Luhemaja, who is a Permanent Secretary at the Vice President's Office, of course, United Republic of Tanzania. A warmer welcome for our very special guest. Please also allow me to bring onto the stage His Excellency An Inju, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the United Republic of Tanzania. Excellency, humbly join us up on stage. We have also giving us a keynote later on, Fred Onduri, member of the UNFCCC Technology Executive Committee for the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism Initiative on AI for Climate Action. And of course, he is joining us and he'll be giving us a presentation. As I said, our other two interventions are coming from our virtual space. Now, ladies and gentlemen, also allow me to acknowledge here, we've got the Ambassador of Brazil here in joining us here in this room. Ambassador, you are very warmly welcome. Thank you very much for your presence. As I said, I know you are ready for us next month at COP30. Also, allow me to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Richard S.C. Muyongi, Advisor and Special Presidential Envoy, Environment and Climate Change. Thank you very much, Doctor. I know that, again, you are ready for us and you're giving the closing remarks tomorrow. Thank you so much for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, let us jumpstart. We have simultaneous interpretation, as I mentioned before, so do feel free kindly to pick up a gadget. And for all our speakers, may I humbly ask that you please speak as slowly as possible to support our translators who are going to be working so hard for us over the next 2 days. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for me to yield the podium for our first intervention. Please allow me to invite to the podium Professor Peter Lawrence Msofe, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Vice President's Office, United Republic of Tanzania, who will be here speaking on behalf of Engineer Cyprian J. Luhimeja, Permanent Secretary, Vice President's Office. Please, a warm welcome to our first speaker.
That's very warm, man. And powerful.
Thank
yes.
you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, Your Excellency Ambassador of Brazil, Excellency Ambassador of Korea, members, distinguished Executive Secretary, Mr. Simon Stiell, UNFCCC, esteemed colleague from the UNFCCC, the Technology Executive Committee, TEC, and CTCN, distinguished delegates from all over the world. We heard here from Europe, from Asia, from Africa. Eventually we'll be joined probably from Oceania and from North America. Development partners, institutions, heads of institutions who are all here, ladies and gentlemen, without forgetting our dear people from the press. Habari za asubuhi. Good morning to all of you. Now, as you heard, I'm standing here on behalf of Engineer Cyprian Luhimeja, the Permanent Secretary, Vice President Office responsible for Environment and the Union Matters. So on behalf of the PS, I'd like to welcome you to Dar es Salaam. Karibu sana Dar es Salaam. Now, on behalf of the Vice President Office and the Government of the United Republic of Tanzania, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to officially declare that the UNFCCC Technology Executive Committee AI for Climate Action Forum 2025 Part 2, which will be focusing on local development and deployment of AI-powered climate solutions, is officially open. Now, this is a different way of opening a meeting. I open the meeting first and then I'll talk a little bit about why we are here. So I declare that this is officially open. So if I fall flat before I finish, at least you'll have the meeting opened. We extend our deep gratitude to the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism, including the Technology Executive Committee and the Climate Technology Center and Network, CTCN, and to the development partners, especially Koika, who has made this possible, and all the stakeholders and leadership partners for continued support in making this important forum a reality. Distinguished delegates, this hybrid forum, held at the Johari Rotana Hotel here in the beautiful city of Dar es Salaam, brings together a diverse community of policymakers, technologists, researchers, innovators, and climate stakeholders from across Africa and beyond. Together, we explore how artificial intelligence can be developed and deployed locally to accelerate meaningful climate action. We meet at a time of great urgency. The impacts of climate crisis, unfortunately, are intensifying. At the same time, rapid advances in artificial intelligence offers new and promising avenues, but also new responsibilities. We must ensure that, therefore, artificial intelligence becomes a force multiplier for climate resilience, particularly for developing countries and especially within African context. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, our deliberations and collaboration will center on key objectives, including showcasing and advancing local artificial intelligence solutions for adaptation and mitigation, highlighting innovation that are rooted in the local knowledge, responsive to local climate priorities, and driven by African expertise. Number 2, creating an enabling environment for artificial intelligence-driven climate action through inclusive policies, regulatory framework, institutional readiness, financing mechanism, and capacity building. Number 3, addressing data and infrastructure challenges by closing data gaps, mitigating algorithmic bias, improving access to climate-relevant data, and ensuring robust digital infrastructure to power AI systems. Number 4, recognizing excellency and scaling impact through AI for Climate Action Awards 2025, which will celebrate outstanding AI innovation from least developed countries and small island development states. And finally, number 5, synthesizing actionable recommendations by identifying priority pathways, defining stakeholder roles, and outlining mechanisms to sustain progress and accountability beyond this forum. Now, these themes are reflected in the forum's agenda. For example, in day 1, which is today, the session will focus on local AI-driven solution for adaptation and mitigation, as well as creating an enabling environment through policy, technical support, and financing. And tomorrow, which will be our day 2, the session will tackle data gaps and bias, discuss infrastructure imperatives, and culminate in announcement of 2025 AI for Climate Action Award winner, followed by the final synthesis and closing sessions. So, distinguished participants, as we engage in the coming days, I encourage you to, 1, participate actively and share your experiences, success stories, and lessons learned. 2, I'd like you to think critically about the local context. What works in one country may not necessarily work in another. Number 3, be vigilant against perpetuating digital divide biases, or unintended harm. And number 4, and the most importantly, contribute to produce concrete and implementable results. Let us aim to leave this forum strong partnerships and mechanisms for accountability. Africa faces unique challenges, including limited digital infrastructure, restricted access to high-quality climate data, finance constraints, and capacity limitations. But these challenges also offer us opportunities to leapfrog outdated systems, innovate locally, and create homegrown solutions. AI must be shaped by equity and inclusion, grounded in trust and transparency, and guided by our values and realities. Together, we can ensure that these technologies save us, save our people, and save our planet, and not the other way around. Before I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to sincerely thank the organizing committee and national coordination team for making this event a possibility. Let's give them a hand of applause. The logistical and support staff here at the Johari Rotana Hotel, we thank them sincerely. Our sponsors and partners, especially COICA and all relevant agencies, we thank them. We thank them, and kindly join me in giving them a big round of applause. And each and every one of you delegates who decided to be here in this meeting, virtually or in your present save, we thank you for your time, preparations, and we are looking forward for your insights, commitment to advancing AI-powered climate solutions in Africa and beyond. Now, with these few words, I think there were a few. Yes, there were a few. With these few words, on behalf again of the Permanent Secretary, I am anticipating great work ahead. I'm anticipating great 2 days where things that were deemed impossible will be possible before our eyes. Believe me, I am a human being. I am not a humanoid. Because, nowadays I can be standing here, but I'm not here because of AI and all the Internet of Things. So I am real. I am real, and I believe all of you here are real. Let's now come and make sure that we come out with something that can be actionable. Therefore, again, I declare open the UNFC Technology Executive Committee AI for Climate Action Forum 2025, and I am asking you to enjoy Dar es Salaam, for all of you who have come outside Dar es Salaam, to enjoy Tanzania. Dar es Salaam is just a tiny part of Tanzania. Enjoy yourself. Go north, go south, go west. Karibu sana Tanzania. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Prof. Small. Very few words, but very powerful, and thank you very much for warmly welcoming us. Ladies and gentlemen, ahead of our next speaker, may I kindly bring to the stage to join us here, seated here, the Ambassador of Brazil to the United Republic of Tanzania. Please warmly welcome to take a seat, His Excellency Gustavo Martins Nogueira. Thank you, Your Excellency. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to cast your eyes to the screens as we warmly welcome, joining us via video message, the Executive Secretary, United Nations Climate Change Secretariat. Please warmly welcome Simon Steele.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this forum convened by the UNFCCC Technology Executive Committee in partnership with the Korea International Cooperation Agency and with the generous support of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. This is a critical moment. The urgent need for ever bolder climate action grows by the day, and artificial intelligence has emerged as one of the most powerful tools at our disposal to accelerate solutions. Already, we see AI being applied to optimize energy and land use, monitor greenhouse gas emissions, map climate risks and strengthen early warning systems, improve water and food security, and manage supply chains. These applications are not abstract possibilities. They're practical tools helping governments, businesses, and communities deliver climate action and strengthen resilience today. But AI also brings risks that we must confront honestly. The persistence of the digital divide, biases within AI models, and questions of data governance, privacy, and security. And we cannot ignore the urgent need for AI to run on clean energy and the need to dramatically increase the energy efficiency of the technology. If left unaddressed, these risks could widen inequalities of actions and outcomes, not narrow them. These risks are real, but if well managed, they are far outweighed by the gains on offer. So we now need to blunt AI's dangerous edges, sharpen its catalytic ones, and put it to work. To do this, cooperation is essential. Stronger international collaboration, stronger public-private partnerships, and stronger national and local systems of innovation will determine whether AI delivers on its promise for climate action. In Africa, the opportunities are especially significant. With a youthful population, growing connectivity, and an urgent need for climate resilience, there is enormous potential to develop and scale AI-powered solutions that are locally relevant and globally beneficial. Yet the challenges are real: digital infrastructure, skills gaps, and investment barriers. Forums like this are vital to turning potential into reality. Allow me to share two reflections as food for thought. First, knowledge. Capacity building and training are foundational. A sustainable future requires a skilled AI workforce rooted in local talent and grassroots innovation. Opportunities to learn, experiment, and create with AI must be accessible to all nations. Second, we need frameworks and networks that promote responsible digital cooperation, systems that enable countries to share AI models and tools while ensuring inclusivity, transparency, and local relevance. AI can only deliver on its full potential when it is powered by strong data infrastructure and guided by the principle of equity. Another AI risk that must be managed and mitigated is protecting livelihoods. But done astutely, AI releases human capacity, not replaces it. This is our approach within the Secretariat as we explore how AI can help us serve our different stakeholders better, helping parties develop and implement more effective climate policies, helping non-party stakeholders, businesses, communities, citizens access reliable information and counter misinformation, and helping the Secretariat itself deliver more efficiently on its mandates. Excellencies, colleagues, AI is not a silver bullet, but if harnessed responsibly, it can be a force multiplier, accelerating climate action, supporting sustainable development, and empowering communities worldwide. I commend the Technology Executive Committee for its leadership in elevating this discussion under the UNFCCC process, and I thank our partners, the Government of Korea, for their generous support, and the Government of Tanzania for their warm hospitality. Most importantly, I thank all of you for lending your voices, your expertise, and your creativity to this timely and crucial conversation. I wish you every success in your discussions, and I look forward to the innovations and insights that will emerge from this important gathering. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steele. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great honor and pleasure to bring to the podium to share her remarks the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the United Republic of Tanzania. Please warmly welcome Her Excellency An Eun-ju.
Thank you. Professor Peter Lawrence Msofe, Deputy Permanent Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Union Matters of the Office of the Vice President of Tanzania. His Excellency Gustavo Martins Nogueira, Ambassador of Brazil, and Dr. Richard S.C. Muyungi, Advisor and Special Presidential Envoy for Environment and Climate Change. Members of the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Havari Ja Yasubugi. I have the great pleasure to address the participants who will be the future of Africa's climate action, boosted by advanced technologies of artificial intelligence. Climate crisis does not allow us time to wait and see, and giant tide of digital transformation urgently calls for action now. All of us are the generation that has the responsibility and moral duty to fight climate change. Today, our meeting is about how to harness AI to help climate mitigation and adaptation, and how to leverage technologies and innovation to achieve green economy and create a new engine of growth. Since Korea's President Lee Jae-myung's inauguration in June, the Korean government has announced its 5 major national policy objectives. Innovative economy leading the world is one of those 5 policy objectives, and within that falls the 2 sub-strategies of leaping to the global top 3 AI power and responding to climate crisis and achieving sustainable energy transition. This means that Korea will work toward harnessing its innovation and technologies toward meeting the global challenges of AI and climate crisis at the same time. In doing this, the efforts of the members of the international community to accelerate the green transition will be crucial. At the upcoming COP30 to be held in Belém, Brazil in November, each state will be required to submit its climate action plan, including its nationally determined contribution by 2035. The Republic of Korea is preparing ambitious and implementable targets, and Korea sincerely hopes that through active cooperation among all states, COP30 will yield meaningful outcomes. The Korean government seeks to play an active and responsible role in addressing the global challenges arising from climate and environmental crisis and the rise of new technologies, by working to make its official development assistance a more effective tool. Since Korea established its Green New Deal ODA strategy in 2021 and expanded its Green ODA, it strengthened its contributions to UN, Green Climate Fund, and the Global Green Growth Institute and other climate-related organizations. And Korean companies are making efforts to increase their contributions as providers of eco-friendly decarbonizing solutions. The African continent is one of the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. At the same time, as Africa is in possession of vast forests that serve as important carbon sinks, Africa can play an essential role in climate mitigation too. Africa is indeed making collective efforts against climate change at the regional level, as demonstrated by the successful Africa Climate Summit held in Addis Ababa last month. Against this backdrop, our forum today is a good opportunity to explore ways to combine the potential of AI with Africa's vast ability to advance the global climate action. Possible areas of cooperation may include establishing climate early warning systems, developing innovative energy solutions, supporting climate adaptive smart agriculture, and strengthening AI capabilities, especially among the youth, who are very much invested in finding solutions to this existential threat, which is the global climate crisis. The Korean government has been in cooperation with many African countries in advancing climate agenda. We look forward to helping to make the newly launched AI for Climate Action Initiative, jointly established by the UNFCCC and KOICA, serve as a foundation for the active use of AI technology in global climate action and response. I sincerely wish that today's discussions will inject a new momentum and energy in our collective efforts to achieve a sustainable future for the world and overcome this global crisis. With this, let me conclude my remarks and thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to yield the stage to the Ambassador of Brazil to the United Republic of Tanzania. Please warmly welcome His Excellency Gustavo Martins Nogueira.
Good morning to you all. Habari za asubuhi for those who are Tanzanian. This is the way we see. Excellency Peter Msofe, Deputy PS from the Vice President's Office. Her Excellency Ambassador An Eun-jun, Ambassador of Korea to Tanzania. Mr. Fred Onduri, thank you, sir, from the UNFCCC Technological Executive Sector Committee, and my good friend Richard Muyungi, the leader of the African Group of Negotiators, the foremost expert in climate issues here in Tanzania. Thank you for your presence here today. Looking forward to hearing from you later on in this event. I would like initially to thank the Technology Executive Committee of the UNFCCC and the Korea International Cooperation Agency for convening the AI for Climate Change Forum and all of us here today. I also want to express my gratitude to the Tanzanian government for hosting us during these 2 days here in Dar es Salaam. You know, I'm very happy to see us all gathered here to discuss this issue and see the leading role that Tanzania is increasingly taking when it comes to multilateral negotiations, hosting a big number of events in the most recent years, this one being another example. Bringing together governments, industry executives, and international organizations to examine the role of artificial intelligence in advancing climate action is a timely endeavor. As you all know, Brazil will host COP30 next month in November, and I can assure you Brazil is ready. Thank you. We have been making great strides in the preparations for this very important meeting and to host a number of discussions on a number of climate issues, including on AI, and such events as this one are very important for the end result that we all seek. Therefore, I thank you very much again, the Korean government, the Tanzanian government, and all of you here today for joining us in leading these discussions. The President-designate of COP30, Ambassador André Aranha Correia do Lago, has emphasized in numerous occasions that the conference will focus on practical outcomes that accelerate climate implementation. Digital technologies and digital infrastructure, including artificial intelligence, are an integral part of this effort and must be mobilized and aligned towards a giant leap in global prosperity. Digital technologies and infrastructure can accelerate and scale up emissions reduction, resilience building, and financial flows alignment in context of sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty, which is such a great priority for the government of Brazil and for the governments of Africa as well. We should aim to achieve wider distribution of their benefits, while at the same time minimizing environmental and socio-economic risks, fragilities, and externalities. COP30 provides a unique opportunity for the technology sector and stakeholders to position themselves as leaders in the global transition to the future. A transition that is firmly grounded in bringing everyone, everywhere, to the center of new and emerging opportunities. Building on the TAC's unique contributions to access emerging technologies, we acknowledge the dual role of AI in the climate crisis. A transformative force for mitigation, adaptation, finance, and sustainable development, but also a potential contributor to unsustainable resource demands and exponential growth in emissions. In the energy domain, we see AI as a powerful enabler to optimize grids, integrate renewables, improve industrial efficiency, and reduce emissions across sectors. AI's capabilities, ranging from advanced analytics and predictive modeling to digital twins, can also significantly enhance energy management and grid operations in diverse national contexts. The leaders of the future will be those who meet in a sustainable manner the rising power requirements of data centers and AI infrastructure. They will be the ones showing the way through renewable integration, strengthened grids, innovative cooling, and cutting-edge storage so that reliability, affordability, and environmental responsibility advance together. We are encouraged by the UNSG's recent call for AI centers to operate on 100% renewable energy by 2030, along with measurable gains in energy, water, and materials efficiency, and attention to impacts such as noise and heat. This vision by the UNSG echoes Brazil's recently adopted national policy on data centers, which aims at leveraging Brazilian sustainability credentials to reposition the country at the forefront of the digital revolution. With such applications in mind, we support open science and innovation platforms that use AI to advance climate research, expand access to high-quality data sets, and strengthen evidence-based policymaking worldwide. The launching of the AI Climate Academy at COP30 is aimed at addressing specifically the capacity building gap. The Academy will provide online and in-person courses to policymakers, educators, researchers, and engineers in developing countries in order to leverage local technological capabilities for climate action. At COP30, we will be reminded that technology can be a bridge, connecting science and policy, ambition and action, innovation and inclusion. AI can help us imagine and realize a future where energy, security, climate stability, and shared prosperity advance together. We envisage to leave Belém with a concrete commitment. Align AI with the UNFCCC, its Paris Agreement and the SDGs. Power data centers with renewables. Design efficiency from code to chip. And expand equitable access and capacity in developing countries. We're very happy to be a part of this process and joining you all in advancing solutions for all those challenges. And we invite governments, industry, and international organizations to join us in Belém and carry forward a spirit of collaboration and possibility, ensuring that AI becomes not only a tool for efficiency, but a force for resilience, equity, and hope in our collective response to the climate crisis. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as part of this August opening ceremony, we switch gears into our first keynote speech on opportunities, challenges, and risks of AI for climate action in developing countries. Here to deliver the keynote speech, joining us virtually, is the United Nations Under-Secretary General and Special Envoy for Digital and Emerging Technologies. Please take a look at the screens and warmly welcome Amandeep Singh Gill.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, it's a pleasure to join you at this timely and important forum. Let me begin by thanking the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, the Korea International Cooperation Agency, and the United Nations Climate Change Technology Executive Committee for convening this gathering. Your leadership is helping turn technology's promise for climate action into practical results, delivering resilience and fairness for communities on the front lines. Artificial intelligence and digital technologies can dramatically accelerate climate solutions, whether through climate-smart agriculture, disaster risk reduction, energy systems, or early warning tools. These technologies hold enormous potential when designed for real-world conditions. And that's the key. AI must be grounded in local realities. When co-designed with communities and institutions using locally relevant data, these tools build trust, improve uptake, and drive real change. To make this work, we must be guided by shared global frameworks that balance ambition with responsibility. The Global Digital Compact, adopted just 1 year ago, outlines principles of openness, inclusion, fairness, and transparency. It gives us a clear foundation for ensuring digital solutions are safe, inclusive, and rights-based. We are also seeing momentum on implementation. Member states have recently agreed on the establishment of 2 new mechanisms recommended in the Compact: an independent international scientific panel on AI and a global dialogue on AI governance. These platforms will help guide ethical development, risk management, and meaningful cooperation, essential for deploying AI in climate action. Just as climate change demands global coordination, so too must AI policy, technology transfer, and capacity building align across borders. We need cooperation that enables scaling, respects rights, and leaves no country behind. At the same time, we must confront the very real constraints many developing countries face. Limited digital infrastructure, intermittent connectivity, uneven data systems, and a shortage of technical skills can all slow progress. The imbalance is stark. Africa accounts for just 1% of global computing power. And worldwide, over 90% of computing power is held by the private sector. These disparities risk deepening existing divides unless we act now to broaden access and build regional capabilities. That starts with capacity, building skills Strengthening institutions and providing real implementation support are essential to make AI work for the least developed countries and small island states. But these countries also bring strengths, local knowledge, deep understanding of ecosystems, and first-hand experience of climate impacts are vital inputs. When paired with open source AI models, they offer a powerful, affordable path to build context-specific solutions. There's also great promise in small language models, SLMs, lightweight, domain-specific tools that can work offline or on basic hardware. These models are already being used for tasks like crop planning, grid management, flood nowcasting, and measurement reporting and verification, or MRV tracking, showing real potential in resource-constrained settings such as LDCs and SIDS. To make all of this work at scale, data must be able to flow. AI and data systems only deliver public value when they are interoperable, able to connect across borders and sectors with shared formats, identifiers, and standards. Data must move vertically from sensors in the field to district systems to national platforms to international reporting. It must also move horizontally, linking agriculture with energy or water management with disaster response. Without this, systems remain fragmented and solutions fail to reach their potential. As COP30 approaches, let this forum be a call for pragmatic action. Let's focus on what works, community-centered AI solutions that are practical, inclusive, and aligned with global principles. We must match AI's promise with investment in skills, infrastructure, interoperable data systems, and policy frameworks that ensure sustainable, equitable outcomes. With partnerships, shared standards, and a commitment to transparency and inclusion, we can build climate-resilient, low-emission pathways that leave no one behind. I wish you all a productive and inspiring forum. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, with those powerful words and urgent calls to action, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you a member of the UNFCCC Technology Executive Committee, here to give us an introduction to the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism Initiative on AI for Climate Action. Please warmly welcome the esteemed Fred Onduri.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues and friends, protocol observed. On behalf of the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism and the Technology Executive Committee in particular, I am pleased to welcome you all to the forum to provide context for our discussions today. This forum is part of the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism Initiative on AI, that is Artificial Intelligence for Climate Action, that was launched in June 2023 to explore the role of artificial intelligence as a powerful technological tool for advancing and scaling up transformational climate solutions for mitigation and adaptation action in developing countries, with a focus on least developed countries and small island developing states. In November 2023, parties to the UNFCCC, including Tanzania, of course, and the Paris Agreement, requested the technology mechanism to implement this initiative. Before I continue, let me emphasize this, that this is a fruit of concerted negotiations under the UNFCCC on technology development and transfer. And one of the, or some of the objectives of this forum here is, first of all, to cause awareness, because sometimes when you see Dr. Richard Muyungi has been going for these negotiations for the last 20 years, you wonder what the impacts are. But these are some of the fruits. We would like to cause awareness about the existence of the UNFCCC, that it does exist and can cause actions in developing countries. We also want to cause outreach about the technology mechanism that was created through negotiation, and to tell you that the technology mechanism is working. We would also like to seek collaboration with the various partners here. You have seen COICA is on board. We may have other collaborators coming on board to support us. That's why we think bringing this meeting here in Tanzania, we can achieve such objectives. We're also seeking partnership. We are seeking impact, because bringing artificial intelligence, some people look at it as a myth. What is artificial intelligence? But we would like to bring it to the attention of developing countries, especially Tanzania, a least developed country, to show that artificial intelligence can help us address our mitigation and adaptation climate challenges. And one thing I want to point out also before I continue is that we have the national designated entities for technology. For each country, you are supposed to have a national designated entity. And they are the ones who represent your interests, the conduit between the United Nations Climate Change Convention and your country to generate your technology needs. If you want to address your climate technology challenges, these NDEs are very important. And I'm sure they are in the room. Can you raise your hands, the NDEs that are here? Some of them are from Africa and maybe some small islands. They are very important. And my colleagues from Tanzania, I think you look at your NDE, anything to do with the climate technology needs of your country, you must pass through him. It is very important. I would also like to say that amidst us here, we have Dr. Richard Muyungi, who is here to watch us because we are serving his constituency, and he has to see whether we have outcome. And Dr. Richard is the chair of the African Group of Negotiators, so any negotiation, whether technology capacity building, mitigation, is under him. He's also watching what we are doing. So we want to see impacts with the artificial intelligence, not only in Tanzania, but also in the whole of Africa and other least developed countries and the small island states. To continue, under the guidance of governing bodies of the Convention and the Paris Agreement, the technology mechanism consists of Technology Executive Committee, known as the TEC. That is the Technology Executive Committee. The TEC, which is the policy arm of the Climate Technology Center, and which is the policy arm and of the Climate Technology Center network, known as the Citizen, which is its implementing arm. I'm glad to see colleagues from the CTCN Secretariat here, and I would like to recognize the presence of Ariesa. You can raise your hand up so that people can. That's the director of the Climate Technology Center and Network, which is based in Copenhagen, and she's in charge of making sure that the technology reaches developing countries. She's a very important person. We have also amidst us Maurice representing the TEC, and is actually the engineer, the coordinator of this activity here. Maurice, you can raise your hand there. So they represent, of course, the UNFCCC, and that's why things are happening. It's really a pleasure to see that technology is now advancing and reaching the developing countries physically, not only in words and papers. at the national level, so-called national designated entities for technology development and transfer serve as focal points, which I already told you, for both the TEC and the CTCN. Today, we have the NDs from more than 30 countries in the room, and it's great to see their active engagement in our work on artificial intelligence for climate action. We already saw them, they raised their hands, and I think they are well placed here. You can interact with them, they share with them their experience. They have a lot of experiences from their countries, and they are the conduit between you and the actions on climate technology. The AI for Climate Action Initiative strives to achieve its objective of exploring opportunities, risks, and challenges of AI for climate action in developing countries. In particular, LDCs seeds through 3 work streams. Each work stream includes activities that are undertaken by the TEC, by the CTCN, and jointly by the TEC and the CTCN. The TEC and the CTCN work hand in hand. These are the governing bodies, the implementation arm and the policy arm. They work together. So these are the work streams. One is focuses on support for the implementation of technology priorities of developing countries through technical assistance, training, and knowledge product. The other second work stream is focuses on sharing capacities of stakeholders from LDCs and Cs, for the example, through the AI for Climate Action Award workshops and networks. The third work stream focuses on raising awareness of artificial intelligence for climate action, for example, through policy dialogues and global events such as the forum that we have here today. Since last, we have been carrying out a series of activities under this initiative. To mention a few, we are this year already in the second round of the Artificial Intelligence Award. We have published a technical paper on opportunities, risks, and challenges of artificial intelligence for climate action in developing countries, and shorter knowledge products on the topic. We have conducted policy dialogues and worked with our colleagues from the CTCN to support their regional efforts in Africa, Asia, Pacific, Latin America, and the Caribbean to enhance capacities on the use of artificial intelligence for climate adaptation and mitigation actions. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners at the Korea International Cooperation Agency for supporting the work of the TEC on the implementation of the technology mechanism on artificial intelligence for climate action, and the UNFCCC COICA Climate Future Partnership. Without COICA's general support, this forum would not have been possible. And I think I would like you to join me in thanking them for that. If you would like to learn more about the initiative, please scan the QR, which is there, reflected there, and the code, and you visit the website. I really look forward to fruitful discussion, and I would like to really invite you also to recognize my colleague, a member of the TEC, who is also representing the COP30 incoming presidency in the technology negotiations, Pedro from Brazil. One may wonder why he is here, all the way from Brazil. And His Excellency, the Ambassador, is also well placed here. It's not accidental. We are going to have COP30 in Belém, so they would like to see positive results from Belém. They are observing the progress of issues, activities, negotiations, discussions, so that they can help us come up with positive results in Belém, and we are here to collaborate with them. So, Pedro, send our message that technology is hitting the ground in the developing countries. Tanzania is receiving the impact, and I hope our NDs that are here from this forum, you are going to get strong message to help you advance your functions at home when you go back. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, wonderful colleague Fred Onduri, for that extensive introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 5 to 6 or maybe 8 minutes, depending on how the internet treats us today, we have something called the live poll. Now, if you've never engaged in a live poll, you basically need your smartphone. Can I see all your phones? Kindly, if it's not a smartphone, hide it. But you need your smartphone, and you need your phone to scan this QR code. I hope you're connected to the internet. And essentially, it'll take you to a website called menti.com. Now, you should see live poll when you scan and go to the website. How many of you have live poll now on your phones? To my wonderful media men, you're blocking the ladies from scanning the QR code. Kindly, please, thank you so much. I'll give you 2 more minutes to scan the QR code. And thank you so much to Johari Rotana for that wonderful and very stable internet. Another 30 seconds to scan the QR code. Are we all aligned? Another 15 seconds. You have to be on the internet. You have to be connected to the Wi-Fi. All right. And now let's begin the live poll, which is essentially designed for us to test the temperature of the room, to know who you are, where you're coming from, your ideas, and ultimately your expectations. So colleagues, if I may roll the live poll, just go to Open Q&A. And the first question is, Which hat are you wearing today? Government, UN NGO, civil society, private sector, academia, or other? Okay, so you can see the results that are beaming on the screen. We're getting to know who is in the room. And also, for those of you joining us via Zoom or watching us on YouTube, you can also participate. Let's see who is involved globally in this forum. All right, so we see that 38% is going towards either government and other, 24, 23, average 22% to UN or IGO. Okay. The least is academia. We need to boost that up. Hopefully by tomorrow that would change. Colleagues, can we move to the next question? Have you participated in part 1 of this forum held online on 24th September 2025? Were you joining us at that time? Did you? Only about, it appears the majority of us did participate. No, 73 say no. Well, that's fine. Better late than never. That's interesting. So we have a split between our audience from the first to the second. We'll find a way to merge the two. Okay, we move on to the next question. How do you feel about the use of AI for climate action? Are you excited? Well, 100% of you so far say you're excited. Anyone neutral? Anyone concerned? Only 5%, 4%. Neutral? 2%, that's fine. Undecided, we'll get you to decide by the end of these 48 hours. But most of us are excited with 78%, and that is positive enough as it is. Let's move on to the next question. How would you rate your knowledge of AI for climate action? Are you just starting? Are you learning? Are you fairly familiar? Are you very familiar? Or are you an expert? Let's see who you are. Okay, experts, not so much, but bang in the middle. Very familiar, not too bad. Definitely fairly familiar. That's why you're here learning. We love to see that, because over the next 2 days, we hope you will learn and absorb, and maybe that number will be boosted by the end of tomorrow's session. Okay, so only 99% are experts. Hopefully by the end of this, maybe 50% of you will be experts. So let's go to the next question. No pressure. How would you like to get out of what would you like to get out of your participation in this forum? Are you eager to, have a better understanding of opportunities of AI for climate change? I see a big number of you want to identify potential new partners. And now also the greater number goes to better understanding of opportunities, and that's why we're here. That's why the coffee breaks are essential. That's why our bilateral meetings are essential, because we also want you to get out of this knowing who your partners are. Do we have another question? Or is this perhaps our last? All right, so then eventually we'll come to session 1, and we'll have another one at session 1. A round of applause for you, those of you who participated. And it's great to know who you are, where you're going, and where you're coming from. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the opening ceremony, but we have a small tradition here with the UNFCCC. When we go to any country, any city, we take a selfie. And the selfie is taken on my phone. So all I need for each and every one of you to do is to kindly stand up. Please stand up wherever you are. And it's a good time to stretch. Please stand up. Ambassadors, Excellencies, you're also included in the selfie. It's the only time I break protocol, trust me. So we're going to take 2 selfies, one that will capture our high level here, and the rest of you will look like you're having the best time in Tanzania. Okay, so the first one will be with Excellencies. Excellencies, you have to look great. You have to look happy. I'm very careful. Coming closer. 3, 2, 1, AI. Oh, Excellencies, that's for this one, but never mind. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it a round of applause. And now to you. To all of you. 3, 2, 1, AI. And now this brings us to the end of our opening ceremony. May I ask my colleagues from the media to do us the honors, and our photographers to do us the honors of grabbing our group photo for our high-level speakers. If you could kindly, Excellencies, just stand center stage for us. May I ask my team to humbly rearrange these seats for me? Also, if I could have you, Doctor, kindly join us. May I have our colleagues from Brazil, our colleagues from COICA, please join us up on stage, and representatives from the UNFCCC tech team, kindly join us on stage for this group photo here that will basically establish our opening ceremony coming to a close. Group photo, please. Can I kindly have our esteemed colleagues from COICA, esteemed colleagues from UNFCCC, esteemed colleagues from the government of Tanzania, esteemed colleagues from Brazil, please join us. Do we have our representatives of the government of Tanzania? That is crucial for us. Yes, we know we have Prof. and we have Dr. Muyungi here joining us, UNFCCC. Esteemed colleagues from the government of Tanzania, please join us in this very important photo. Official photographer, where can we find you? Official photographer, you are there? Okay, wonderful. So we will kindly ask our colleagues to please be seated, as you will obstruct our photographers. Valentine, kindly, thank you so much for helping us with that. Photographers, one more time, can we ask our wonderful Honorable Kemi to join us on stage from the government of Tanzania? Crucial. Please, you can stand right next to Moritz. Wonderful. Yes. Kindly please smile. Our official photographer is standing in the middle. DAR has so much to offer. AI has so much to offer. Tanzania has so much to offer. Please give us a big smile. Be happy to be here. And 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. That brings us to the end of our opening ceremony. A big thank you to our esteemed colleagues who have done so well to give us the opening remarks this morning. It's now time for a quick coffee break of about 12 minutes ahead of our first session. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can kindly ask you to please be seated at 5 to 11. 5 minutes to 11, please be seated. We now have our coffee break, during which our esteemed speakers will exit the room and we will reset for session 1. networking colleagues in the lobby. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome to session one. If you're joining us live on Zoom or around the world on YouTube, you are warmly welcome. We are here in person in Dar es Salaam, the beautiful Republic of Tanzania. For the session one, we are focusing on local AI solutions for adapting to climate change, where we spotlight how the public and private sectors are driving homegrown, scalable innovations for climate adaptation. Now let's dive into the ideas shaping local action with global impact. Ahead of our panel, please allow me to bring to the stage to take their seats our speakers who will be setting the scene before I invite our esteemed colleague Cassandra to take over as moderator. Please welcome our first presenter, Mr. David Dow of the United Nations University. He leads AI and remote sensing at UNU EHS. With 19 years of research experience, he develops AI algorithms for Earth observation, disaster risk, and climate change, advancing data-driven solutions for global resilience. Please, a round of applause for our first speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Sangunja, who is the CEO of WePlat, a pioneer in AI-powered water leak management. Through the integration of AI and IoT, his company helps communities and industries detect and prevent water loss, protecting one of our planet's most vital resources, water. Please welcome him. And also give a warm welcome to Ms. Latifa Kisamba, who is the co-founder of Kishu AI, leading an AI-driven early warning system that predicts extreme weather events using national meteorological data, strengthening disaster preparedness and community resilience across Tanzania. And our last contributor joining us virtually is Gabriel Savio, the CEO of Supremo, a data-driven innovator using AI and machine learning to turn environmental data into actionable intelligence for climate resilience. Recognized by MIT Innovators Under 35 and UNESCO, Gabriel is a visionary leader advancing technology for a more suitable and adaptive future. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a warm welcome to Gabriel, who will be joining us virtually when his time comes. Our speakers are set, our session is set. I will now yield the podium to our first presenter, Dr. David Dow. Please take the microphone, as they say. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. First, I would like to thank UNFCCC, the Republic of Tanzania, and the partners for hosting us here and bringing us all together. It's really a big gratitude to see all of you here, and you know, for me, it's the first time, so I'm really delighted. Now, back to my presentation for today. When you think of, or when you hear of AI, the first thing that comes to your mind is you jump to Silicon Valley, and you start thinking of all these apps developed there. But today, I want to take you on a different journey, where I tell you a story, an impressive story, about this unfolding story of AI, but with local communities. So first, we need to imagine that the world today is like when it was, when we had the first time when the mobile phone arrives or the internet arrives, a world like completely connected, but this time connected with AI. So we have this world connected in peace between the global north and the global south, and covering our planet with all these beautiful information. You see? Okay. So when I think of this story, So we have the old story where if you look at these images, by the way, all these images are, my ideas, and then, they are produced by some AI tools. And so the old way, when we used, there is an event happening, like a flood somewhere, and then, to save the people, we would send the people, we send a truck here, we send firefighters there, we send also a group of ambulance elsewhere, to help everyone. But this, is a very old system where most of the time you could send some people, but instead, of saving them, you kill other people because, you didn't know what was urgent and what was the first thing to do. Also, you didn't know which roads were blocked, for example. So today, it's totally different. Our current approach today to climate adaptation will be totally different. So where we have this deep interconnection between everything we have, so whether it's the atmosphere, the biosphere, the hydrosphere, and also our human societies. And so it allows us to move and from reactive reaction, so the old stories, to proactive system that's healing. I see it's taking time to move, so today we have this, for me, there is this cognitive layer. So AI is like our sixth sense. So when you think of it, imagine, for example, bestowing this earth with this nervous system that you see here. And this nervous system is like all these neurons connecting AI and these neural networks. So, and this is how we are building a cognitive layer today at planetary scale, where AI integrates, the whispers of a soil moisture sensor, the roar of a hurricane from a satellite, but also a post of a citizen. So what's very important here is today, it doesn't just with AI, we don't have only to know what it is, what's happening. It tells us also what it's likely to be. So this is like the forecasting, the prediction. But most importantly is what we can do about that. And moving towards what's happening today in our local communities. So basically, in the past, so we had, we have these amazing satellites, remote sensing, that allows you to see at a certain, accuracy and predictions, not on a very high precision, but with little details. Today you are able, with the drones, for example, and mini LiDAR, to scan all the local areas and see what's happening in the small streets, in the small neighborhood. And this is not a science fiction, this is a fact. That's what's happening today. So what was in the past, some kind of unknown climate disaster or not very accurate, it became today it doesn't tell us only when it will rain. This AI can show you with an amazing accuracy, actually, how the water will flow through your neighborhood. And then this also allows us to do some simulation. So instead of waiting until the flood arrives and ruin everything and destroy everything, with the simulation we are able to predict what will happen, and then like this you foresee the flood and find the right local solutions for the flood. And so some examples here about like where AI is used today. And for example, I can talk about agriculture. So we have some AI-powered app that offer, for example, pest identification. And so weather forecast or like market prices. And this is done via sending just a simple SMS or like a voice note. So in healthcare, we are using computer vision. This is like a sub-part of AI because, yeah, we always say AI, but AI is formed by many different things. And so this computer vision, for example, it allows you to analyze malaria and or tuberculosis. And then this is done, you know, in even remote areas. Another thing, if you look a bit at the 3 images I have here, you can basically send a drone automatically, which is totally controlled by an AI system, and then it goes somewhere and, you know, it plants, it even can plant seeds alone. And again, these are not science fiction. This is what's happening today with local communities, and we're talking about the global south, not like the global north. And then another thing, like this is something very futuristic. So imagine you have a dam, but on this dam you will have like a fully automated system where, you know, it opens and closes based on, you know, the flow of the water. And this is done all automatically via AI. Other examples here, like we have some applications that were developed. One of them is in Kenya, for example, where this app allows, for example, the farmer to take a picture of what's happening in the crops, and then instead of bringing all the scientists and experts from everywhere to tell this farmer what's happening, it's just by taking a picture that will be able to understand what's the problem and, you know, have the solution to the problem. And another advantage of these apps that they can also speak the local language. So they talk to the farmer with their own language. And so the thought today is like, what is our mandate? The most important thing is like, we are the architects of this planetary scale. And we need to build an immune system for our homes, our farms, you know, our clinics. And this comes with lots of challenges, of course. So it is not just all the time, you know, positive part. You have also, you know, pitfalls and negative sides. And so we must remember that AI is only a tool. And don't forget, like, if we don't have the data, we don't have AI. AI wouldn't exist, actually. So this AI exists today, and it's a tool, but we are the healers. We are the ones who are controlling everything. And so this ultimate goal is being a symbiotic partnership between the human and the machines. And so we can, as a human, we can wisely guide these intelligent machines to nurture and protect the fragile, the brilliant biosphere we call home. And so I'll arrive to the reality on the ground, because this is a big problem, the challenges, the pitfalls we have. So there is another side always of the coin. And so it's not just about like positive part. And the key challenges remains today in 3 like main things. So first, the data divide. We all know AI is hungry for data, and if tomorrow, you know, the data stops flowing, then you will see all the algorithms that exist today, they won't improve at all in the future. It's over. So it stops there. So, but to make this data and our algorithm good, we need the local data. But the local data at the same time needs to be protected. It needs to be owned by the local people, the local communities. Now, we also have infrastructure gaps. We know AI needs connectivity and power, not just electric power, but also water consumption. So how does it work, like with areas with intermittent, for example, internet or electricity? And then the last thing, which is very important, this is the black box problem. Because if you are a farmer or you are a policymaker, you need to make sure that what AI is telling you is like 100% true or close to 100%. Otherwise, you are scared. And I don't want to put myself in the shoes of the farmer or the policymaker. So we need to think this isn't just about fairness, it's also about effectiveness. And solutions built with a community, and this is very important, built with the community and not only for the community. Because if you don't sit down with them and understand their needs, and you are a modeler sitting behind your desk somewhere in the global north, basically you won't be helping them. Actually, you may destroy what they already have. So you need to sit down, listen to them, and based on what they tell you, you modify your model. So some principles for ethical AI in the Global South. First of all, participatory design. Like us as UNU, every time we only work with Global South, but every time we are there, we go and sit down with the local communities. We try to understand what are their needs, what do they need from us, what they are their problems, and how we can fix it together. So we need also to build local capacities, like train local AI developers, data scientists, and ethicists. And focus on frugal innovation. So we want something low cost, so maybe also low code, no code. Low data also. Offline first AI solutions. And so another point which is very important I mentioned before is to prioritize the data sovereignty. So communities must control their own data. And so I arrived to the conclusion, what I call the great unfolding. So we are at the dawn of a new era in our relationship with the planet. The call is eventually for a courageous collaboration between private sector, the UN, the NGOs, academia, public sector, so everyone. Otherwise, it won't work. We need also the indigenous knowledge, the local communities, and that's very important. And here I want also to mention some points. So regarding the local communities, the future is actually the local communities. Without them, there won't be the ethical AI and the right AI, especially in the framework of the Global South and what the Global South would present. So yeah, and I think with this, I'll come to close my presentation. I'm looking forward to hear more from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dow. While he takes his seat, I'd like to invite to the podium the CEO of WePlat, Sang-Hoon Cha. Please take your podium and get ready for your presentation. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our next speaker, Sang-Hoon Cha.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm very honored to be here. Especially thanks to the COICA staff and UFCC Tech. Today, I would like to share some of the good case studies of the AI application, especially to the climate change adaptation. Let me start. I'm the CEO of Whiplet. My name is Sang-Hoon Cha. Whiplet is a K-Water in-house venture. K-Water is one of the biggest water company. We call the public-private company because the Korean government owned 100% of this company. And I have worked in the K-Water since 1998 to 2020, and I found this Whiplet in 2020. So I have 23 years the public experience and also 5 years the private experience. Now we are doing a business supplying the smart solution for water sectors, and also we supply the engineering service about the water loss reduction and smart water management something. Okay, today I will mainly focus on the AI technology about the water loss reduction, especially water leak detection. Actually, water utility waste about $40 billion annually worldwide. This is the amount that we can supply the additional clean water to 800 million people. And also, due to this water loss, we spend a very huge greenhouse gas emission. Do you know how long pipe networks you have in your countries? Actually, in South Korea, you have quite long pipe networks which can circle the Earth 5.5 times. Maybe in Tanzania, you might have a much longer than Korean pipe networks. But water leak just a tiny point. So this is the key point that we are struggling to detect a leak. But interestingly, even we live in an AI or IoT era, we still have to rely on the professional leak detectors experienced for detecting leak. Actually, I started this water leak business since some small Vietnam project motivated me to found the Whiplet, because when I do a small pilot project in Vietnam, we have to send the Korean professional leak detectors to the Vietnam, and they detect the leaks with their own experience. So at that time, I thought it's not the sustainable methodology. So this is why I founded Whiplet. So we developed a system named Nello. Nello stands for Never Lose Water. So this system consists of several devices and software. So now these devices we call the mobile acoustic IoT sensor. So you will collect leak sound, the data with this IoT sensor and the mobile phone from the water meter or valve only for 5-second sound data, and then send that sound data to the cloud server. Now our AI model analyzes the collected data on behalf of professional leak detectors, and will let you know whether it is leak or not and the exact location of the leak. Interestingly, when you do the leak detection in many other countries, for collecting the data, we hire the local woman. Now we can hire the local women for collecting the data, and the local women go out, walk around and collect the leak sound data from the water meter and the valve with our device and the mobile phone, and we pay around $0.5 US for one data collection, and one local woman generally collect 100 or 80 the water leak sound data a day. So you can imagine how much they earned from it. And also we supply the remote IoT sensors. So these sensors monitor the water leak occurrence in the remotely in the real time. Since 2020, we found the WIPLET. We finished a very successful project to cooperate with the international organizations like ADB and P4G Partnership and the EBRD, COICA, and in 8 other countries. Okay, this is the good case studies that we finished in Indonesia, funded from the COICA. Actually, Indonesia is one of the biggest water loss the countries around the 40 or 50% something, and some cities they have the 70% of the water loss. And this one was a good the project funded from the ADB in Jodhpur and Dehradun, India. It was a very interesting project. And this one was the Malaysia Sarawak project funded from the GGGI. Actually, we don't have many. We didn't have opportunities to do some meaningful project in Africa. But 3 years ago, some president of the college in Tanzania, he suggested some kind of tiny project about this WASO Tanzania project. Actually, we provided scholarships to the three students of the school, and they went to their hometown and they execute the water leak detections in their hometowns with our system and with our devices. That was very interesting. Yeah. And this one is another the experience that we had in an AI application. We have finished the cooperate with K-Water in one big water treatment plant. We call this AI agent for optimized operation of the water treatment plant. Actually, in 1998 is the time that I started working in K-Water. So at that time, you remember is that the internet technology started from the end of the 1990 to the beginning of the 2000 something years. At that time, the K-Water has more than 200 big pumping station, and then we had operators in that pumping station. But K-Water started to apply the automation system to the pumping station, and we removed all operators from the pumping station, and we relocated the operators to other positions. So there is a saying that in the era of the IT, international internet technologies, the world improved the productivity of the efficiency of the systems to up to 20%. But in AI, we are in the entrance of the AI eras. But in the AI eras, we expecting the more than 20% of the improvement of the efficiency of the productivity of the system. So now the Korean many Korean companies are focusing on improving the efficiency and the productivity of the industry. For improving the productivity and the efficiency or productivity of the systems, we have to, unfortunately, replace people, human resource with the AI. So maybe in the near future, we will replace all the operators with the AI technology. But I think this is a very good point because in many the developing countries, they do not have the well-trained people, well-trained operators. So AI can replace. So you can focus on the important task. So AI can help us to improve. So maybe in many the developing countries, you can focus on not about training the operators or other the things, but about focusing on training the AI engineers and the AI the professional peoples. Actually, in that the water treatment plants now AI operate pumping stations on behalf of operators. Okay, as you already know, that there are several advantages of our system. At first, the narrow, So narrow system can use the non-expert, non-trained people so we can create the local job with the AI technology. And also AI powered accuracy. Narrow collect many the data with the IoT and mobile solution, and then that can improve the accuracy of the water leak detection. And all of this system is based on the data driven, so that is also one of the good advantages. Lastly, it's quite cost effective. The cost effective is quite important for applying the AI to your system. And also now we are supplying not only technologies but also the water loss reduction service by utilizing our technology. Now we are keep developing the AI technologies for addressing the challenge of the water issues worldwide, and we can discuss more in the panel discussion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Sang-Eun Cha, CEO of WePlat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a scene setter by the co-founder of Keshu AI, Latifa Kisampa.
Hello everyone. I'm happy to be here and see each and every one of you here. Okay, so what we do at Keshu AI. Keshu AI is a power weather intelligence and early warning system to create resilience in Tanzania. And AI was born out of simple but urgent reality, which is climate change. And we have seen that the globe at large experienced the impact of climate change, and the intensity is more pronounced in developing countries because we lack the adaptation mechanism, we are not well prepared, but we are planning to get prepared. So Kesho AI, we narrowed down to one impact of climate change, which is extreme weather events. And when you look at the data for Tanzania, the condition is a bit worrying because 45% of floods has increased between the year of 2020 to 2024, and we really need to do something. So for Kesho AI, we stepped up and trying to revolutionize the weather intelligence system or the weather forecasting methods to give accurate and hyper-localized weather forecasts. And we focused mainly on agricultural, weather in relation to agricultural activities, and our focus is small-scale holders, farmers. So what we do is provide the small-scale holder farmers with precise, hyper-localized weather forecasts and insights for them to make informed decisions regarding their agricultural activities. So our AI, like other AI-powered system, we use real-time data, and for the real-time data and historical data to get the accurate forecasts. So one's okay. Okay, as we can see, agriculture sector in Tanzania is the backbone of the economy, contributing about more than 28 GDP of the country, and employs about 65% of the population. And when we look at the 65% of the population that is employed in agriculture, 85% of them are smallholder farmers who depend on rain-fed agriculture. So this makes agriculture even more vulnerable to climate change. So how our solution works is, it collects data from multiple sources to ensure the accuracy and local relevance to Tanzania. We use historical weather data and real-time observation. We integrate also satellite image and crowdsourced observations. Then our AI model process and analyze data, and before we give out forecast, the data are validated. Then when the forecast is generated, the weather insights and forecast is delivered direct to the end user through SMS. This and web-based. And for SMS, for the communities that do not have access to internet connection, especially in rural areas where the most farmers are concentrated, and web-based for other people that have access to internet. So our data or our output that we deliver to the farmers help them to make informed decisions about their daily agricultural activities, because they are hyper-localized until to the village and ward level. So how Kesho AI helps agriculture sector? With the input that we give to the farmer, they help them to decide the proper time for planting windows, because the weather patterns have been fluctuating and they are no longer predictable as the traditional farmers used to do. Also, we help them in efficiency the input use, example, the seeds, irrigation system, and fertilizer, by the insights that they're given depending on the weather condition that is going to happen on a particular day, on particular hours, or during a particular season. Also, we notify them in case of the weather events that will lead or will support the pests and diseases in their farms, and also disaster preparedness in case of any extreme weather events such as floods. We help them to make informed decision when during harvesting time. We give alerts for them to faster the process so that they can avoid the loss. Also, the local impacts that we had in 2024, we piloted in 2 regions in Tanzania, which was Katavi and Morogoro. And in Katavi, our pilot consisted of 300 farmers, and in Morogoro, 100 farmers. And the results were that our forecast had the precision and accuracy of about 85%, and the average crop yield has increased by 30%, and reduction of loss has decreased to 25%. And also, our weather intelligence system is not only limited to agriculture, can also be integrated to other systems or other sectors which are weather affected, such as logistics, healthcare, disaster management, and insurance. So the API can be integrated and can be very flexible to be included in other sectors. So currently, we are working to have collaboration with the government agencies, especially TMA and NGOs that are involved in agricultural sectors and other potential NGOs that can use our API to help advancing the climate resilience in Tanzania. And we're open for partnership for those people who can see us as their potential partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you too, Latifa Kisampa, co-founder Kesho AI. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us cast our eyes to the screen. Joining us virtually, the CEO of Cipremo, Gabriel Savio.
Hi everyone. Good morning from Brazil. Good afternoon.
Hello, Gabriel. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you. Your sound is not too clear. Can we try it again?
Does it sound better?
Yes, almost, but you can move the microphone slightly away from your mouth, yes, so that it's not too muffled. Sorry,
okay.
This is a test of technology. Okay, so Gabriel, I believe we're ready for you. We have a full house here in Dar. The floor is all yours.
Yes, let me share my screen with you. Okay, good. Are you seeing? Yes. Okay, I can see you all. So I'm Gabriel. I'm still here in Cipremo, a Brazilian startup where there's natural disasters and weather events forecast monitoring. We support intelligent decision making for companies and governments alike. I will start talking about why we're doing this thing. Actually, this came across a situation I faced in 2016. I was running another startup at that time, and I was going to a meeting here in São Paulo, Brazil. And, well, natural disasters and all these climate change events were something that I used to see only on TV and on the internet. So I never realized, I never faced something on my shoes. And at that time, when I was going to this meeting, suddenly started a thunderstorm, a huge thunderstorm, and I was caught by a flood. And basically, I couldn't do anything. I saw
Gabriel, I'm so sorry to interrupt your presentation. I apologize. Your sound is a little muffled. Can we try you using your computer directly so that we don't miss out on the importance of this presentation? Let's see if we can just use your computer audio.
Does it sound better now?
Slightly better. Please proceed. Let's see.
Okay, so I was saying that the criminal proposed based from the situation I faced in 2016. I was going to this meeting and I never faced any natural disaster or climate change event in my own shoes. And suddenly this flood happened and I saw all the livelihoods washing away, cars floating, and this was very important for me because it was my first time facing this thing, and I realized that I was facing this once in my life, and I was that you have people that face this thing yearly and lost their history, their life. And when I faced this thing, I got in my mind that I had to do something to change this reality with the technology I was working at that time. So I took this technology that I was working in my first startup to apply to solve the climate change dealing and all the challenges we face with all these scenarios. So once I started to see and understand how look this picture from climate change, I was seeing that we have a lot of financial losses, huge lack of information, and increasing of risk and impact for everybody. And when every step I did to understand the scenario, I was seeing how huge are the challenges for the whole humanity. The numbers are huge, as you can see. They are all very tough to deal for everybody. And when I saw that these challenges were so huge and the possibilities I had in my hands to apply the technology I was working on, I knew that I had to do something to help people and the whole society to deal with these challenges. So then we created Supremo, which is a technology that are able to forecast where, when, and what kind of natural disaster or weather events may occur in the future. And what we do is to forecast these conditions in the future and comprehend how these conditions will impact the operations we are working on. And throughout this relationship, we offer for users the opportunity to understand this impact and the opportunity to act on a proactive way, understanding the impact on the operations and the whole society where we are covered. We are able to cover all these top 10 events. We had not only the top 10 of incidents here in Brazil, but all around the world. And with all this forecasting things, we do the analysis to understand where, when, and what kind of big events will happen in the future, and the impact on every operation we are working to support this insight for our procedures to understand how to deal with this event from this last place. We've been advocating this technology in such a different industries here in Brazil and around the world, and it works like this. We cover an area 24 hours a day, and when the AI forecasts an imminent disaster, we notify the users before it happens, so they can have this amazing opportunity to act in a very proactive way, saving resources, money, but most important thing, life. Once they understand where this disaster can happen, they can act before it happens and mitigate the whole negative impact of it. As I was saying, we've been applying this technology in such a different industry. It goes from the most obvious one, like the civil defense, to the most outside of the box, to the oil industry. As you can see, for the forest one, as some of my colleagues said, applications. So in the future, we have one of these as well, where we are able to forecast fast deforestation. Weeks ahead, we can tell that this kind of theft will happen in the deforestation of this place. So you have this opportunity to deal with this on an intelligent way. For the oil industry, we are able to forecast oil spill movements where we have offshore loops. So this helps the people to respond on this event in a better way and mitigate the whole sustainable, environmental, and social impact of this as well. For the finance industry, we've been applying this technology to understand how the projects we are financing, how they are vulnerable for the climate perspective. So then they can understand if these make sense for them or not, and how vulnerable are each of these projects for them. For the government and civil defense and security are the most obvious ones, where forecasting the natural disasters and understanding where it will happen, supporting these responders teams, and how it will be in the next hour or day as well. For the insurance industry, we understand this event as well and support the pricing, support the profile analysis, and all this stuff. And for mining industry, we create these opportunities windows for extraction, for maintenance, and for emergency protocols of automation as well. So it's been applying technology where you can see in such a different industry to support this intelligent decision making from the weather perspective. We can deliver this solution in such a different product. For example, we can offer this analysis through APIs, dashboards, apps, mobile apps, alerts, newsletter, and reports as well. So we have all these tools to offer our analysis to all that industry, to all that society, to understand how the weather will impact on daily basis. And with this technology, we have a singular opportunity to understand not only how this condition will impact the operations on the short term, but still on a long term. As I told you, this implication goes from hours to days, months, even years ahead. And this offers for our society an opportunity to understand how to deal with these climate change events in a better way, from planning to action, to real action, from these, having this information that's based to deal with the present, with this single event space. We've been seeing a lot of great results in our applications around growth, especially here in Brazil, on growth of resilience in all of the operations we are working with our technology. Of course, we have a decreasing of the cost with the forecast we're able to understand and mitigate all the unnecessary costs related to better action. By the agility to deal with this thing in the fast way, we still have this positive impact from the whole technology supporting. We still have this reducing of time lost, so we'll be even more proactive on dealing with this thing and responding to all the negative effects, to all the events that this situation generates to us today. And this is the premise. We are technology forecasting the future to ensure our present. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Gabriel, for your intervention. Extraordinary innovation you have there. And now we are welcoming onto the stage Ms. Cassandra Pillay, a climate change expert with nearly a decade of experience at the UN and World Bank Group. She brings deep expertise in climate policy, finance, and innovation to guide today's discussion. Cassandra, you're very welcome to the stage. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I have the pleasure of moderating the first session today with our very esteemed panelists. And I personally am so excited to be in the presence of actual entrepreneurs and founders of AI technologies across the globe. We have a colleague from South Korea, another one from Tanzania, and online he's joining us from Brazil. And we're being guided by a very global academic perspective, which is absolutely fascinating, if you ask me, because it's so hard sometimes, I feel, to go from theory to practice, and now we have real-world solutions, so that's fantastic. And it's also really interesting to see that a lot of the solutions are very water-focused, and I think that's essentially super important in terms of water leakages. Also, I read that Tanzania is East Africa's most flood-affected country, so a lot of what our colleague Latifa was presenting is absolutely relevant to all of us here today. So I have some questions. Maybe I will first point it to you, Sang-Hoon. According to you, what do you think are the biggest challenges that you face or observe regarding the local development of AI-powered climate change adaptation solutions? And how do we address those challenges? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. There were so many challenges that we faced when we do the project in many other countries about the AI adaptation. But I can say two of the challenges. One is the well-qualified data. Everyone mentions about the data is quite important for AI solutions. So well-qualified data is quite important. So to address these challenges, we developed the IoT sensor and mobile-based IoT sensors to collect water leak sound, because for addressing the challenge of water loss, we need sound data, because we are focusing on the replacing the professional leak detectors with the AI. So we needed the leak sound, the professional leak detectors, the listen for detecting leaks. So we developed that type of mobile-based IoT sensors to collect the leak sound, and also to collecting the local sound data. We also, as I already mentioned, that we hired local people, because actually collecting data is quite the money spending. There's money spending issues for collecting the many data. So this is why we developed a mobile-based technology, and we hired the local people to collect the local data. That is the methodologies that we used for addressing the challenge of the data, well-qualified data collection. And the second was the sustainability. Most of the projects, after projects, I know it's more than 80 or 90% of the system or other AI solutions that become the news list after the project, within 1 year or several years. That is so I focused on how to achieve that the sustainability of the AI solutions for water loss reduction. So we focused on using the conventional infrastructure. Like is that all of the people are using mobile phone, and we are using internet, the solutions, not in South Korea, but also in Tanzania, and also in a very small village in Tanzania, is that they are using the mobile phone and the internet, the connection. So this is why we developed the cloud-based and the mobile solution, because if we develop that kind of conventional, the digital infrastructures that we can do some kind of sustainable, we can supply sustainable solutions. And if we use the cloud-based software, that means we also can assist remotely in the South Korea when the system has the problem, and we can assist that the problem remotely in the South Korea. So this is the way, and also mobile phones for collecting the data and also managing and monitoring the systems. We use the mobile-based solution because most of the people is quite familiar with the mobile solution. Yeah. So we just use the cloud-based and the mobile-based solutions to address the challenge of the sustainability of our systems to the localization. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I also really like that you were employing or gathering data with local women. I think that's fantastic. And that you also have various solutions in Indonesia and also in Sarawak, Malaysia. I'm from Malaysia, so I'm very grateful for that. And I'll turn over to David. The floor is yours for the same question.
Yeah, actually, you know, it's really difficult to answer the question because you always, the first thing comes to your mind, what kind of data you are dealing with. And, you know, so, for example, if you are working with satellite data, then you have images. And these images, for example, needs to be labeled. And so if you are doing a project on flooding in Tanzania, for example, it's different when you move to another country, even in Africa, or like even from one city to another. And basically, you need to take these images and label them. And when you label them, even if today there is a way to do it like automatically, it's still not accurate. Yeah, sorry. So basically, you need to check it manually to say, okay, here I have this crop type, and there I have a different crop types. But there's also another problem when you work with labeling. So when you move from one resolution to another, you will see that your labeling can become wrong. For example, like, let's say you have a low resolution image and you are observing this image. And so you see a house and that's it. Now, if you take high resolution image, instead of seeing the house, you will see the house and trees and probably different kind of crops. And then so your previous labeling is wrong. And basically you need to adjust it and then retrain everything again. So all of these are really like some kind of challenges in terms of data. But also there is a question of, you know, how do you train the data? How do you select your data as well? You need to make sure when you train the data, you have all the types of, let's say, the parameters you see in the images. So just to give an example, if you see like trees, buildings, cars, and different types of crops in your labeling, basically when you train your model, you need, the first time you train the model, to have all these types inside. Otherwise, basically if you miss one type, in your results you will never see that type. And so this is also very critical, so we need to pay attention to these kind of things. There's also a problem in the data when you do the deployment of the data and make sure, like, you know, you don't lose anything. So, you know, you could have also internet connection problems and other stuff that we already mentioned before. But, you know, these kind of issues I can think of, but then also there's the local context. So who owns that data? And that's very important, because when you, like, take, for example, these big tech companies, without naming any of them right now, but, you know, some of them developed like a flood model, right? But they know their flood model, although it's global, it doesn't work in the local context. So for some, let's say, local cities or even countries. And basically, they are asking to have the data from the local countries. But if there is also no trust from the side of the local countries, because they are afraid also to lose that data, then we need here to start also a collaboration. Us, as a UN agency, that's one of our mandate, to work on, to build this trust and work to ensure that the data is still owned and by the local communities and the countries, and not just be moved. And from the other side, in order to make sure that the data is still there, and to also to transfer the knowledge, if I'm the big tech company and I'm using an algorithm, so for the purpose of exchange, I need to ensure that this algorithm is open source and to allow the country also to use it. So yeah, I mean, in brief, thanks.
Thank you very much. It seems that local data seems to be the persisting challenge. And perhaps Latifa can offer us a very local perspective from Tanzania.
Okay, for us regarding data I guess is the common problem when it comes to AI modules. And for us, it was more of accessibility of the data. As David said, who owned it, who owned the data. Yeah, so that was very challenging to acquire. We had to source our own local data from international sources. And for that reason, I really understand for why we couldn't access it locally, because AI is still a new concept in our country. So for the sector to provide us with data easily, while the concept is still new to them, they're afraid of the security of their data, as you said, ownership of their data. So it was very hard for us, but we sourced from other sources, and we are in the process of talking with a sector that has the access to give us the access of the data to continue training the model on a daily basis. So we are in a good stage of collaborating with them, so hopefully. And the other reason for us, it was digital infrastructure in Tanzania. And it was very challenging when it comes to the stage of implementation to the locals. And most of them don't have access to smartphones, don't have access to internet, even electrical power to charge their devices. It was very hard. So that was very challenging. And for us, we simplified the output to the extent that we can explain the output using SMS that can be accessed by most of the Tanzanians, has those phones which do not need necessarily internet to receive SMS. That is how we go around about that challenge. And the other challenge was that the awareness of the local people, it is still low, and I cannot blame them because AI is still a new concept. So we tried to educate them as much as we could to our capacity, but still we couldn't fill the gap. And thanks for Tanzania government, there's inclusion of AI degree program in University of Dar es Salaam, and hopefully that will help to bridge the gap in coming years. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Latifa. Also for everyone else in the room, tomorrow we will have a special session dedicated to data, since this is a very persisting challenge that's being repeated. I would like to turn our attention to Gabriel, who's joining us virtually all the way from Brazil. Could we have Gabriel back on to hear his perspective on what he thinks is the biggest challenges?
Well, I totally agree with everybody about the data. I could add something for different perspectives, because we have operations here in Brazil and in the United States, and we can see how different are the availability of data and the quality of data. So even consider that we have more data in space, we still have challenges to deal with this. considering the quality of data. So it's not only an emerging country challenging, but everybody challenging. So I totally agree with everybody about this point, but I would add another challenge related to the engagement with the solution. The understanding of using the information from real life. You know, during the role, when we started, it had some challenges to people understand that they could use this data for real action. I remember that once I was studying for civil defense here in the world, how the solution could help them. And they were like amazed about the solution, but they felt like I was predicting the future, and they asked me a lot of numbers. So I was not doing these things. I was supporting the decision. I was generating information to support the real action from data-driven. So this engagement of understanding how to take this information and the data to the tech, environmental, to the real-life actions, I would add this as one of the key challenges as well. So these two, data and the engagement of how to deal with the data in real life.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Just some housekeeping information. We have about 15 minutes left of panel discussion, and then we'll open up for some Q&A with the floor, so please get your questions ready. And now back to you, Sang-Hoon. How can locally developed AI solutions for adaptation be scaled or replicated while respecting local ownership? As a CEO of quite an established company, how can you ensure that to happen?
Yeah, thank you for question. I can set three categories for that questions. One is the localization of the system. It's quite important because all of the countries and all of the cities have a different characteristic of the system. Not only about the water system, but also the climate, the change, climate adaptation system, something like that. So understanding the difference of understanding the local characteristic of the systems, that we have to localize and also we have to build a localized system. We call the customized system something. And also AI model is supposed to be customized with the local data. Yeah, that is quite important for. And the second is we need a very strong partnership with the various stakeholders, including the national government and also local government as decision makers. And also we need strong participations from the manager of the local authorities, and also the operators and the staffs, local staffs for operation and the maintenance of the system, especially now the water systems in our sector. And also we need to have the international organization participate in that, because they are handling the finance. So the finance is quite important to address the challenge of not only the climate, the change, but also the other social the issues in developing countries. So we need a very strong partnership between the national and the local government and the local authorities, and the low level of the operators and the people handling the maintenance, and also international organization. That is quite important. The last one is I focused on the building the business model for improving the sustainability, also scalability of this AI model. That means when you do these projects, we are not only supplying the solutions, we are highly focusing on the supplying the engineering service. We call the performance-based engineering service. That means that if you save the water from the water loss, that it means that you can get a financial benefit because you don't have to build additional water treatment plant. So you can get the very huge financial benefit. So performance-based business model is very simple. Okay, we will apply the AI solution. And we will reduce the water loss with the AI solution. You will get the financial benefit. Okay, we will get paid within your financial benefit. That is the performance-based, some kind of a business model. So for the scalability and the sustainability of these solutions, we have to build a new business model of the AI solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sang-Hoon. And in the interest of time and also not to keep our participants away from lunch, could I kindly ask our panelists to keep their answers to about a minute? If that's possible, that would be very much appreciated. And just to ask David, is there anything you would like to supplement what Sang-Hoon has said in terms of a global perspective?
Well, I think he's somehow, like told the whole story, but let me just maybe add one point where the question is always like when you build an AI model, to whom you are building these AI models. Because as I mentioned before, what works, for example, in the West or in the global North definitely won't work in the global South. And we have seen that many times. And that's why we always insist, you need to go and sit down with the communities. And I can give you also examples from, without naming the country right now, but even in the global North, when we developed basically a model by just, sitting behind our computers and desks, and without listening to the First Nations in that country. And basically what happened, we missed the most important piece of information, which is their knowledge. Because we built the model and we didn't take into the account what they know on the ground. Like how, for example, you separate the trees, how you build the trees like one next to each other. And so these were not reflected in the model. And basically, what you did is you created a model, and this model, instead of reducing wildfires, it increased wildfires. And so that's the most interesting part. You need to sit down with these local communities, because without them, all your models are wrong.
Fantastic point. Thank you, David. And over to you, Latifa. What do you think, how can locally developed AI solutions be replicated internationally?
Okay, for me, I would want to focus on policy and frameworks to guide the usage and formulating of AI models for security. Or, for example, in the local context, we lack frame policies which guide AI. So for the local developers, we don't have security for the models that we create or the impact that we made, because the frameworks, they haven't stand on point. So even sharing or replicating to other nearby nations or countries, it's very challenging. We fear to lose our ownership. And also the build or establishment of AI research centers in country would help a lot in advancing the AI technology, because it has so much potential in solving our problems. And here, thank you.
Thank you very much, Latifa. So policy and regulations, just promoting some of the sessions we're having this afternoon. Session 3 is also touching exactly on policies and regulation. Let me turn to our panelist, Gabriel, online. Could we have him back on? And if you could kindly keep your response to about a minute. Thank you very much.
Sure. Well, just to be directly straight to the point, I'd say that knowledge of the context is, I think, the most important to be careful enough. As I said in my presentation, it's clear that effectively in 2016 made me understand the reality of the situation and how are the scenarios. So having this understanding, you will be able to understand the whole picture, you know, and this would help you to have the space to understand the whole situation to deal with it in the best way. Here in Brazil, we have a challenging with the social inequality. So this understanding of the concept is very important, and this challenges we have with social inequality made us face a history that I'll tell you quickly because we don't have too much time, but we have situations here in the city of São Paulo where we have specific characteristics, the geological, the geography, and even the meteorological standpoint for two different areas. But the forecast of the natural disasters in that places were different from one to the other one. And we understanding and studying why we had these different results for these two such similar places, we knew and understood and finally realized that the difference was the social situation for the places. So this was the key variable that was making the final results different. So understanding of the context will deliver the space for you to understand and be clever enough.
Thank you, Gabriel. Now we have one last round of questions. Let's keep it like a rapid fire type of question. And we're going to look at the opportunities. We talked a lot about the challenges. But what for you is the most promising opportunity for AI to support local development for solutions?
Actually, it is very hard to expect near in the future because the AI grows too fast. And now we can see many cases about what early warning system and the water leak detection and the other things. But as I mentioned, in the past, in the IT, the innovation era in the 2000, early 2000 or end of 19 something, I experienced that IT technology replaced many blue-collar job locations with the IT technology, because as I mentioned, when I worked in the K-Waters, there was a quite big number of operators in the pumping station, but after 5 years, once we applied the automation systems, we removed all of that, and then we relocate the people to other position. AI technology also, it will replace not only blue-collar jobs, but also white-collar jobs. In the water sectors, I also experienced in the operators in a water treatment plant. Maybe near in the future, we don't need operators. AI can operate the water treatment plant better than human, because the AI does not sleep. The human must sleep. So very near futures, you don't need the people in the water treatment plant. I promise. But that is very beneficial for the developing countries, because you don't have to train the operators. You have to focus on the other peoples, other engineers, like AI managing engineers, or AI developing engineers, AI operating engineers, something. So you need some kind of a new strategy in the AI era for all the industrial sectors. Yeah. Thinking about this kind of changes. Okay.
Thank you. Very complex answer. So a strategy to address the opportunities and challenges, I'm guessing, yeah. And over to you, David. What's your 1-minute answer on this?
Well, I think AI is the future, definitely. For me, AI is here to stay, and there is no question about that. I mean, beside the fact we know AI has today, like, sustainability issues in terms like of CO2 emissions, like using the water in the data center and, you know, the electricity also consumptions, that's definitely for sure. However, AI is doing lots of amazing stuff, like, for example, take the weather predictions. We moved from months of running like physical models to today, like in few hours, you get the results. This is already a huge achievement. Also in the predictions, when you use the weather, you know, the weather predictions are limited by so the Navier-Stokes equations, and basically you cannot really predict beyond 4 days like an accurate predictions. Today with AI, you are managing to use more parameters that in the past we didn't manage to use in the physics model, and therefore AI is giving you far much better results in the prediction. And so on, you know, like take the local also context, because that's, you know, for me the most important point talking about local communities. What AI is capable of doing, what we call like, it's in the military, let's say word, what they call the joint fire. So basically instead of having one person like looking at the image of the satellite, another person looking at the image of the drone, another person looking at the image of IoT, another person saying we have to send like a rescue team here or there, and another person looking, for example, of what's happening at the social media to you know, to get some help, for example. Today with AI, you are capable of one algorithm doing all these things in few seconds, and that's already the future. That's how you see it. That's how you save also people's lives. So yeah.
Thank you very much. So we're going to be able to do certain tasks much quicker. And Latifa, what's your 1-minute take on this, on the opportunities?
Okay. AI presents untapped opportunities, and for us to see the opportunities, we have to get prepared for being familiarized with what AI is and the potential that it has, or else we're just going to keep on blaming on AI, but it has so much potential in solving a lot of climate adaptation measures to be taken, from ecological restoration, agricultural, sea level changes. So there's a lot. We have to keep with the pace of AI to see the opportunities.
Thank you very much. And then we'll turn over to Gabriel before we will start a live poll to have some responses from all our esteemed audience here today. Gabriel, over to you. Could you provide us with a 1-minute statement on what you believe is the opportunities? Thank you very much.
I believe the most promising opportunities are related to contextualization. Just like we're doing in understanding the conditions specifically on the operations, specifically on the places, and not only forecast only, forecasting the condition, but operating the contextualization of it, and how these conditions forecasted will be impacting the operation, the society, the society, and have this relationship between the forecast and the context, the support of the decisions will be even more persistent. I would focus on contextualization of the operation.
Thank you, Gabriel. Now we will begin a live poll, and then I'll turn over to you,
I'll
Anita.
jump right in, Cassandra, to give you some support. Can I have the team put up the QR code for our next live poll, ladies and gentlemen? And we're using these live polls, as I said, to gauge how we are moving collectively together. Please take out your smartphones. Do scan the QR code that you can see on your screen at the moment. It'll take you to session 1, Local AI Solutions for Adapting to Climate Change live poll. I'll give you 30 more seconds for each one of us to get onto the live poll. And we just have a few questions to ask. And like we said, this is just an opportunity for us to gauge and engage you here live in the auditorium, but also for you online, joining us via Zoom and joining us, watching us on YouTube. You are absolutely welcome to join this. Can we now start the live poll? Let's move to our first question. Our first question is, how relevant was the content of this session to your work? Fully relevant, mostly relevant, somewhat relevant, or not so much. Okay, we are winning with fully relevant. I'll take that. I'm glad we have nothing for not relevant. That means we are doing the right thing. Mostly relevant. Okay, so between fully and mostly, we've got your attention here. The next question, please. In which area could AI best support climate change adaptation in your local context? Disaster risk reduction, early warning systems, water resources, flood management, agriculture and food security, or public health, or infrastructure and urban resilience. Which one would it be? I find that there's a nice tug of war between agriculture and food security and disaster risk reduction. Okay, I see that is where we are the heaviest between the two, disaster risk and agriculture. All right, next question, please. What is most needed for bringing AI-powered adaptation solutions to deployment at scale? Would it be digital infrastructure and data? I see financial support is jumping up. We also have enhancing institutional and individual capacities and enabling policies and regulations. It looks like majority of you do believe that AI-powered adaptation solutions are best needed for digital infrastructure and data. Let me see, what is financial support saying? All right, so I believe that we go with 42% at digital infrastructure and data. Next question. Okay, that brings us to the end of the live poll. So all yours, Cassandra. The information sits right there in your on your lap, so to speak. Please proceed. Now we have the Q&A, and I'm more than happy to support you with a microphone here from the floor.
Thank you very much, Anita. Splendid to have a lot of responses in the room. Do we also have questions for our esteemed panelists? Thank you very much. A gentleman at the back over there.
All right, I will swing right next to him. You may please kindly tell us your name, your organization when I get to you, and to whom the question is being asked. If I may also ask that our questions are short, succinct, straight to the point, to allow for more questions in this very short time. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for an amazing presentation. My name is Faraj Hassan Emily, and I'm from the Climate Action Cycle. So one of the things that we face currently in our communities is the access to data, as well as the infrastructure when it comes to internet. And I know the artificial intelligence works perfectly with internet. I really want to learn from your perspective, even though I know we have our colleague from Tanzania. I want to learn from your perspective, how can we ensure that we accommodate those areas where there's no access to internet? What kind of methods can we use so that we can be able to adapt from what you're having currently and be more relevant to the areas where we don't have internet generally? Thank you very much.
Was that question particularly to Latifa, please?
Okay, I want you to look about the output. What do you want the community to receive? And from that perspective, you can deliver the output in a simple way that they can access. Example, through SMS. For example, for us, we wanted them to be familiar with the figures of the temperature. What do they indicate? So instead of them to get the access to, a must for them to get the access, the web access to see the figures and all. So we communicate what the figures tells direct to them. So that has helped us so far to use the infrastructure which are not necessarily internet supported.
Please put your hand up for the next question, kindly. Over on the other side. I will cross. I'll start from the back and I'll finish at the front, if you don't mind. Yes, sir. Please go right ahead. Name and to whom the question is being asked.
Thank you for the presentations. My name is Abraham. I'm from Nutrify Climate Solutions, and my question is directed to Shah. Now, you mentioned in your presentations that your solution hasn't yet been implemented in Africa. I just want to know whether there are any specific regulatory, logistic, or probably market entry considerations that you are trying to navigate.
Actually, that Tanzania project is not a real project. It's just a tiny, testing project. Yeah, about it by neutralizing the student. Because I mentioned that we supply the scholarships to 3 students, and they use our systems for the leak detection in their hometown, something like that. Yeah. Actually, there was no any problems about the regulation or other things because it is quite simple. But when it comes to developing some kind of a whole smart systems in the water treatment, water supply system, some things maybe there might be some issues about the data, and also some customers that wanna develop their systems in their own countries. And now we are using the Microsoft cloud service or AWS cloud service something, but sometimes some countries there can be issues because there are some kind of data security issues deploying the systems. So maybe, but technically speaking, it's not a big issue because the reason we use the cloud service is to reduce the cost, something like this. So if we wanna use your own the cloud systems or own servers in your countries, it's not a big issue because it will increase some of the cost for.
Another question here, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, for your presentation. It was really very interesting. I am Elas Diop, the ND from Senegal. And I had a question for WePlate about the social aspect of the introduction of AI. Because still now we only heard about just transition when talking about energy. But here, in your presentation, I understood that you have to remove about 200 operators. And that's the reason why I want to know how you solve this problem, because it is very interesting for us. Of course, we want to adopt AI, but we don't want to lose our jobs what we have here on the field. Thank you very much.
I don't think no options. Maybe near future is we will lose all the job, but we will create a new job. This is the things the AI will do. Maybe near in the future. So, but it is quite good. But in South Korea, we already have the operators. So it is quite difficult to remove the operators because there is a very strong conflict to remove that job from the operator But in many developing countries, now you are developing the new water supply system and you need the new operators. In that case, you don't have to hire the operators. You can use AI. So I think in developing countries that has the better conditions for adapting the AI solutions compared with other developed countries, because it is quite difficult to in developed countries to remove the people from the job, because there is a kind of a union issue, something like that. So do not apply too much of the AI. AI can give you a better solution in developing countries, not about the developed countries. So you can have a much more, the power with the AI.
Wonderful. That's a very optimistic point, especially from a developing country perspective. I think we will end our session here. Thank you very much, panelists, and also Gabriel connecting online, and I will hand it over to Anita. Thank you very much.
Cassandra, thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to move to lunch. We also encourage you to network over lunch. You would have received the lunch coupons. Kindly, these are your tickets to lunch and to your meals, and of course to tonight's gala. When you get to the door, you can just show it, but kindly don't lose them. Keep them with you. They shall not be replaced. I'll make sure of that. That's just a joke. I'll replace it if I have to. So ladies and gentlemen, please keep this with you. Please know that lunch is on the first floor at the All Day Restaurant, and we'll be back here at 5 minutes to, at 1:45, 15 minutes to 2 for a 1:50 start for session 2. But until then, please enjoy your lunch, enjoy your networking. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, here in person in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and those of you who are joining us live on Zoom and watching us on YouTube, you're very welcome to Session 2. And now Session 2 will focus on local AI solutions for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Together we will explore how AI innovations from the public and private sectors are driving low carbon transformation through local and scalable solutions. Ahead of the panel, as we did before in our first session, we will set the scene. Allow me to bring to the stage, to sit right here, our esteemed presenters, and of course we also are joined by one of our colleagues who will be logging on online. Please join me to welcome our first Thomas Basikolo, a program coordinator in the Study Groups and Policy Department of the ITU Telecommunications Standardization Bureau, TSB. He coordinates and manages the AI for Goods machine learning activities, and of course is ITU lead of the Green Computing pillar of the Green Digital Action. He's also an advisor to the ITU T-Focus Group on AI native networks. Please welcome him. Our next presenter is Gabriel Fonladosa, or maybe Gabrielle Fonladosa, a program manager at Data 354, an Ivorian consultancy specializing in AI and geospatial solutions. Now, Gabrielle leads the Carbon Lens initiative supported by GIZ, which uses AI and satellite data to monitor forest and mangrove biomass in Senegal. Please welcome him. We will be joined online by our third presenter, but I will still do well to introduce him. Dr. David Rolnick is an assistant professor at McGill University and Canada CIFAR AI Chair, whose research applies machine learning to climate challenges from biodiversity monitoring to climate modeling. Please give him a round of applause. He'll join us shortly. And of course, before I introduce our moderator, who is the wonderful Junga Kim, I would like to say to our presenters that we are ready for your scene setting. Kindly ensure that your clickers are pointing to the right where the receptor is. But until then, I think I can yield the stage to you, Dr. Thomas Basikolo. Please do us the honors.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the introduction. Good afternoon to everyone, and I hope good morning or evening to those listening to us online. I'll be presenting an overview presentation. Not sure if it's already loaded. Not yet. Please help us to load the slides. Okay, yeah, so I'll be presenting on AI for climate change mitigation and greening the use of AI. And I'm Thomas Basikolo. I work at AI for Good in the ITU. And this will be an overview presentation. We don't go deep down into the details. My colleagues are going to dive into the details. So here we are giving a big overview of what green AI is and what's the difference between green by AI and green in AI. And then we go into some few details on the different aspects of work that we are doing in ITU. So I come from the International Telecommunications Union, ITU, and I don't know, like, if we can just raise hands, who knows about ITU? Okay, maybe 10% knows about ITU, but everyone uses technology by ITU. It's quite interesting. So, we are one of the UN organization, UN specialized agency on ICTs. So our mandate is on ICT or digital at the moment. And our membership spans from the member states, the countries, but also organizations and companies. So we are kind of special in that aspect because we have companies as members of ITU. And what we are doing, we have work in 3 sectors. We have development, where we help countries in setting up ICT infrastructure, but also project and capacity development. We have radio communication, which is spectrum, but also space. So not everyone can just send a satellite. They need to have an orbit, kind of a highway where their satellite should move So that's the mandate of ITU. But also we develop international standards. So that's where I'm based at. We develop international ICT standards. So for example, if you are from Brazil, like Pedro, probably you have a Brazilian phone number, but you're using it here in Dar es Salaam. You are doing roaming. So how does Tanzania charge Brazil on the calls you make? That's ITU standard. If you have a phone number, that's a numbering from ITU. Fiber. So if you are using internet, you are using ITU standards. So there is a lot that goes on. If you are watching a video, MPEG, JPEG, H.264, we have ITU, ISO, IEC standards. So there is a lot of work that we do. But also we are of the AI for Good. So the AI for Good is a multi-stakeholder platform on AI where we convene governments, private sector, civil society, academia into one place and discuss about the advancements in AI, governance, regulations, and different areas that we want to tackle, that we want AI to help us. So I'll go quickly into the different works that we are doing at AI for Good. You can see different work streams. Sorry, the slides are quite small. I thought the screen would be big, but yeah, but we have work on AI and environment taking place in ITU. I just wanted to highlight that aspect. And we also have what we call the Green Digital Action. So this is a call to action for ICT companies, where we want ICT companies to be leaders in their commitments to achieve net zero. So we call for ICT companies to make to submit their progress, but also to track their projects towards achieving net zero. And we have different pillars in the Green Digital Action. We have green gas house emissions. We track those and the accountability. But I wanted to highlight one work that I'm leading, which is the green computing, where we want to leverage the power of ICT to reduce or to make it green, to make it sustainable. So where there's computing, but also AI is part of that. So we have a sustainable AI working group, which I'm spearheading. And just a quick overview on AI. I think most of the times when people are talking about AI, what comes to mind is ChatGPT. But really, ChatGPT is not only AI. There is a lot that goes into it. So on the bigger picture, we have the machine learning. These are the classical algorithms that people have been using over decades. And since 2008, that's when we had deep learning. Because of the advancement in computing, we have GPUs. We had also access to more data. And then researchers realized that if you feed more information to the machine learning algorithms, then you can have better performance. That's where we had deep learning. But since 2007, we had the GPTs, which are generative AI. And if you see from machine learning, going to deep learning, going to generative AI, the amount of data that you are using increases. So it means that when you go down into deep learning, into generative AI, you use a lot of data to train the models. But as you are training the models, it means that since you require a lot of data, you require also a lot of compute, which brings into the discussion of today on emissions. You have carbon emissions, high energy consumption, but also water consumption of AI. So when people are talking about AI is consuming a lot of water, AI is having a negative impact on the environment, most of the times people are talking about generative AI, because these are the foundation models that requires a lot of compute, but also to use them, you need so much power. So that's the problem. So I believe now we are in sync on, if we are talking about AI is consuming lots of energy, what AI we are talking about. Because the classical machine learning models, most of them use same energy as a normal computer application. So there's not so much difference. So you can use some AI system which doesn't consume a lot of energy. But if you are using generative AI to create text, to create maybe image, to create videos, then you're consuming a lot. So, coming from that background, I also wanted to highlight the life cycle of AI, because you cannot have AI without data. So first you formulate the problem, gather your data, and then you pre-process the data so that it is in a format that can be used to train the model. After that, you train your model. And that's where you can see that in this graph, you have the red, training the model. That's where the energy, a lot of energy is consumed. And that's where the emissions are. And then you deploy your model, you have inference. That's where another point where when you are like communicating with your model, that's where also you have lots of energy use, emissions, where you have problems. So I think in this context, when you are talking about AI and emissions and problems that AI has, we are talking in these two parts of the life cycle, most of the times. The other parts, they have issues, but the issues are not as significant as these two parts. So training the model and inference of the model, or usage of the model by everyone. Now, my presentation, I would like to highlight a little bit on this left part, green AI, where we want to reduce these these negative impacts of AI. So the energy cost when training the models, the water consumption, the e-waste, as well as the extractive supply chain. Of course, there is also parts that I think the colleagues in the morning mentioned, green by AI, where there's a lot of applications that you can use AI to reduce, to reduce the environmental impact. So in our case, we have produced a report. The title is Measuring What Matters. So this is an overview presentation, like overview report on what kind of approaches are being done across the sectors to measure and report the emissions of these models, so generative AI models specifically. And it has identified a lot of limitations and also made some recommendations. So I will highlight these. And one of the problems is that at the moment, everyone is reporting whatever they want to report. There is no standardized way of reporting. So if you have a model from OpenAI, another model from Mistral, another open from DeepSeek, they can have same parameters, but the consumption will be different, and they are going to report totally different metrics. So we need to have real measurements, and we need to have standardized metrics on how to report these, I would say, water consumption, energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, and what have you. And also, there's a lot of discussion about water. How is water being used and how is water being reported is opaque. And you can see that most of the generative AI used in data centers, they are consuming a lot of water. And in some cities, now there is a discussion on how do we rationalize water to give to people, potable water, but also to give to the companies. So there's this discussion that is going on, and we need to factor into the how we are reporting this. Okay, so one of the solutions that we are doing, we have a hackathon that we have launched, and we have just received solutions. We hope to announce the winners in COP30 in Belém, so be on the lookout for that. We also have an innovation factory that we are working on, and the winner will be announced as well in COP30 in Belém in different aspects that I've mentioned. So we also have standards that we are building in ITU. We have published over 400 AI standards, but I think most of the interesting standards are in study group 5 on environment impact, data centers, energy efficiency, greenhouse gas emissions, and sustainable AI, as well as sustainable computing. So we have a lot of standards, and these standards are divided into different areas. These areas, we have the product level. At the product itself, what are the emissions, what are the energy consumption, what are the metrics, and at the site level. So the product level could be a computer itself, could be a data center itself, and the network, and then we have the whole system. So I think I would like to stop somewhere around there to set the scene, and maybe just a call to action. If you are interested in the standards work in ITU, you can join the ITU Standard Group 5, that is advancing work on climate change, including AI and environmental impact. So thank you so much, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Thomas Basikolo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, another scene setter from Program Manager Data 354 in the person of Gabrielle Fonla Dosa. Gabrielle, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, thanks for being here today. I'm very pleased today to talk about you about Carbon Lens, which is a project I'm working on, which is basically a locally driven AI solution that is built for forest monitoring in Senegal. And we have one clear goal with this tool, is to strengthen climate action through better carbon stock data. So first, I would like to introduce, Data 354. We are a Ivorian-based, Abidjan-based consultancy. We are geospatial and data science consultancy. We are a team of data scientists, data engineers, data analysts, developers that works hand in hand with governments and public institutions to develop digital solutions for climate action. And here is a team who, unfortunately could not be with me today, but who's working on the project. So we're working with data scientists, UX designer, developers, and project manager to develop this tool. But first, I would like also to maybe give you an overview of what we've done, because the work we're actually doing today in Senegal has been built on previous work in Côte d'Ivoire. So what we're doing basically in Côte d'Ivoire, we've worked in Côte d'Ivoire to develop this AI model that can estimate above ground biomass in forest. And we use satellite data from the European Space Agency, so Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, LIDAR data. We combine this data with field inventory data to develop a fit-for-purpose, locally built model. And the idea is to provide a biomass map, so it helps to support forest restoration policies in Côte d'Ivoire. This work is being done with the GIZ, it's Fair Forward initiative, it's a data economy team, and it's also supported by the Lacuna Fund. And here is an example of the output we've produced in Côte d'Ivoire. So as you can see, it's complete biomass map of Côte d'Ivoire, and it's pretty easy to understand. Like, the greener the map is, the higher the carbon stock is, and this tool is used to empower the direction of water and forest in Côte d'Ivoire to optimize their public policies in forest conservation. And now we are replicating this approach in Senegal. So you might wonder why we... Oh, wait, I just wanted to share this picture. It's because the model we're building, we're also building in this model with local data, and that's also part of our job, is to conduct, a field inventory, to go in the mangrove, to go in the forest, to collect the data, because the local model starts with local data. But maybe now I want to emphasize more on the project. We're replicating the same approach, and you might wonder why we're doing this. Because Senegal's tropical forests are a key climate ally for Senegal, and it's also a key climate ally for carbon sequestration and biodiversity. But today, accessing reliable data is extremely scarce and expensive in Senegal, and it limits the the monitoring action, and it's hard to really understand, if Senegal really followed its, committed to its NDC, and so that's why now we are doing this map. And so what we're doing is, we are creating this map because also traditional field inventory are extremely resource intensive. It's really hard to collect this data, to monitor the biomass, the carbon stock of a forest. It's expensive, it's slow, it's also very geographically limited, and so that's why we developed this model. So Senegal will have like an entire biomass map that can monitor year after year its greenhouse gas sequestration. And so it's important to mention that we're using a methodology. We have not, invented this methodology. We use what is called the high carbon stock approach. So the high carbon stock approach is a methodology that has been developed by the Polytechnic University of Zurich. It's a proven methodology that can be used in India and Indonesia, and then now is being implemented in West Africa. And it's basically simple. It's a methodology that classifies forests based on carbon density. So, and it helps to identify, the high priority conservation areas within the country. And it's pretty simple, it's like forests that are storing the most carbon must be protected versus some other forests, which we would call degraded lands, might be developed or restored. And so how does it work in practice? So the model we're building help to identify high carbon stock areas within Senegal. Then we'll produce a national biomass map that can be used by the Direction of Water and Forestry of Senegal to monitor the biomass and the carbon stock. And it will also help Senegal to report and to show that to share the data about its NDC, and it also strengthens the RMRB system of Senegal. And what is really important to mention is that the model we are building is really locally driven. We're working hand in hand with the Direction of Water and Forest in Senegal, in partnership with GIZ. It's built by our data science team based in Abidjan, and also very important, it's really calibrated and fine-tuned with local field data. So we've already completed the first data collection mission within the Casamance region in Senegal. Next week we'll go back to the field to collect more data, and we're building this tool hand in hand with the local authority, with their Ministry of Environment, so they will have access to this map. So here is also a picture of us in the field in the last July. So we went to the field with a team of the GIZ, with the Direction of Water and Forest together to conduct the first data collection. Then we've signed a partnership with the Water and Forest Direction in Senegal, a data sharing agreement, so they can share their field inventory. So we will use their data to build a fit-for-purpose map. And let me show you the preliminary result. Unfortunately, oh no, you can see it. So here is the first, map we've built. It's in the Sédhiou region in Casamance, so in the south of Senegal. And the idea is, when we were on the field in July, we've collected, some samples, on different plots in the region to build this map. And in this map, you can really see how it can help the Senegalese Direction of Water and Forest to optimize their restoration policies, because you can see where you have like the higher carbon stocks, the zones that should be protected, for example, that are in the south of the region, whereas in some other region you might have different policies to restore the land. And so, what are the next steps regarding this project? So, in October next week, we'll conduct a big field mission. We're going to collect data in more than 150 plots in Senegal to fine-tune the model. Then in December, we will deliver the product to the Ministry of Environment in Senegal. It will also integrate the data we will collect will be integrated also in the Climate Data Platform, which is another initiative led by Development Gateway, but I won't go into the details today. But if you're interested, feel free to talk to me. And then the idea the GIZ is considering, scaling and replicating this approach, this project. It's also important to mention that all the work we're doing is open source, so we will publish the data set, we will publish the model, and we'll plan on registering her model as a digital public goods. And this model will also integrate a replication toolkit for carbon registry, which is under preparation and which is built by the GIZ data economy team. And in 2026, we're also planning on, writing a scientific publication about our methodologies, the lessons we have learned on how we've built this model. And that's it. If you have any question, feel free to ask me. I'll be around today and tomorrow. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabrielle, for that presentation. And now, our last scene setter is joining us virtually, the Assistant Professor in Canada CIFAR AI Chair from McGill University and co-founder Climate Change AI. David Rolnick is joining us virtually, I'm guessing from North America, from Canada. David, are you live and with us? David, I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. You're missing out big time. The weather is beautiful here, but we're here for your presentation. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry not to be able to be there in person. I hope to see some of you in Belém at the COP. I'm going to be talking about the risks of AI increasing greenhouse gas emissions, and I couldn't wish for a better set of talks starting off this session. I'm really going to be saying yes and to a lot of the things that were said. I want to tackle this objection that is often brought up to AI for fighting climate change and talk about why I think this is the wrong framing. People often say AI can help solve climate change, but it uses a lot of energy. And I think that this is true, but in some sense the wrong framing. And I want to explain why that's the case here. So first of all, as previous speakers, including Dr. Basikolo most recently, have said, there is a lot of energy being used by AI, and it's expected to grow. We can see here various different estimates of the amount of energy required by AI systems over time. This growth is incredibly high, and even now the amount of energy is quite large. So there's definitely a problem here. And where is that energy coming from? Well, at some level it's coming from the different phases of the AI lifecycle. You can think of 3 phases of the AI lifecycle. Again, as Dr. Basikolo said, there's inference, training, and development. I'll go really quickly here. Development is happening when you're designing new AI algorithms. Training is when you're fitting those algorithms to data, and inference is when you're using them. Development happens rarely, so there's a lot of energy used by it, but it's very rare. Training happens more frequently because you need to adapt the algorithms to the data somewhat frequently, and inference is happening most frequently of all, like when people are using the algorithms. So in some sense, there's a trade-off between these, because like going one direction, it gets more energy intensive, but also more infrequent. There's also embodied emissions from the production of hardware to run the systems and end of life. I won't go into all of these details. We talk about it more in this Nature Climate Change paper. These are major costs, and they're getting very significant for global AI systems. So why isn't this the right framing? Why isn't it AI can help solve climate change? We've seen so many different examples of AI helping fight climate change, adaptation, mitigation, and why is that not why are these not opposing each other? And I want to frame this by saying, at Climate Change AI, we've done a lot of work framing the overall space of AI and climate change. This paper kicked off a lot of the original interest in AI and climate change, where we taxonomize the different ways that people are using AI across many different sectors, from climate science and modeling to agriculture, forestry, and other land use. And there are so many opportunities that we found where people are already making a really big difference. And this has just grown since the time we published the paper 6 years ago. However, why is that not counteracted by what we've just seen, energy usage of AI? Well, it's because AI is not one thing. And again, I'm harking back to previous talks, but I'm going to dive in a little bit more deeply here. So AI means many different things. Just like you can think about a menagerie of different animals, not all animals are the same. So you can think about a menagerie of AI algorithms, where not all AI algorithms are the same. And bear with me in my metaphor. Some algorithms are the equivalent of elephants. Some algorithms are the equivalent of bees. What do I mean by this? Well, just as there is a diversity of different animals, and different animals are fundamentally different, so different AI algorithms are fundamentally different. On the elephant side, we've got those generative AI algorithms that are in the news so much: ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Midjourney, etc. On the other side, the bees, algorithms you don't hear about as much. They're not named frequently. UNets, ResNets, LSTMs, physics-informed neural networks, interpretable machine learning, much else. And there are several aspects of dissimilarity between these two groups, which I want to highlight. First of all, sort of the most obvious one, these algorithms are big. Big models, big energy usage. And to be clear, I'm not talking the most about the data, though the amount of data required to train these models is bigger typically. But it's also just the size of the model itself, and we'll get to that later. But these are very large models to express. The computations are extremely complicated. These models, computations can also be complicated, but much smaller, much lower energy usage. But then I think the thing that is often missed here is not just elephants are larger than bees. Elephants are fundamentally different than bees. These algorithms are about generation. They're about generating text, images, and video. These algorithms are about other things: classification, optimization, prediction, etc. They're fundamentally trying to do different things. Just like an elephant is not a larger bee. These are often very broad. Also, they're trying to solve very, very large numbers of problems, and typically solving none of them especially well. But also, they're only about generation, and anything else is sort of not really the point, right? Like, you might ask ChatGPT to solve a problem for you, but fundamentally, it's not designed to solve problems. It's designed to create text. These algorithms are actually designed to solve problems. And here's the kicker. In climate action, as in many other areas actually, most of the things that people are using when they say they're using AI are these ones. The vast majority of the use cases, and again, we've taxonomized the whole space, the vast majority of the use cases, both now and what we expect in the future, are going to be these algorithms. Not because these algorithms are too big and use too much energy, but because they're just the wrong tool for the job. High computation AI is useful sometimes, but it's only useful sometimes. So this is the first takeaway I want to highlight. If you think about the overall set of use cases for AI across society, what we see is that the beneficial sort of ecosystem of algorithms, like an ecosystem of animals, would be a few elephants and lots of bees. Some big generative AI, but mostly you need small, smart AI, focused algorithms that are not generative, predictive, classification, etc. What I often see being pitched is the assumption that AI is large generative models. LLMs for everything, elephants for everything. And if you're a farmer, you can't fertilize, you can't pollinate your crops with elephants. You need bees. Just like that, most applications for AI do not benefit from large generative models. It's not that they're overkill, they aren't the right tool. Oftentimes people think, oh, well, because they use so much energy, we need smaller ones, but that's still missing the point. They're the wrong tool for many applications. Smaller elephants are not an answer. Nor is it an answer what I increasingly see, which is let's add things to the elephants. Let's make a ChatGPT for agriculture. Most agricultural problems need other kinds of AI. They don't need some weird fusion of elephants and bees. Doesn't really work. So this is These are different wrong approaches that I see too often. And when I see countries saying, oh, we need our own national version of ChatGPT, that's missing the point. Most of the applications that people care about in climate action and in various other areas are not ChatGPT. Sometimes it's useful. We need a few elephants, but lots and lots of bees. Here's an example. We, in my own lab, have designed various algorithms for remote sensing, including our algorithm Presto, which turns out to be useful across crop mapping, assessing fuel moisture for wildfires, tracking trees, measuring algal blooms, lots of other applications. Compare these different approaches. Big generative algorithms, vision transformers, which are a standard tool in computer vision, and our algorithm Presto, which was designed in partnership with NASA Harvest and the European Space Agency's World Serial Program. The size of these algorithms, trainable parameters, is a proxy for how much computation the algorithm is using. ChatGPT, etc., are using about 1 trillion trainable parameters. 1 trillion. Vision transformers are using about 100 million. Presto is using about 1,000. So it's 1 billion times smaller than ChatGPT. Now, here's the kicker. What is actually useful in solving these remote sensing tasks? Well, ChatGPT doesn't help at all. Vision transformers help somewhat, and if you modify them, they can help more. Presto is the best performing algorithm in these settings, despite being literally 1 billion times smaller than those big generative AI algorithms. And the reason why is because it's designed specifically for remote sensing. It's designed based upon the structure of the data. It's designed to fit that, the tool to fit that set of applications. In addition to higher accuracy, it also needs much less labeled data. So it hits all of the boxes because it was designed for this. It is open source and available online. So the takeaway here is thinking about real world tasks, what people actually need, designing for those, building in domain knowledge and building use inspired methods. And then one more thing that I want to bring up, like a reason why this is often the wrong framing. There are other reasons why AI is making climate change worse. It's not just about energy use. So not only do we not need the vast majority of the high computation AI approaches in order to fight climate change, much of the reason why AI is actually hurting climate change is not about energy usage either. AI is being used extensively to boost fossil fuel exploration and extraction. It's made an estimated $500 billion in additional profit for the fossil fuel industry. AI is driving online ads. All of online ads are driven by AI, which is including fast fashion, fashion being the 3rd biggest contributor to climate change after agriculture and construction. And all of the online advertising, the patterns, the changing consumption that is being driven by AI. And then there are ways that AI is sort of subtly affecting people's behavior, like self-driving cars are expected to make climate change worse by leading people to drive more. However, the same technology could make climate change better by enabling self-driving buses and other similar forms of public transportation. It's worth thinking about technology as something that we can shape. So just as we can choose which kinds of AI we're using and pick the right tools for the right jobs, so we can think about steering applications of AI with climate change in mind. AI for good, which you often hear talked about, doesn't just mean adding new good applications of AI. It also means shaping the ways in which we use technology with climate change in mind, picking self-driving buses and pushing for those above self-driving cars, thinking about the ways in which technology is enabling our society. So takeaways, high computation AI is only useful sometimes. AI can be designed for problem-specific goals, and all applications of AI can be shaped with climate change in mind. If you're interested in finding out more, Climate Change AI has a number of resources for everybody from researchers to policymakers and practitioners. We have an event series upcoming at NeurIPS, which is the biggest machine learning conference. We have a summer school with materials openly available online, which is aimed at everybody from students to policymakers, and we have a newsletter to stay informed. I particularly want to highlight our report for the Global Partnership on AI, which provides recommendations for policymakers on how to better align AI with climate action. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, David. And now this brings us to the panel discussion. And it's now time for me to bring onto the stage our moderator, Kyung-Ah Kim, who is a climate change manager at KOICA with over 15 years of experience leading innovation-driven climate and development programs. Kyung-Ah currently shapes KOICA's global partnerships, including, of course, the UNFCCC AI for Climate Action Initiative, and, of course, advancing sustainable solutions through international cooperation. Kyung-Ah, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As kindly introduced by Anita, I'm Kyung-Ah from KOICA. And just for those who don't know about KOICA, KOICA is an ODA agency under the government of Korea. So it's my honor to moderate this session on local AI-powered solutions for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from development to deployment at scale. Today, our distinguished panelists bring perspectives from an international institution, ITU, an innovation firm, and academia. Together, we'll explore how AI can move from global promise to locally driven, low-carbon climate solutions that truly matter on the ground. So we'll start with 3 guiding questions. Each panelist will have about 1 or 2 minutes to respond, and you are encouraged to reflect on or react to each other's insights. So let's begin with our first question. What are the biggest challenges you face or observe regarding the development of AI-powered climate change mitigation solutions, and how can we address them? So Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thanks. I think, in my perspective, I'm going to take this question in 3 parts, because from an organization perspective, ITU is a global organization. So we go from helping out in big projects as well as going into country-specific projects which provide context for local solutions. So some of the aspects that we see being the challenges is in terms of technical challenges would be compute as well as capacity. Because when we are talking about technology, we see that most of the technology is advanced in developed countries, and there is a lot of work to be done in developing countries. Not only from the climate perspective, but from just the technical perspective. Because in our case, climate action, climate change is a domain, an application domain. So technical and capacity, and also another aspect is on the data. As we are developing these systems, especially AI systems, you need data. And in most cases for climate, one example, we had this work a few years back on weather stations. And if you compare the number of weather stations in Germany is almost the same as the number of weather stations on the African continent, which means that we have huge data gaps on the continent. So if you would like to do an AI system based on weather data, it means that you need to augment that data, or your local solution will not work accordingly. So I think these are some of the aspects that needs to be addressed. And of course, one thing that could be done is to empower the local communities. So by training engineers, providing compute resources, or just making sure that we have collaboration. And in our case, open source has proved to be one of the most important aspects, as well as citizen science, where local participants, local entrepreneurs, local companies, organizations are empowered to share data across by doing citizen science. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Gabriel, please.
Hello. Yeah. So yeah, I would say that one of the biggest challenge, regarding AI for climate solution, especially from our perspective, an innovation company, is limited access to ground truth data. For example, in our project where we're building this model to monitor, forest biomass in Côte d'Ivoire, in Senegal, West African forests are really underrepresented in a ground truth data set. You have a lot of data that comes from Brazil, or that would come from other countries in Africa, for example, from Congo, that has like very dense forest. But you don't have specific and tailored data set in Ivory Coast, in Senegal. And if you use data from Brazil, from Congo, to build a model that you will apply in Côte d'Ivoire, in Senegal, you won't have a good accuracy. The transfer, it does not transfer well to Ivory Coast and to West Africa. And so then what you can do is to conduct some field data collection. That's what we're doing, but it's also expensive, time consuming. It also requires a very specific expertise. For example, in Côte d'Ivoire, we've conducted one of the first major national field inventory within Ivorian mangroves, but it's different than from a traditional forest, and it has never been done at this scale in Ivory Coast, and we had to learn a lot. On the field it was very hard, and we did not necessarily have all the expertise, and I think we could have done a better job if you would have been trained, if there would be more capacity building workshop. So so how we can address these challenges? So as I mentioned, you can conduct this field with data collection, but it's expensive. But there are some initiatives, such as the Lacuna Fund, that I would like to thank as well, because Lacuna Fund is an initiative financed by the GIZ. It's a forward initiative that finances the creation of data sets in low and middle income countries. So we are lucky to be a Lacuna Fund grantee that finance our field inventory within the mangroves. You can also partner with a local institution that have the data, because sometimes it can also happen. For example, in Senegal, when we started the project, it turns out that the Direction of Water and Forest did conduct a national field inventory in 2023. But the data set is not accessible, it's not like an open data set, but we've talked with them and we convinced them to share data, so we've signed with them a data sharing agreement, so we can build the locally fit for purpose model. And what I would suggest as well is that if you ever conduct field inventory, make sure you publish the data so everyone can also build on it.
Thank you, Gabriel. So everyone is emphasizing the data. David, did you hear my question?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
please take the microphone.
Great. So I can say yes, and I agree very much with what the previous speakers said. I would highlight a couple of additional points. I think that definitely a major bottleneck is capacity, but I think that it's capacity at every level. And in some sense, I think that often we think in terms of capacity as being just about the people to develop and deploy AI systems, and certainly engineering capacity is really important. And it's important not just from a technical standpoint, but from the standpoint of avoiding system capture and over-reliance upon actors from outside a certain geography, over-reliance upon actors that are not necessarily very sensitive to particular challenges faced with a particular community or a particular use case. Do not go to a big tech company and expect them to have any knowledge of sector-specific challenges, right? You need local, sector-specific providers and capacity. The big tech companies are selling big, broad solutions that are mostly useless to particular applications, and are also vastly more resource hungry, money, compute, everything, than they need to be. But then I think that the really key part also is capacity and understanding what AI can do. And one of the key challenges here is, I wouldn't say over-optimism about AI, but not scoping what AI can do to what is actually needed. And so by way of an example here, I was having a conversation with the government of a major country in the global north that was suggesting a biodiversity GPT that would answer all of the questions about biodiversity, like how are species distributions changing as a result of climate change? And it fairly quickly became clear to me and to the ecology researchers who were also in the room that the questions that were being where this AI model was expected to answer them, these were questions that professional ecologists couldn't answer. No AI system could actually answer these questions. But if they had just given money to some tech company or paid a bunch of software developers, they would have gotten something. It would have been awful, it would have been nonsense, but they would have gotten something. And this is happening all over the place. Expecting AI to solve problems that humans can't solve. AI is useful for solving problems that humans can solve much more slowly. Sometimes it can go beyond human capabilities. Sometimes, relatively rarely. And certainly we should be spending money on the human professionals who are much better at their jobs than a generic AI system, or generally than a specialized AI system. And sometimes they can be accelerated through use of technology. But it's really about working with the people who are on the ground, trying to answer these questions, and seeing what bottlenecks they have, and answering those, rather than trying to have a quick fix, which is almost always going to be garbage. AI promises to solve all of your problems, and it will solve none of them unless you scope it correctly.
Thank you. I totally agree with your idea that we need to have the local and sector-specific knowledge in order to use the ability of AI. Okay, so let's move to our next question. How can we ensure that locally developed AI solutions themselves have a low carbon footprint? I think this is a critical point that we often focus on AI for climate action, but not on the climate impact of the AI itself. So, Thomas, please.
Yeah, so I would go back to my presentation and mention the report that we published in July, Measuring What Matters. And from this report, we don't know what is low carbon footprint in AI. Like, people can report either from a model perspective, but you should understand that the AI system is deployed in a data center. So, should we report the resource consumption of the data center itself? Should we report the energy consumption, the resource consumption of the model itself? Or on the system itself? So there are different levels that we need to understand, that we need to make sure that we agree on what we are measuring and what we are reporting. So at this point, I would say that having standards is an entry point to make sure that we agree, we have international framework which can become local regulations, local laws, on which companies or organizations who are deploying AI system can use to measure and report. And from these benchmarks, we can come back and say, okay, I have this AI system, this is the performance. Do we agree this is a bad system or it's a good system in terms of the resource consumption? Could be energy consumption, water, greenhouse gas emissions. So I think standards and regulation would be the best entry point to have the conversation. But of course, there are also other areas that we need to understand. The previous speaker mentioned about the capacity itself, because people, once we have these standards, we need to make sure that the engineers have the knowledge on what it means to have a green AI solution. We may need to have maybe renewable energy to power our data centers. So there are other, I would say, aspects that we can think about, but I think having these frameworks, these benchmarks, would be the first entry point to make sure that we have solutions that can be deployed and we trust these systems.
Yeah, well, actually, I loved the phrase that you have mentioned in your presentation, you know, the distinguishment between green in AI and green by AI. Okay, thank you. And Gabriel, please.
Yes, no, I can only support, what Thomas just mentioned, because, I would say that one of the, key solution is to use these kind of standards, and that's actually what we're doing with our Carbon Net project. We're working hand in hand with the GIZ, the ITU, to assess the carbon impact of building this model. And not only, we're not only talking about, CPU consumption, like computing, energy consumption. We're also talking about the cost of going to the field, the cost in terms of the fuel that you will use on the field to collect the data, and we're really assessing all of this. We've also integrated some tool inside our model to assess its energy consumption called Code Carbon. So I would say that one solution is to really use this kind of standards. It's very important. The other one is to really try to build your model on what already exists. For example, if it exists like open data set and accessible, other like satellite data, you can just use this data. And that's what we're doing in Senegal. Yes, we will conduct a field inventory, but not such a important one, because we signed this data sharing agreement with the government, so they can share their data, and we can also use some open database, such as, for example, the GEDI is a LiDAR data set. We don't have to use a plane, for example, to conduct Ariane or LiDAR campaign. And another solution is really to make sure you optimize your machine learning model, the model you're building, and you optimize the model, for efficiency and not just accuracy. I mean, both is great, but for efficiency it's good. And for example, if you find the good and the really relevant data set for your model, it will be efficient, it will work, and that's what we're doing, for example, in Senegal, in Côte d'Ivoire. We don't have to use any GPU or any energy intensive, computing infrastructure. We can just go low-key, I would say, and it works, and we have some good results in terms of accuracy assessments. And the good thing is we can also deploy our solution, for example, on local servers. In Senegal, we won't have to deploy it on a crazy infrastructure. We can deploy it on, for example, the government local servers. So it's also good for the sovereignty of the country.
Thank you, Gabriel. And David, can you go straight to your answer?
Well, this was basically my entire talk, but to restate some points from that and build off of it, I think that fundamentally the way in which we end up with lower energy consumption from AI is maybe it's more than by making more efficient algorithms for the sake of more efficient algorithms. It's by picking the right tool for the job. Most of the damage comes from picking algorithms that are the wrong tool for the job. We don't need massive scale generative AI algorithms, not just because they're massive scale, but because they aren't the right algorithms for most people's applications. And that, not jumping to generative AI because that's where all the hype is going to have, in my view, the lion's share of savings across the AI ecosystem overall. We need all of the above. We need greener data centers. We need more efficient algorithms. In the cases where we do need generative AI, which there are many cases where we do need generative AI, but really I think the bulk of the savings can come from picking the right tool for the job, and remembering that the amounts of energy needed by algorithms, AI algorithms, differs by literally billions of times. With respect to data centers, also, I think it's worth remembering there are countries that are in a race to the bottom right now, spending billions, even trillions of taxpayer dollars on building hardware without a clear upside. I don't think that we as a society should get into this race. Yes, compute is necessary, and more equitable compute is necessary. And more equitable compute is necessary in the global north as well as in the global south. The agencies that we work with in Canada don't have access to massive amounts of compute for AI. The tech companies do, but the governmental agencies across countries do not. We need to remember that A, everyone needs access to system compute, but they don't need access to vast amounts of compute, right? So thinking in terms of democratizing access to AI means building more infrastructure, but building it smarter, not at the scale that you could be running the largest AI algorithms for everything, because we actually don't need that anywhere.
Thank you, David. I personally loved your metaphor in your presentation about the elephants and the bees. All right, well, we're running out of time, so I will go straight to our last question. What do you see as the most promising opportunities for AI to support locally driven climate mitigation in the near future? And please take my apologies that I can only give you 1 minute for each answer. Thomas, please.
Okay, I'll be short. I think the short answer is using the bees, as David said. So the bees provides us with a lot of opportunities, and you can see that there's lots of use cases that people are deploying, and you have really climate cautious models. And I think that's the easiest and the best solution, using the bees, not the elephants. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriel?
Yeah, I would say the same. Hopefully there will be more bees in West Africa, because we're doing this project in Côte d'Ivoire, we're also doing it in Senegal, but hopefully we'll be able to replicate it in Benin, in Ghana. I know that in Benin, for example, we're also going to work hand in hand with a team there to write an article and publish a joint data set about biomass in countries. So maybe we could also use that data to develop a fit-for-purpose model. And and I also want to mention, I think it would be a real game changer in terms of biomass monitoring. There will be this new satellite has been launched 6 months ago. It's by the European Space Agency, and it will bring a new type of data, a much more efficient radar, and I think it will really improve the accuracy of this locally made model.
Thank you. And Gabriel, I really loved your emphasis in your presentation about, the data sovereignty you have mentioned. And David, can you make it within a minute, please?
Yeah, so I think that the opportunities consist of focusing what people on the ground need and thinking in terms of what are their priorities for the stakeholders who are making a difference right now in climate action, and building the tools that can accelerate their work. Really going backwards from the kind of impact that one wants to have, seeing where AI can be relevant, and fitting it there. Not trying to have something that solves all of our problems. There aren't silver bullets here. There aren't solutions that will tackle everything. There are a lot of medium-scale impacts. There are a lot of ways to accelerate and empower people who are making a difference, and technology can be one of the ways to do that.
Thank you, David. So I'd like to hand over to Anita for the live poll. Right?
Absolutely, Ganga. I'm here, and I just want to ask my colleagues to put the QR code on the screen. Once again, we use these live polls to gauge where we are, and gauge perhaps in some instances where you want us to go from here, a way to also make sure that we're hearing your voices loud and clear. And if you're joining us on Zoom or watching us on YouTube, please also do participate. It's a collective and inclusive effort. Let's go to our first question here at the end of session 2. The question is, how relevant was the content of this session for your work? Fully relevant, somewhat relevant, mostly relevant, or not relevant? Thankfully, never not relevant, but we are tackling quite a big number with fully relevant, and that makes us happy. And we're bouncing back between mostly relevant and somewhat relevant. But as long as we know that majority of you feel that yes, indeed, the content of the session is relevant, we are genuinely happy. Let's go to question number 2. In which area could AI best support climate change mitigation in your local context? Is it energy, agriculture, transportation, buildings, or manufacturing? All right. Looks to me like a lot of you are gunning for agriculture at almost 47%. Energy is next with an average of about 22%. That's quite impressive. Transportation is the lowest, but the third is buildings. The fourth is manufacturing. All right, now we go into our third question. What is most needed for bringing AI mitigation solutions to deployment at scale? Is it digital infrastructure and data, enhancing institutional and individual capacities, enabling policies and regulations, or financial support? Wow. Almost immediately we had digital infrastructure and data and financial support battling for the ground, but it looks like all or most of you are going for digital infrastructure and data. Next question, please. That is it. Well, session 3 will come up shortly, but we want to say a special thank you to our panelists. But before then, we have time for maybe about 3 questions. Genga, we have about time for 3 sessions. We have just about 6 to 10 minutes left for this session, and I'm going to support Genga here with your questions. Anybody have a question, please put your hand up. I'll come to you. Full name, your organization, to whom the question is being asked, and clear and short and succinct as possible. Do we have any takers? Any questions at all? It must mean that your speakers are purely, clearly, straightforward, and have been completely understood. Anybody at all? Questions, comments, disagreements? Okay, no, I don't mean the disagreements, sir. But questions, please, your name. I know you already mentioned it, but once again for our cameras. Thank you.
Okay, good. Elas Diop from Senegal. I am the NDE from Senegal. Of course, I am a little bit disappointed from the presentation coming from the ITU, because we heard here, we wanted to hear from you how to green AI. But what we heard was only standards. And I think beyond the standards, do you have any solution to propose us? Because I mean, standards, you know, you can use it only voluntary. It is not mandatory, and it cannot be a way to reduce the use of energy. And the problem what we have with AI is the data center. It is maybe better here to tell us what is the solution you can propose us instead of staying always standard. We adopt in all African countries, we have already enough standards, but no one is obliged to use all these standards. Thank you.
Thomas, the floor is yours.
Yes. I just wanted to clarify that most of the work depends on the mandate, and our mandate is to develop standards and not develop solutions. So we cannot go beyond. Okay. So we cannot go beyond our mandate by the member states. That's the difficult part of the of the presentation. That's it. So it is because the international standards are, I would say, they are not really laws. It depends on the country to adopt these standards to make their local laws. And once they make these standards as laws, is when they can take effect. So for example, I talked about the numbering, right? So each country has a So each country has a country code for the phone numbers. That is gazetted as a local law, and then it's up to the local regulator to enforce these laws. Same in the AI space. When these ITU standards are adopted locally and they are put into place to be implemented in the country, it will be up to each country to develop the solutions and to make sure that these local laws are enforced and are adhered to. because it goes into the issues of sovereignty. So if we develop a solution, it means that we are going beyond our mandate. That's the unfortunate part. I'm sorry, but I don't know if I answered your question.
Second question, we only have about 3 more minutes to go. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Sambu Kinde. I'm from the Gambia. And you did mention the various types of search engines, if I would like DeepSeek and a lot of other things that are used during maybe when you are searching for something using AI. And then you did mention that there are some that use more energy. We know that the essence of using AI is to make sure that we use it as a catalyst in achieving global ambition in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emission. So my question would be now, what are the potential solutions that could be used to reduce the significant contribution that AI is going to make in that regard in terms of increasing emission. So this is something that we also need to discuss because it's important. I know the purpose of using AI is not to make the solution, to make the problem worse, but rather to bring solution to the problem that we are having. So I don't know if you have any solution that we can suggest, as part of this program. Gabriel, I think Gabriel, or it could be any of them, yeah.
Any one of you can answer, please.
David, can you answer for that gentleman's question?
Sure. So in my talk, I was focusing on what I would consider to be the biggest way in which society and policy can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions associated with AI, which is not use AI algorithms that aren't the right tool for the job. So you brought up search. As an example of search, Google recently introduced AI that is run alongside its standard search algorithms. If you make a Google search, Google runs its AI algorithms, Gemini, automatically. You can't opt out. This is using orders of magnitude more energy than a standard Google search, and it's less effective at actual search because Gemini is not a search algorithm. It's generating something based upon your question. That is not guaranteed to actually deliver a good answer. Google's original search algorithms were about finding information. Now, generative AI is about generating content. It's not about finding true content that's already there. Now, there are ways in which generative AI can be paired with search algorithms, but fundamentally, this is an example, in my view, of using the wrong tool for the job. And in this case, Google, since it's being used billions of times every day, is using a massive amount of energy to solve a problem that didn't exist and making things worse without also making things better. This is an example where using the wrong kind of AI, using a generative AI approach, when we could be using a simple, lightweight, and more effective search algorithm, should be avoided. And more broadly, I think thinking carefully about when we want to use large-scale generative AI, which can be useful in certain cases, versus other kinds of AI algorithms. Yes, you can also make AI algorithms more efficient. You can also have standards for data centers. You can also have green energy powering your data centers. But fundamentally, the reason why AI is taking off in energy usage right now is because people are trying to use chatbots for everything.
Maybe I can also just highlight a little bit on that question, because I think one thing that we miss out most of the times is that people developing these systems are not necessarily in these rooms where we are having these discussions. So, for example, for AI, mostly you have engineers. And engineers, their metrics that they have to deliver would be on the accuracy, performance. They are not going to report on energy consumption of their models. It's not part of their KPIs. So most of the times people developing these systems have no idea of the impact of their systems. So in terms of climate or resource consumption, they are only concentrating on the performance of the models. Now, how do we bring them to the table to make sure that they understand that there are implications? Then that's where the regulation comes into play. I just wanted to add on that. Thank you.
Gabriel, do you have any comments?
No, I would say that, Thomas and David says it all, but it's always good to, say it again, that, I think what is very important is to really focus on the efficiency of the model and really build a fit for purpose, locally owned model. And this will really help to have like a AI model that is relevant for climate action. Yeah.
Thank you, all the panelists and the audience for the participation. And I'd like to call this an end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gunga, for making sure that that conversation ran very smoothly. A special thank you to our speakers as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you came in straight from lunch. We gave you no break time, so we want you to step outside for a quick cup of tea or coffee, but it's only going to be a strict 8 minutes. And the last person to come in here is going to pay for our dinner tonight. So you don't want to be the last person to walk back in here. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a 10-minute coffee break, after which Ariesta Ingram and, of course, her wonderful speakers will take over for session 3. Please go out, grab a coffee, grab a tea. Please do network for 10 minutes, and then we will call you back to order when we are ready for the next session at 3:30 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Can I have my team to kindly help to migrate our esteemed delegates back into the room? Thank you. Esteemed delegates, if you could kindly take your seats. Thank you. So we start on with session 3, creating enabling environments for AI in climate action. All right, I think we will proceed with our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome back. And session 3 focuses on exploring the policies, regulations, and partnerships that collectively we need to unlock the full potential of AI-driven climate solutions and ensure their safe, inclusive, and sustainable deployment. The session is aptly labeled Creating Enabling Environments for AI in Climate Action. Our moderator for the session is Ms. Ariesta Ningram, who has over 20 years of professional experience in the fields of climate change, environment, and energy, of which the last 15 years with the UNFCCC Climate Change Secretariat in Bonn, Germany. Most recently, Ariesta worked as the manager of technology subvision at UNFCCC, leading the Technology Executive Committee team to support intergovernmental processes on climate technology and development. Please, a round of applause for our moderator, Ariesta Ningram. Ms. Ningram will be joined by Pedro Ivo Ferraz da Silva, a career diplomat and the coordinator for scientific and technological affairs at the Climate Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is also a member of the Technology Executive Committee of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and Brazil's focal point to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Please welcome Mr. da Silva. We're also joined by Ms. Mwansa Chilambwe Olga, Senior Science and Research Officer at the Ministry of Technology and Science in Zambia with a strong background in microbiology and chemistry. She plays a key role in advancing national research and innovation programs that bridge science, technology, and sustainable development. Please welcome her. Joining us virtually is Ambrosio Yobanolo del Real, Advisory Board Member of the Climate Technology Center and Network, former Technology Executive Committee Chair, and member involved in the launch and work of the AI for Climate Action Initiative, and Deputy Director of the Sustainability and Climate Change Agency of Chile, and he will be joining us virtually. Last, definitely not the least, also joining us virtually is Mr. Abdelaziz Arib, who is currently the Director of International Industrial Initiatives at the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology. In this role, he leads the development of programs that strengthen global industrial cooperation, promote strategic partnerships, and support sustainable cross-border industrial growth. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us virtually is Mr. Abdelaziz Arib. And now that you are set, Ariesta, the floor is all yours. Have fun. You're almost there.
Thank you very much. Yes. Good afternoon. Are you refreshed coming back from coffee? Or do we need a second round of coffee? Okay, so welcome to the session 3, focusing on enabling environment policies and regulations. You have been filling up the Mentimeter or responding to Mentimeter, and I've been paying attention. The regulations and policies, according to the audience, is never in the number 1 of things that's very important in addressing the AI applications in mitigation or adaptation. Data infrastructure proved to be the most important thing to be addressed, as well as funding. But today we would like actually to hear from government representatives across different countries on how actually government could help by enacting policies, regulations, standards, if need be, in helping the deployment of safe and sustainable AI for climate action. So I will start with Pedro. And this the questions that also will apply to all other participants, other panelists, is what policies and regulations has Brazil introduced to harness the power of AI for effective climate action? 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Ariesta. I'd like to thank the TEC and also COICA and the government of Tanzania for hosting us here. Yeah, 2 minutes, let's see. So maybe I can start by referring to what Brazil enacted about 10 years ago, which was our Internet Bill of Rights, which I would say has set the foundation for regulation of digital systems. It adopted principles such as data privacy, net neutrality, data protection, rights to privacy, so which I would say did the groundwork in setting up the, let's say, pillars of what we, let's say, AI algorithms are as of now subject to. So that was the foundation. In the past 2 years, we have been advancing quite significantly in advancing and trying to direct the development of AI towards, let's say, a goal of sustainability. And there I would highlight 2 initiatives. One is related to our Brazilian plan of AI, which has it's like a package of projects, total $4 billion that should be implemented from 2024, so from last year until 2028. And one of those pillars of this plan is sustainability. So there's lots of projects that are, let's say, are being already funded that should tackle the climate crisis and all various challenges related to climate change. And I may refer to some of these projects in the last, in the subsequent discussion. And then as recent as this month, we have adopted in our country a regime for sustainable data centers. So that's with the aim of attracting data centers investment, but at the same time ensuring that those data centers comply with very rigid sustainability environments. And the compliance would come from the fact that if investors comply with those, let's say, rigid standards, then they will get the benefits like tax waivers and various other benefits. And these indexes are related to power usage effectiveness, water usage effectiveness, and also mandatory let's say, mandatory recycling of e-waste. So there are, let's say, a total 5 let's say, indexes that are being put forward by this new legislation to make sure that new data centers investments in the country are abide by this sustainability targets. So this, in a nutshell, this is, let's say, what we have been working in Brazil.
Thank you very much. That's quite impressive. The same question to you. What's Zambia's experience, or what you did in terms of the enabling policies for the AI application?
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. For Zambia, I'll add on what the previous speaker spoke about. We also have what we call the Data Protection Act, which protects personal data at the moment, but it's being reviewed so that it can protect environmental data and non-personal data, because at the moment it's just to protect personal data. And then we have a broader policy, which is the National Science, Technology and Innovation Policy. This policy is, it establishes the foundational framework for leveraging AI for climate action and sustainable development. The STR policy was recently reviewed because the previous one, they did not include issues to do with emerging technologies. So for the government to provide an enabling environment for AI development and uptake, we had to review the old ACI policy so that in emerging technologies can be included. And one of the objective in the new STI policy is to enhance integration and implementation of AI for climate climate action and sustainable development. This objective is very important because, as we all know, AI uses AI and learning machine at the underlying technologies for climate action. And then the other document that was developed is the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy, which also provides enabling condition for AI development and uptake. And the other document is the National Green Growth Strategy, which is also promoting the use of smart technologies in agriculture and other sectors that support sustainable climate change issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. It's very, very encouraging that the government has actually enacting a lot of policies and enabling environment to also address some of the challenges that we heard in the last day, including the data security, including the energy and water consumptions in the case of Brazil, and you also mentioned data protections as well as the linking to the sustainable development in Zambia, for example. So we now go to online, and we would like to hear from Chile, Ambrosio, you have the floor on how Chile has introduced regulations or policy to harness the power of AI for effective climate actions.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for considering Chile for this very important event. I hope that you can hear me well. Please let me know if you can hear what I'm saying. Yes, thank you so much.
Yes.
Of course, thank you to the colleagues also joining. As many of the other colleagues said, Chile is also involved in developing regulations, plans, strategies that do not happen in a void. That's very important because this is where national circumstances play an important role. I'm going to start with the law. Right now, Chile is developing a law for AI. And of course, this law touches or focuses on the things that are not addressed somewhere else in other laws. For example, personal data protection of personal data has a specific existing law. A lot of the legislation related to projects, so environmental assessment of projects is also in a different law. So the focus of this one is on first focus on uses of AI, then on the risk associated to those uses in an ex post manner. So if you go through the development of the law that's still being discussed in the parliament at this moment, you can see that the member of Congress are trying to balance how address potential risk, how to foster, there are also some provisions to foster the development of AI in a manner that doesn't become a burden, that doesn't impede. So the approach they're using is we're going to focus on the uses, we're going to focus on this is ex post, so we don't put a burden and we can foster an industry around it at the national level. We're going to focus on transparency. So one of the provisions that it has right now, all generative AI need to have some sort of blueprint or footprint that allows you to know that this content was generated by AI. That is going to be, at this moment, part of the regulation. That might change later in the discussions. And the focus on the risk is you have risk from unacceptable, so that means those systems cannot be deployed, to the system that will be assessed that has no risk, and the focus of the risk is risk to fundamental rights. So this is very important. So the focus of the legislation is we want AI to be deployed, but we want AI that don't pose risk to fundamental rights, and depending to the level of threat, they're going to be treated a bit differently. So that is the key element of the legislation. So where the climate aspect of AI comes to play. The climate aspect of AI in the case of Chile goes more in the action plans related to AI, and also on the action plan related to data centers. So you can see there is a big focus on the AI action plan, on energy, on the uses, on the algorithms, on the local infrastructure to support. The plan states says that the government will try to find a place in Chile that has good renewable generation, so you can create a cluster, an infrastructure cluster for development AI. And the Development Corporation is actually launch a project that the private sector can bid in to get a grant for a couple $1 million to start developing these clusters. And also the Development Agency is financing projects for the different sectors. Recently, one of the projects that got financed, in a way, it's a very beautiful initiative, because also we're talking about a couple $1 million each initiative, is on the health sector. So what Chile is financing right now, we're very focused and interested in health. Health is a very important part of the Chilean economy, but for also the Chilean people. And one of the projects is, for example, precision detection for oncology uses. So we want to detect cancer, and we use these tools to detect cancer in a more effective manner. And this is a couple $1 million dedicated to that. So this is the type of things that are happening at the regulatory level, at the action plan level, that has, of course, the action plan on AI, but also the action plans on data center, and also the specific projects that the government is financing to deploy systems in a way that supports overall national objectives and different topics. Perhaps the thing that right now is missing in terms of climate, and this is the value of the work of the TEC and the CTCN, is on adaptation. There is at the policy level, we're planning to try to address this on our long-term strategy. To mention this, is we now know, thanks to the work of the TEC and the CTCN under the UNFCCC, that there are quite significant adaptation uses of AI, and we expect to include this on the update to our long-term strategy that should be delivered next year. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ambrosio. It is very, very impressive, and at the different level of the policies and regulations. We now moving to UAE. In 2024, the nationally determined contributions, or we know as NDC, of 169 countries, 57 reference to digitalization, and 5 explicitly mention artificial intelligence, and one of them is UAE. So we are so delighted to have Abdelaziz here that will actually update us on what policy and regulation has UAE introduced to harness the power of AI for effective climate action, and in particular perhaps to support UAE NDC. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all distinguished colleagues, panelists. It's a pleasure to join this important discussion on how we can ensure that AI serves as a catalyst for effective and equitable climate action. I speak today in my capacity as a lead negotiator for the UAE National Negotiation Team. I want to start by saying the UAE has taken a strategic governance-led approach to integrating AI into national policies. In 2017, the UAE became the first country in the world to appoint a Minister of State for AI, and has since developed the UAE National AI Strategy 2031, which embeds sustainability and climate resilience as a core priorities. Through the National Climate Change Plan 2050 and the UAE Net Zero by 2050 strategy, AI and digital technologies are identified as key enablers for emission reduction, resource optimization, and climate adaptation. Regulatory frameworks are being strengthened to ensure responsible AI deployment with a focus on transparency, data governance, and ethical use in environmental monitoring and energy management systems. The UAE also embedded AI in national clean energy planning and climate finance architecture, ensuring alignment between innovation, policy, and real economy investment. Through entities such as Masdar and ADNOC, AI is deployed in renewable forecasting, carbon intensity tracking, hydrogen production optimization, and methane detection, directly linking regulation to measurable emission reductions. Our National AI Council and the upcoming UAE Digital Economy Strategy 2030 provide incentives, R&D funding, and startup acceleration programs that target climate tech and AI-driven decarbonization projects. Thank you, Ariesta.
Thank you very much for staying in the 2 minutes. So let's move to the second question. The principle of leaving no one behind. I'll go back to Brazil again. Pedro, how have you engaged with stakeholders from civil society, indigenous people, young people, academicians, private sector, when developing and implementing the policies, regulations, and framework that you have mentioned before?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Riesta. And I'll say that Brazil perhaps already has a tradition, especially when it comes to developing policies and plans for the digital realm. We have already a tradition of a very participative civil society. And one very important example of that was the Internet Bill of Rights that I referred to in my first intervention, a bit about 10 years ago. when the actual draft of that bill was created by the civil society in Brazil. And then it entered as a draft to the legislative process in Brazil. Of course, within the Brazilian Congress, it underwent some changes, but let's say the initial impulse and the, let's say, core pillars of that bill started by an active engagement of our civil society. And that, let's say, kept as a very important principle of any kind of bill making in the country, and especially now when we are, you know, in the process of regulating these data centers investment, the actual law needs to be now further detailed, and for this further detailing of that law, we have opened now a public consultation of 1 month. It's open actually now as we speak, and it's due in 26th of October. So we are seeking inputs from the various you know, civil society organizations, academic institutes, from the private sector, to indicate to us what are the actual and very precise quantifiable goals we should set in order to make our data centers more sustainable. And we are expecting, we are putting lots of expectation here in this process, because our civil society, together with our academia, has already been delivering quite important reports on environmental footprint of computation infrastructure in the country. And they have been reporting also to us, giving their extensive network in the country of some kind of negative effects that some data centers are having in some territories in Brazil, like, for example, the usage of water and so on. So based on this on-the-ground experience, we are making sure that this will be reflected in our, let's say, more detailed regulation for that. So for us, it's, I mean, we cannot imagine a bill, legislation that will have actual impact for the people not coming from the people. So it needs to come from the people, and that's why we have set up this very important process to gain and harness the knowledge that is coming from these various sectors. So this is fundamental for us.
Thank you very much. That's very impressive. Olga, how about in Zambia? Same question.
Thank you very much. Similarly, in Zambia, all the stakeholders are involved. All the stakeholders are involved in the development of policy documents. Starting from the design of the documents, all the stakeholders are brought in one place. Starting from the drafting, after the zero draft, the document is subjected to consultation throughout the country. Like in Zambia, we have 11 provinces. So when the zero draft has been developed, it is subjected to stakeholder consultation in all the 11 provinces. And different stakeholders are brought into one place, including youths, headmen, the community. They are all brought in one place they look at the draft and provide their input, and also and give reasons why they want certain things to be included. After the comments after the consultation, all the comments are incorporated in the document, and again, it's again circulated to the stakeholders to make sure that all their concerns and inputs have been incorporated in the document. And also, when it comes to implementation, everyone is on board. Is on board. For example, our youths, when it comes to AI for climate action. Our youths are involved in the implementation by coming up with solutions, AI-related solutions to mitigate climate change. Academia is also part of the implementation by doing research related to AI for climate change. Also the civil society and the indigenous people, they are all included. It's basically development of a policy documents is basically people driven in my country. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We back online. Ambrosio. Same question. How you engage stakeholders from civil society, indigenous people, young people, academic institution, private sector when developing and implementation the law for AI that you have mentioned, for example, or other the national plans. Please go ahead.
In the case of national regulation, there is a standard process where all laws are developed. So interested groups can be invited on, they can request to be included on the discussion by Congress. Usually, when if you read the reports of the laws it is developed, you can see that there is participation of the industry and their concerns have been included in the discussion. Probably there is engagement, but this is go through the usual channels of the developing any law. So there is no specific provision because this go through the channels that already exist for developing any type of law. The situation is a bit different on the strategies and action plans. So because those are depend on each ministry, and the ministry might choose to implement in different manners. So you will expect always participation, but the degree of participation, if it is national level, if they go through all the regions, Chile is a very long country, so we have quite significant difference amongst the regions. So the capital has almost half the population, but then you have very far away, some regions almost close to Antarctica and the others close to the Amazon or closer to the Amazon. So this makes participation also a challenge. In the case of the law, on the case of the action plan, there was consultation involved, and the action plan itself includes consultation process for the update, but it doesn't specify to what extent. Also, something very interesting is the groups that you mentioned, because national circumstances might reference some of these groups, but other groups might not be referenced because are not standard. To give you an example, you mentioned young people. Usually you will not expect in Chilean participatory process that you have a specific references to young people participation. You will expect civil society as a whole. In some cases, when it's deemed relevant, there may be a specific reference to indigenous communities, but not always. In the case of the action plan, actually there is no reference specifically to indigenous communities. You will expect that industry will be referenced, or private sector with that name will be references. In academia, that is usually the three major stakeholder groups that you got in participation, and in some cases, if this deemed relevant, you will have also indigenous people, but in the case of AI, so far it has not deemed as a particular process. But having said that, there is an aspect that is not really about participation, but it's about the content of the outcomes that includes provisions on gender and provisions on non-discrimination. So part of the work includes how to foster women leadership in the industry, in the Chilean industry for AI, how the models have no gender bias, and this part of gender bias is also extended to other groups. So this is where non-discrimination side enters. And also there is a specific provision for rural communities, and usually rural communities in the case of Chile include most of the indigenous or several indigenous communities, and that provision is the digital divide. So the internal digital divide within Chile regarding the access to potential uses or development of this type of technology. So there is also provision that, because it's not really about participation in the development, but it's about including population that if you don't include probably will not see the benefits of these type of solutions due to lack of the digital access. So a very good question. This is appreciated.
Thank you so much. And thank you for that, a very good example of how Chile has, in real terms, is trying to address the digital divide through the actions plans and strategies. Abdelaziz, we come back to you on how the process in UAE involving stakeholders in terms of design, implementations, or like in the case of Chile, is actually mainstreaming into the actions plans and national strategies.
This one, just to, I mean, I give some examples I've mentioned, obviously, it's a challenge of everyone. It's a whole society and multi-stakeholder. So at the government of the UAE, we recognize the immense value of youth engagement and academic collaboration. That's why we've launched initiatives such as the hackathons, creating platforms that empower young minds and university talents to co-develop innovation solutions, including AI-driven ones, with private sector partners supporting their efforts in decarbonization and advancing our collective climate action goals. We actively engage academia, the private sector, and civil society in shaping policies on AI and sustainability. For instance, initiatives such as the AI and Sustainability Research Program, led by Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence, and partnerships with the private sector in smart agriculture and renewable energy ensure that solutions are both technologically sound and socially relevant. Furthermore, the UAE has prioritized youth engagement through Climate Youth Council and innovation platforms that invite young innovators to develop AI-driven environmental solutions. This reflects our belief that climate and technology policy must be inclusive, future-oriented, and globally collaborative.
Thank you very much, Abdelaziz. So, panel, we still have about 10 minutes, and I'm going to ask the last questions, and then we will go to the live poll, but also Q&A for the audience. And I really, really hope that the audience later on can also share experience from your own country, because I know many of you are government representative here, and we would like also to hear from you. Okay, the last questions.
He's a young entrepreneur from São Paulo, a big city. He's a young entrepreneur from São Paulo, a big city that from time to time suffers with flooding and extreme weather events. So, and there we would say there is a very rich enabling environment in terms of funding, in terms of capacity building to foster this kind of innovation. So, given quite a concrete problem that happens in his region, he was able to come up with this his startup and develop a concrete AI solution. This is unfortunately not the case in other areas of the country. For example, in the northern part, in the Amazon region, where you have perhaps the state taking a stronger role in terms of financing development. And so that's why Brazil has come by putting together this AI development plan, which is targeting some specific areas for AI development. So one of them is the quantification of carbon stocks for the Amazon region. We heard in the previous panel from Gabriel on the carbon lens in Senegal, if I'm not wrong. So there is, let's say, a similar project that is being funded by the Brazilian government, and I think maybe there is eventually an opportunity for collaboration between Brazil and Senegal on that front. But that is like a concrete example for the Amazonian region. We have as well, through that plan, let's say, some budget reserves also for enhancing our deforestation control system with AI. Today, our deforestation control is done, I would say, manually by comparing satellite data from 1 year ago with the actual satellite data, and then we have people actually looking at the differences and seeing where it was, deforested. And with AI, I think we can automate this process and even generating more, let's say, detailed, more precise, accurate deforestation data. Though that's another, let's say, strategic project for us. And let me mention another project which is related to what Gabriel does in São Paulo, but it's for the whole territory of Brazil, which is an AI extreme weather event anticipator. It will be actually showcased during COP30 in Belém. It is a major project which will rely not only on satellite data, but also by sensors on the ground, also LiDAR technology, in order to anticipate extreme weather events 6 months or even 12 months. So that is a very strategic project that involves various stakeholders in Brazil, the academic sector, private sector, even our military, because we need to have these sensors spread all over the territory. And there are some areas which are very far away where only our military can have access. So we are getting the help of the military to get the sensors also deployed in this remote region. So that's also a major, let's say, project that we are tackling in order to make sure we harness the benefit of AI for tackling climate change, and here specifically anticipating extreme weather events.
Very impressive. Olga, the same questions, example how you have supported the deployment of local solutions.
Okay. Firstly, the government has put in place some funds. There are government institutions that have been established to support the ideation, the prototyping, and the technology transfer and commercialization of innovation. One of the funds is sitting at one of the institutions, the National Science and Technology Council. That fund is only for ideation and prototyping. Then from there, when a prototype has been developed, there is another government institution which has been established, the National Technology Business Center, which commercializes the product from the like deploying the innovation. Another initiative that the government has put in place is there are weather stations that are automated weather stations that have been put across the country with the help of cooperating partners, and these help in collecting real-time data to predict climate predictions, so as to advise policymakers to come up with interventions. And then there's also similar projects like the other speakers mentioned. There are some projects which predict, one of the projects which is being funded, it's called the Agri Predict, which is able to diagnose a plant disease just by taking a photo or something like that. It's AI related. Apart from that, the government also commissioned the ground receiving station, which is housed by another government institution called the National Remote Sensing Center. So this ground receiving station is able to also collect real-time data through satellite, and then the data is processed to come up with weather predictions. and so many others. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambrosio, we back to you. 2 examples from Chile.
Thank you very much. Very quick, I'll already provide some examples on the health sector. So we're financing projects on AI to improve the functioning of the health sector. I already provide the example of oncology, so precision oncology, so you can detect cancer at an earlier time and more quickly. There is a couple or 2 projects about managing the health systems, because there is a lot of different providers, the data of the patients is across the different providers, so you need coordination for this to operate efficiency, and then there are some projects to help on that. There was a major project in terms of collaboration with other regional countries. This is the LATAM GPT project. So this is a large language model based on Latin America and Spanish. It has 2 focuses. First, develop the capacities within the region to develop this type of systems and to understand the systems, and also address bias inherent to the system what they are developed in other countries. Anecdotal evidence, the day I was looking for information using one of these available systems, and I asked some questions, pretty much many of the examples came from the US, and this is a system developed in the US. So you can see there is the issue of inherent bias of when you develop a system in a country and use the resource of the country with these language models. Most of the language come from the texts that are available there, so that creates a bias when users from other regions start to use the systems. So for those reasons, that project is interesting, and because it involves, at this moment, I think around 30 countries or so. And the last example was a very early example, and it's interesting because at the time people didn't spoke of this project as an AI project, because there was not, in a way, the literacy on AI has increased. At that time, people classified this as a satellite project. And the project was detection of waste on the coast using satellites, but of course the satellite provide the picture, but the heavy lifting in terms of analyzing those pictures to detect which pieces of the picture were actually waste and what type of waste was a support vector machine. So that's a type of AI algorithm. So that was now almost 8 years ago. At that time was not classified AI. There was a project that our own agency financed. I believe was around less than $200,000, and was very interesting in terms of the outcome, because now you can see many of the examples we found out on adaptation uses are this mix between satellite or aerial images and AI algorithms to classify those images or to make predictions based on those images. And coming back to the last example, because this aims to address a gap that we see on the development of AI within the country, is the use on adaptation. And now Chile is making a proposal to the Climate Technology Center and Network to develop AI system to detection of water losses in communities that are using desalination water. So in the north of Chile, we have one of the most arid deserts in the world, and there are communities that have no water, and they had 2 ways of getting water. Either you put it in trucks, and the trucks have to travel a very long way to deliver the water, or you have a desalination plant that just pumps water, but that water is much more expensive, the water that you get from rivers. So any losses on those systems are first have a mitigation implication, because there is energy involved on the 2 cases, and also have a cost implication. And many of these particular communities are very vulnerable communities. Some are located in transition zones, so the communities were around the power plants, fossil fuel power plants that are not operating or are being closed down or transformed. So there is, in a way, a project that supports a community that is impacted by the transition, and that was always a vulnerable transition, and when their water is actually much more expensive than the water that we have in Santiago due to the intensive drought and in part to climate change. So that is a very interesting project, and we hope that this helps streamline later the results in terms of adaptation, but also the leak detection in other countries of the region.
Thank you, Ambrosio. We look forward to receiving your technical assistance requests. Abdelaziz, UAE. I'm sure that you have 1,000 examples, but in the interest of time, let's stick with one or two. Thank you.
I've got plenty actually. I'll make sure that I'm in the right ones. Well, on implementation, the UAE is translating policy into tangible outcomes. AI is already supporting energy efficiency in buildings, smart grid management, and early warning systems for extreme weather through initiatives led by Ministry of Climate Change and Environment and Masdar. At home, the UAE integrates AI across flagship clean energy projects from predictive maintenance at the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park to emissions optimization at the Baraka nuclear plant. Also through TATA and other partners, in addition to ADNOC, AI is used for real-time monitoring and operational efficiency, advancing scalable decarbonization models. Internationally, Masdar applies AI-powered analytics across projects in more than 40 countries, enhancing the reliability of renewable systems and smart grid management. As well, following the recent US visit, the UAE and the US launched the AI Acceleration Partnership, a new framework allowing the UAE to import up to 500,000 NVIDIA AI chips annually, unlocking capacity for climate and energy innovation. The UAE is also building a Stargate UAE, a 5-gigawatt AI data center campus in Abu Dhabi, the world's largest outside the US, designed to power AI research in smart grid systems, clean energy optimization, and climate modeling. In parallel, a 10-year, $1.4 trillion UAE-US investment framework covers AI, semiconductors, energy, and manufacturing, ensuring that digital infrastructure directly supports low-carbon growth and the global transition to net zero. Together, these efforts reflect the UAE conviction that AI is not just a technological tool, but a strategic enabler of sustainable development, transforming data and innovation into meaningful climate action at home and abroad. And since this is the last question, I just want to say that the UAE views AI not merely as a technological tool, but as a strategic enabler of sustainable development and climate diplomacy. Our commitment is to continue building responsible, inclusive, and innovation-driven frameworks that turn data and algorithms into meaningful action for people and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that we do really heard a lot from what different governments have done beyond enacting regulations, the law, national strategies, policy, action plans that touch upon different various sectors and various areas using AI. And in doing so, they also have taken into considerations addressing the digital divide, data security, the bias that we also heard, and integrating sustainable development components into the work, including addressing adaptations, as in the example of Chile, as well as the digital inclusivity. I'd like to commend all the panels for their contribution, and I look forward to continue our discussions, and I really like to challenge the audience to ask the panels further, but also, like I said before, is to share your example from your own countries. How this is, we know that AI comes, potential AI is large, but also comes with the risks, and we have seen and heard how the government is trying actually to help and mitigate those risks, and would like also to hear from you in our Q&A sessions later on. But for now, let's give a round of applause for all panels, including those online.
Thank you so much, very much, Ariesta. You stay right there. You know now, you know how it runs. We check out with our live poll exactly where we are. So team, if we can load the QR code on the screen for session 3, creating enabling environments for local AI-driven climate solutions, policies, and regulations. And again, those of you joining us via Zoom and watching us on YouTube, you are absolutely included in this. It would be great to know exactly what you're thinking, where we're at, and the kind of progress we're making together. So team, if you have, well, esteemed delegates, if you've loaded your QR code on your phones, let's start off with our first question. How relevant was the content of this session for your work? Tell us, how was it fully relevant, mostly relevant, somewhat, or not relevant? Okay. Always great to see that most of you feel that our material or the sessions are fairly fully relevant, fairly mostly relevant. I find that it's so wonderful and encouraging to know that those of you who say somewhat relevant and not relevant are actually in the minority. So if I may say that respectfully, it looks like mostly relevant is winning on this first question. Can we go to the second question, please? And that is, what policies are needed from your government to enhance enabling environments for the development and deployment of AI-powered climate action? Now, let's see. Can we kindly have the options on the screen? Entrepreneurship support, I don't know. Finance. AI policy for climate action, massive investment. Adaptation policy, addressing digital divide. Finance is up there again, but not to worry. Choose which one you believe most applies to yours. What policies are needed from your government? We have quite a lot there. Data privacy standards, data universalization, local AI act, governance. Please post and choose which one most applies to you. Institutional capacity is there, R&D support. You just want your government to invest, regulate, educate, collaborate, and ensure ethical, inclusive AI innovation. Or is it just policy for data collection, regulations to apply AI? And you can also see the tabs and options on your phone as you scan them. Just in case all your options cannot be seen visibly on the screen, they are right there on your smartphone if you scanned the QR code. This one's a bit big. I'll give it another 15 seconds to go. Great. Now let's move on to the next question. What are other interventions your government could do faster or could do to foster local AI innovations for climate action? Pardon me, I'll read this again. What are other interventions your government could do to foster local AI innovations for climate action? Can we have the options on the screen? And you can also see the options on your phones. More research, local computing capacity, AI Innovation Awards, engage students and youth, capacity building. You can see all the options on your phone. Close engagement with local communities, training, technological procurement, adaptation measure. All the options are there on your phone, so please do well to choose the one that best applies to you. Is it grants for piloting solutions? Is it just breaking rigid systems? Is it capacity building? Let us know. Another 10 seconds for this as well, because it's quite the grand one. Superb. And I think that may have been our last question, unless there's another one. All right. So, Arisa, over to you for Q&A. I'll support you from here. Before you go ahead, ladies and gentlemen, just put up your hand. I will come to you, your organization, your name, the question. Keep it short, succinct, and to whom the question is being asked. Arista, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So, any questions? No questions?
Comments, opinions?
Yes. We
Fantastic.
have two in the middle here.
All right.
Yes, my name is Upendo from. Okay. Okay, my name is Upendo. I'm a PhD student from University of Dar es Salaam. I was so impressed by the SOPO project on how they combine the global data set with the ground truthing with the sensors. But when it comes to developing countries like Tanzania, the global data set are there, but we know they rely on averages. But when it comes to the field, the data are not that much reliable. And we know in our countries we have the microclimate. You find some areas are mountainous, others are coastal, others are semi-arid. And with the data scarcity, how are we going to build models or prediction which will not mislead the situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we take this first? Yes, who would like to take
you
this?
You may.
Pedro? Similar context?
Yeah, thank you for the comment, and I totally agree. I think these local sensors are fundamental to grasp and be able to measure the specificities of the climate in various locations. You mentioned about here, Tanzania. It's the same thing in Brazil, because we are a country of a continental size, and the climate varies very much. So that's why we understood that it's fundamental to have these sensors deployed locally, scattered around the country. And not only on land, but also on the sea as well, on our coast. So we are also having those sensors deployed in our coastal area to make sure that we are able to measure various, let's say, variables related to climate change. So it's, of course, related to the to some extent, these sensors are able to measure the concentration of carbon. There is also, the let's say, traditional indexes of temperature, pressure. So it's a combination of measurements that are taken there and combined in these predictive algorithms to make sure that we can estimate to the detail, to the let's say necessary accuracy to make sure that we can predict these extreme events. It's not easy. I think this project will undergo several iterations in order to the system to be really as accurate as possible. But I think without these sensors, we wouldn't really be able to reach, we won't be able to reach the level of accuracy that will really today rely only on satellite data. Yeah.
Yes, I cannot see if Ambrosio or Abdelaziz would like to add to the discussions about the local sensors deployment. Maybe colleagues could help. Okay. All right, we take the second questions, and please also mention to whom you direct the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Judith Kiwale. I work with UNHCR, and I support education programming, but we also have some of the environmental projects. So one of my questions is directed to the representative from UAE. We have seen some significant development in UAE pertaining to renewable energy and the use of AI. What I wanted to ask in terms of local capacity, like what percent would he say is the technology developed in Dubai? Because what I see is we have a lot of technologies, and AI requires infrastructures. but we find ourselves, especially Africa and other nations, importing the technology. So I wanted to find out in UAE what % of technology is fully developed in Dubai. The other question is addressed to representative from Zambia. We know developing AI solutions require a lot of aspects, data, infrastructure, and other things. But there is a demand side of AI. I wanted to request if you can share more insights. Have you done any assessment to determine AI readiness in Zambia? Because there's a lot of cultural factors that come in with the use of AI. Parents are worried, teachers are worried, stakeholders are worried, and people are asking what is the age-appropriate standard for the use of AI. We find ourselves raising a generation that is no longer thinking. So I wanted to ask the cultural aspect of AI. What is the uptake, if there's any assessment that is being done in Zambia? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to Abdulaziz for answering the first questions on the experience of the technologies developed within UAE.
Sure, yeah. The thing is, I don't think it's possible to state precisely the percentage or how fully the technology is developed in the UAE, as the term, it's a standard for that. But however, I can say that the UAE is a global leader in technology infrastructure and adoption, with numerous indices and of course reflecting its advanced state. You have the high rankings in global indices, whether it's in the infrastructure. UAE has achieved top global and regional ranking for its technological foundation. You got the 100% telecommunication infrastructure index, you got the first in mobile internet speed, and you got the digital government and services, 99.5 digitalization. As of 2023, the government services in Dubai were 99.5 digitized, achieving 100% paperless government. So there are a lot of stats that you can mention out there, but if you want to have a further more information or maybe further more in-depth details about other stats and how in details we're embedding the AI in a lot of, whether it's like you mentioned in the beginning, it's in the education system or so, I'll be happy to, if any of the organizers share my contact with yourself, and we can have a meeting and we can go in details about these things.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. And to Olga on the questions of AI readiness in Zambia.
Thank you very much. AI in Zambia, we've just started the implementation of the AI strategy. So we have not yet done any assessment yet. However, the strategy provides for the establishment of a council which will be in charge of regulating the AI development and uptake and enforce ethical use of AI. So at the moment, we are just starting as a country also, yeah.
Thank you. And Pedro, you want to chip in into this?
Very quickly, since she mentioned about the import of technology and taking the previous question on the census, I think one interesting aspect of that project is that the prototype of the sensors, especially the microchips that will go into the sensors, was developed by a local university in Brazil, who has a pre-commercial chip making facility factory, and it's capable of developing or producing a certain amount of sensors. So to some extent we will not be relying on foreign technology for that project, but the full scope of the project entails the whole territory, and to produce all the sensors needed, we will have to have some partnerships with foreign providers. So as a developing country, I think Brazil has capability, but limited capability, and it's essential that we have collaborations in place, international collaborations, so that we can make sure that the full scope of the project is deployed. Yes.
Thank you very much for these useful inputs. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, audience, for your active engagement, and thank you again to all panelists. We finished on time, and then another big round of applause for everyone.
Thank you so much, Ariesta. You finished right on time. Thank you. Just in time and on time to move to our last session. Our session 4 is on creating enabling environments for local AI-driven climate solutions. And this is actually a showcase session which will highlight the technical and financial support mechanisms that enable innovators to bring AI-powered climate solutions from concept to real-world impact. Now, of course, our speakers, some of them are virtual, some of them are in person, but we're going to flip the script this time. We're going to start with a live poll first, and then I'll invite our first contributor, who is joining us virtually, Edward Anderson, to start off with the showcase. So let's load the Mentimeter to start off this session. Once again, all you've got to do is scan the QR code and it'll take you right into the live poll. So this is for session 4, creating enabling environments for local AI-driven climate solutions, technical and financial support. I'll give you another 15 seconds to load that up on your phones. And if you're all loaded up, another 5 seconds. Simply just scan the QR code. Again, as I've always said, our colleagues on Zoom and YouTube, please do also participate. We would love to understand the temperature not only in the room, but also with our online global audience. All right, so now let's go to our first question, if we can load that up. How relevant is today's entire session, all the sessions that you've been participating in, all the sessions that you've seen, how relevant has the content been for your work altogether, accumulatively? And of course, we have another session, but so far, let's talk about how relevant everything has been. Has it been fully relevant, mostly relevant, somewhat relevant, not relevant? It's been fully relevant, and we like to see this. Next question, please. What areas require the most support to advance the use of AI for climate action in your country? From digital infrastructure and data to enhancing institutional and individual capacities, research, development, and innovation is key to you. Deployment of existing solutions is not as important, perhaps, as digital infrastructure and data, enhancing institutional and individual capacities, and research and development innovation, which are tying, well, almost. All right. Can we have the next question, please? Okay. Well, that ends the 2 questions, will bring us to the end of the live poll. So let's jump into session 4. As I said before, an extraordinary showcase, creating enabling environments for local AI-driven climate solutions. A showcase session highlighting the technical and financial support mechanisms that enable innovators to bring AI-powered climate solutions from concept to real-world impact. Now, I would like my first contributor joining us virtually on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Edward Anderson, who is a Senior Technology and Innovation Specialist from the World Bank. Edward, you're very welcome. We are live here in Dar es Salaam, in the beautiful city here in Tanzania. Hopefully you can hear and see us, and soon we will see you too on our screen. Let's give Edward a couple of minutes.
Good afternoon. I hope you can all see me.
Edward,
we can share my screen.
We can see your wonderful picture. We can see your screen.
Excellent. I'm going to share now my presentation.
Wonderful.
And I hope you have it in the full screen mode. Excellent.
We have it. Can we have it in the presenter mode? Fantastic. Edward, the floor is all yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you, and my apologies for not being there in person. I actually live in Dar es Salaam, but unfortunately I'm at an AI and climate event in the UAE today. I lead a team called the Digital Earth Team, which is part of the Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery, and that is hosted inside the World Bank's Global Unit for Climate and Disaster Risk Management. So I'll be talking about AI solutions for climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction. And I'm going to give a few examples, both local AI solutions and some of the global tools and models. But I want to begin by really underscoring that we see the convergence of three different digital innovations that really have to work together. So the big data revolution, particularly space data and global data platforms, are lowering the cost of data. They're making it ubiquitous, they're making it sort of globally accessible. And in combination with AI models, they're also lowering the complexity of analysis and increasing the speed, removing a lot of the need to have sort of a company of PhDs doing interpretation or remote sensing. But these two together are really only very useful, particularly in low-income countries, when we can combine it with local participation. It's absolutely critical for localization of models, for ground truth and validation, for collection of training data, and the development of reference data sets or training sort of reference models. So that's a key point I'm going to make a few times. And so what GFDRR does is we're a global trust fund that provides technical assistance. It's about $50 million a year in training, in piloting, in capacity building, and it's designed to inform World Bank financing, and typically with a leveraging of effect of about 100 to 1. So about $5 billion a year of World Bank projects and operations, which is government executed activities, are informed by our digital and analytical work. That doesn't mean $5 billion a year in AI, but we might do some AI analytics to then inform urban settlement upgrading or coastal zone management projects, flood risk reduction. So one example I want to begin with, my first real sort of hands-on experience actually was in Tanzania under something called the Zanzibar Mapping Initiative. At the time, the Commission for Lands had requested help, technical assistance, to replace their national base map that had been done in 2003 with manned aerial flights, and this time to use drones. So in 2018, using students from the State University of Zanzibar and working with surveyors from the Commission for Lands, we were able to get very, very detailed imagery of all of Zanzibar. So at the time, this was the biggest drone survey in the world. But what you can see in this photo is when you get super detailed images, this is a 5-centimeter resolution picture, you can distinguish the condition of the houses. You can distinguish a building foundation from a completed building and a building under construction. You can also see in this picture that this is a low-lying, flood-prone area. So one of the really important data sets and characteristics of Zanzibar that you don't see very easily in satellite is where are settlements going to expand to? Where do people plan to build in the future? And these foundation slabs are a very good high-resolution indicator of future demand for urban services, but also future prospects of flood risk. And so because we had all this high-value data, this super detailed imagery, we were able to digitize 100,000 buildings and use that as a training data set to then launch what for me was the first AI challenge in 2019. And this challenge was quite simple. It was, can we automatically segment and identify the building roof print? And two, can we classify if that building is one of three things? A building under construction, a completed building, or a foundation, i.e. a future building. So and this is a way of sort of forecasting future need. And you see in the map on the right, in red, how these settlements are expanding. We have global models that can forecast future climate hazards, but forecasting the socioeconomic conditions and the living locations is actually quite difficult. So this is an example of a simple but highly localized algorithm that is trained on Zanzibari settlements and specifically Zanzibari foundations. Fast forward to 2024, a very similar workflow, but this example is from small island states. This is from the Caribbean. So both in the Pacific and the Caribbean and in the Indian Ocean, small island states are vulnerable to hurricane or cyclone damage. And often this is characterized by damage to low-income houses that have roofs made of wood. They're lightweight roofs, they're not very slanted, and they blow off easily during the wind. And when they blow off, then the rest of the house will be destroyed. So what we really need to do is characterize the shape, the geometry of the roof, and the material of the roof. And here it's again a two-step process, but combining very high-resolution imagery and sometimes 3D data like LiDAR, we can get the geometry of the roof automated. And then the next step is using a different algorithm. We can also infer what is the material of the roof or if there's no roof at all. And if you can imagine post-hurricane, if you have a satellite image of an affected community, you run this algorithm, the missing roofs will be your damage map, as it were. Now this is a training process that we did locally with national GIS agencies. These algorithms are on GitHub, they're openly accessible. Communities and universities and students can access them. But the goal here was not just to create damage maps or vulnerability maps of low-income housing and the roof condition. It was to really equip national GIS agencies, which are usually a one-man person, with a reference model for characteristics of buildings that are important to them. You won't get this from a Florida sort of hurricane analysis because the roofs look very different and they typically look at the sort of wealthier, more commercial structures. So this is localizing the model to low-income conditions and the vulnerable community you care about, in this case, the roof for wind. On the mainland Tanzania, we're looking at a similar process to look at heat stress, particularly in schools, where you could analyze the roof material and look at the size of the roof to infer how hot different buildings can get during the daylight, particularly in schools, to see which might benefit from a white paint intervention or a false ceiling intervention. Similar workflow, but again, a different set of physical characteristics that really matter to kind of localize what you care about, what that vulnerability is. And so a key message here is not only developing that local reference model, but building tools as public goods for low-income communities and small developing states to be able to leverage this. So we invested in something called the Drone Tasking Manager, which is an open source software that allows you to integrate drone planning and regulatory activity with tasking the actual mapping of different parts of a city and processing those photos and those images all together on one platform in the cloud. And it reduces the complexity of organizing a drone mapping campaign such that a sort of a one-man GIS unit can actually go out and collect a lot of imagery for their island. So it's an example of a digital public good or a tool that tries to contribute to that ecosystem and make these kinds of data more accessible. Skipping now to the global level, we do work a lot with global foundation models and models that are looking at sort of the analytics from space data, tracking population, buildings, vegetation, flood hazards, air quality, land surface temperatures as a few examples. And where we can start to apply it and bring it together is in this kind of local planning phase. So we provide a lot of technical assistance to country operations to try and integrate these tools as monitoring and supervision, but also as early warning indicators. This is an example of New Cairo City, where you can see this very planned, structured development playing out over time. The colors correspond to the time cadence. So in yellow is buildings constructed in the last 12 months. orange in 2 years, red sort of 3 to 4 years ago, and in black is older than 5 years. What's important here is this is not high resolution, this is at 10 meters, but this is standardized temporally, and it's very timely. Very often, low-income communities don't have an accurate representation of what's on the ground now and how quickly is it changing. This missing data makes it very difficult to argue for resources, for investment, and to compare apples against apples. But also the contrast of New Cairo City with, for example, Dar es Salaam, where you can see here the pattern of growth is much more unplanned. About 80% of Dar es Salaam's new growth is unplanned, and that makes these communities very vulnerable. They're often in low-lying areas along the rivers and streams, and you can tell from the satellite data, and you can apply other AI algorithms to label whether new construction appears to be formal or informal, as an example, and that is important for vulnerability identification. So taking those data sets together, this is a complicated slide, but it's a mock-up of Kigali. It's real satellite data showing the change in buildings, but then aggregated for the administrative units. So you can have the whole city or the 3 different districts or the sub-districts going down to wards, sub-wards, even to the 10-cell leader, if you want, that is generating the statistics of how many buildings have been built in the last 6 months and how many of those are in low-lying areas or hazard-prone land. So you can have a much more sort of accurate estimation of what the accumulation of urban flood risk is happening at the moment. And then I think my final point here is to say these tools which we support and train, we try to make them open, but we try to build an ecosystem around that. And that is important to also work with open source data management tools, university partners. So I have an example on the left of geospatial data management platforms. In the middle, we worked with universities in Tanzania called the Resilience Academy. And you see here students mapping trees on the ground, but also then digitizing satellite imagery of urban tree cover to train an algorithm to automatically calculate changes in urban greening for heat stress or flood risk reduction. And on the right, an example from Kenya where community members are paid mobile money in small amounts to do small digital data collection tasks. So it's creating an ecosystem both of skills and tools at the local level that can contribute to validation and training of these models, and then adopting the indicators derived from these models in our project design and monitoring. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Edward. We completely understand the complexities of your schedule and truly appreciate the time that you've spent with us. Hopefully you're staying for a little bit longer because we've got a Q&A coming up after the subsequent 3 presentations, which I will ask each presenter after your presentation, kindly do take your seat on the stage, making way for our Q&A at the end of it. The next showcase will come from the Manager of Innovation and Technology, Commission for Science and Technology, right here in Tanzania. Please warmly welcome Gerald Kafuku. And Gerald, when you're done, humbly, kindly take a seat on the stage for us.
To this side? Okay, thanks very much. Good evening, I think. Habari ya jioni. Yeah, nice to meet you guys. I've been to your countries. These 2 days you are in my country. So I'm very happy. I'll be very brief as I was told. Just to tell you how we are supporting innovations, including AI, as the mandate of our organization and the country. It is written there. My name is Gerard. I'm Tanzania NDE, and also the Manager of Innovation and Technology. So what you're doing here is really my portfolio of work. So I always thank CTCN that what you're doing, you're really doing my job, because we are supported by all partners in the world to enhance this, we call it deployment of technologies and support the startups and the spin-offs and the innovators. So I'm going to present shortly on the, I can see there, on the way that we use to enable innovators to do their innovations in a way that we are a government entity. As you can see, we are established by the Parliament Act. We are currently under the Ministry of Science and Technology and Education. But our portfolio is cross-cutting. We are supporting all the sectors. And ICT is one of them. It's one of the earliest areas that brought us good results. And we are doing this by providing 3 services, which is technical assistance also, which include advisory services. And we're also a funding agency. As you can see, we are issuing grants, which is very famous in the country for research and innovation. This year we started also issuing soft loans. We have set aside $1 million for those startups which think they can scale up their innovations. And also we are giving the services of linkages, meaning that we are trying to address the barriers of technology deployment by engaging with institutions to support innovators and startups to get tenders, deals, to sell their products without going through into competition sometimes. So that's our job, and really that's the job that I'm doing every day. So we promote, facilitate, and coordinate science and technology across the country. I'm going to stress on the end first. We are hosting the National Fund for Science and Technology there since 1986. And this fund is receiving money from the government mainly, and also other partners. And this is the fund that innovators and researchers get either through grant or soft loan to do their technology design, research, piloting, demonstration, also commercialization. So we're also giving research permits. So for those who want to do research in Tanzania, that's the office that gives you research permits. We also have the first 2 centers in Tanzania. These were established in 2011. We call them the Buni Innovation Hub, which is for ideation, mentorship, support, and working space. It's an innovation space there. When they graduate from Buni Hub, we shift them to DTBI. It's a business incubator where you're given an office, seed fund, and you really go into business. So we're giving you a working office, not space anymore. So these are the first 2 centers in the country that also supported the birth of more than 30 centers in the country. So we have a program that also give financial assistance and technical assistance to the new coming innovation hubs. And we are glad that all those hubs you see in Tanzania, almost all of them came from our hands. So we are very much proud of that. These are our portfolio. You can see the enabling environment for innovation. Okay, get this point? No. So you see number 1 to 7, all are grants. You can imagine how many calls I'm receiving every day. But the last 2 ones, one of number 8 is the soft loan, which is currently at the CRB Bank, and we are receiving applications every day. We are aiming to give our first cohort this week or next week. The last number 9 is dedicated for data science, which is AI. It's a scholarship. We are hosting it with the University of Nelson Mandela in Arusha, where we provide scholarships and mentorship. We have a 1-year program for incubation and mentorship, and then another year they go for a scholarship abroad. We're going to support them going abroad to study AI and data science. So these are, at least we want to produce a mass number of experts in the country on AI and data science. So these 2 are new, and they're related to data science. And for research, you can see currently we're giving grants for all the research that we support. We do not issue loans, believing that after they get the research results, they will translate them into innovation. And so they come back to the innovation side. So for the research, we provide grants, and these are our 9 portfolio. So those are doing research in data science. And last year we had a program, 2 years ago, we had a program only for AI. I will show you those who got the support, and they have piloted their interventions in various places, and they were happy that some of them, I will mention them here. If you want to work with them, you can contact them, and we can continue. Why am I showing this? In innovation, we said we removed the barriers for those who want to apply. For research, we are very strict. Proposal writing, reviews and everything. But for innovation, we said, no, let's categorize 3 types of innovators as per our definition, not your definition. We're doing this because we are dealing with people who are, some have not gone to school, but they're very bright. We call them grassroots innovators. Those who come from universities, industry, formal sectors, we call them industrial innovators. We're also dealing with the traditional knowledge. Those who are from Africa, we have our own way of doing things here. So we do these categories to make sure we take everyone on board. So these are our definitions, to make sure that everybody is taken on board. And these are the support stages that we offer. We offer ideation, mentorship. Someone comes to COSTECH with a very raw idea, but the idea is very potential. We take them through our Buni Innovation Hub, and then we transform that raw idea into proven idea. And then we support them to do prototyping, to produce sample products, for them to go and do technology development by piloting, perfecting, and also trying to validate their market potential. And lastly, we do support commercialization. So all these 3 stages we support. Some come at their own stages, we're happy. Some come at a very raw stage, and some come from research results, then we take them through these processes. And like I said, we're offering technical assistance, issues of design, linkage to R&D institutions, R&D experts, because innovators, they don't know everything, they're also humans. If you're designing a product, you need someone maybe from material engineering, you need someone from mechanical engineering, or statistics, or ICT, or whatever. So we support them into this by also giving them financial assistance, like I said, through our funding, and the linkage to lobby for their uptake. We have many people. We are lucky to have products that in Tanzania they are influencing the country. I think you know some of them. If I mention those who are familiar, do you know Max Malipo? For those from Tanzania, they were the first to implement the use of ICT in business environment. So they came from our support. The only thing that we don't do much is making noise. But we have a lot of products. And we also support SMEs in groups, because we believe that the science and technology has a great role in production. And that's the only role that we believe can transform African economies, is to integrate productive sectors and the science and technology and R&D. So we have this we call cluster program, where SMEs and individuals in groups are collected, registered, and are given 3 services. We provide them with shared facilities, technology, either they design in collaboration with researchers or innovators, or we give them money for minor investments, and we help them to improve the SPSs if they do export, and they reduce barriers to trade. So all this continuing program, and currently we have 18 clusters in almost 13 regions in the country, and we are going to increase more. We want to reach every productive sector in the country. I can show you some examples. These are some. See, they have a common line of business, either from producers, transporters. Many of them are coming from agriculture, and we believe that ICT, which is not that much embedded into them, can help them to improve their product designs and marketing. So these are some. I'm showing this because they are giving us a lot of impact on R&D and the production, because they gather people from all the angles. And because of time, we believe in this. As I said, ICT can help in enhancing the value chains and the support to clusters. And these are some of very few innovations that involve ICT and AI. We give two types of grants. These are small grants. You can see $15,000. These, we call them small grants to unleash the design stages and prototyping. Once they grow up, we give them something we call upscaling of innovations, which goes up to $150,000. And that one they go to production and mass and commercialization. So I'll just put there some list. You can see some. But for research, this was 1 year. I've tried to give the current information, but we have many. I have more than 300 innovators spotted in various sectors in this 4 or 5 years. But for AI specific, from research to innovation, these ones we supported with the aim that they have to come from research, getting research results, design, and piloting. So this, I think there are 7 were supported to come from basic or applied research to solution development. And they are now piloting in various places, in hospitals, and farms. So you can see we are glad that this year they have finalized the projects, and we're happy some of them have got proven technical solution of AI. And I share this with our tech members here. So please, if you want to contact them, come to me. I'll be glad to see they're getting more support to help people. Asanteni, my time was too short, but at least you see how the government is creating environment on how to support these AI technologies. Thanks very much.
And of course, we'll have a Q&A, so though your time was short, hopefully there are some questions for you from the floor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to yield the microphone to the Director, UN Climate Technology Center and Network for her showcase. Please welcome Ariesta Ningrum.
Thank you, good afternoon, and thank you for having me again. I will only have a few slides and a video because I thought the video is good. So, how many of you have heard about CTCN before? Climate Technology Center and Network? 10%. Disappointing. Okay. All right. So here it is, Climate Technology Center and Network. And today I'm going to focus my interventions on how to convert the enabling environment that we're talking about into the implementations. But first, as a refresher, we saw this this morning in Fred Onduri's presentations. The CTCN is the implementation arm of the technology mechanism. We were established quite a while back. However, the CTCN is operationalized only in 2013 or late 2013, and the CTCN is currently hosted by UNEP and headquartered in Copenhagen. So we have a mandate for 3 areas basically. One is providing technical assistance tailored to the country needs, developing countries only. Second is to building the national capacity or capacity building, and the third is sharing knowledge and collaborations across the technology communities. Thank you. So Together with the Technology Executive Committee, which wonderfully has organized this Global AI Forum for us here in Tanzania, we work under the initiative of technology mechanism called AI for Climate Action Initiative. And specifically what CTCN is going to do or has done is actually on the 3 areas. One, under technical assistance, we develop and pilot the AI use. And second, we build the local technical capacity. And the third is ensuring an inclusivity in technology deployment. So, and a few examples is, for example, in Tunisia, we helped them, supported the Tunisia in having an AI-based smart agriculture. And San Kitts Nevis, we supported the drought forecasting system. And of course, in Malawi, we strengthened the early warning flood system by involving local communities. And all these examples shows one thing, that the partnership between governments, innovators, and communities are very, very important. We all work together. And that climate actions is actually meaning real impacts to people. With that, I would like to play the video of our work in Malawi.
Cyclone Freddy sitimamwewala pabanja pano chifukwa cha zimene anatichitira.
Cyclone Freddy was the worst cyclone on record to hit Malawi. It caused over $500 million in damages and took the life of Stephen's mother. Now, an online data platform supercharged by artificial intelligence is helping ensure the country is better prepared next time. But predicting disasters like Cyclone Freddy requires observation data from the ground. This is a major challenge across Malawi and the African continent, where monitoring stations are sparse and often in disrepair. A UN CTCN project is revolutionizing Malawi's ability to monitor the climate. More than 80 weather and river observers like Stephen have been equipped and trained to digitize rainfall and water observations. They share data for free via SMS in real time.
Mbuyo ntchito inali yovutirako kwambiri chifukwa choti ripoti la ife kapena maripoti a ife timayembekezera ofesi kubwera ndikuzatenga koma kutha kwa mwezi. Pomwe project imene yabwerera tikumakwanisa nthawi yomweyo maripoti ndikutumiziratu.
The data is collated into a national online platform called Blue IQ, where large quantities of manually collected data produce near real-time insights, and artificial intelligence helps crunch the data to transform the way climate disasters are predicted.
For Malawi, climate change is real. If it's not a heavy rains that damage crops, then it will be a drought or prolonged dry spells. Before there is full recovery from one impact, they are hit by another.
The project, implemented by Water Insight, sharpens the accuracy of weather forecasts so the government can warn communities before disaster strikes. And it helps open up investment into irrigation, hydropower, and livelihoods. Early warning systems are one of the best solutions to adapting to climate change. Every dollar invested yields almost $10 in benefits and saves lives.
Komanso kukanakhala kuti kunali kwa mwainga kumene tili nawo lero woti tikumatumiza mauthenga azochitika mu ngozi yopsayo akanatha kutetezeka.
Climate action, real impact to people. Yes, but piloting only is not enough. The CTCN is also involved in building capacity of developing countries on AI. In 2024, we organized a workshop to increase awareness on the AI-related opportunities. We discussed the challenges of deploying these AI solutions together with countries, and also facilitate the creations of AI-based technical assistance projects. We did it in partnership with a number of organizations that are very active. Some of them is also part of this endeavor under the AI climate actions. And we have 88 NDEs. NDEs are the focal point, technology focal point that actually participated and trained with 59 resources, speakers, and partners. And based on this workshop, 32 AI-based project ideas were developed. We have received the technical assistance submitted from Solomon Islands, Samoa, Mali, and Suriname, to name a few of the AI-based intervention that they would like to be supported by the CTCN. If I haven't mentioned this to you before, the CTCN intervention is free for any developing countries. It must be submitted through the national designated entity or the technology focal point of the UNFCCC. Please speak with them. The worth of the technical assistance is maximum $300,000. And this is the next, is my last slide. And coming back to Tanzania, in 2026, we will start supporting Tanzania with the technical assistance to introduce the Tanzania Climate Innovations, establishment of the Tanzania Climate Innovation Center, and as well in there including the establishment of regulatory sandbox for innovative startups. So the sandbox are control environment that's set up by regulators to test new climate technologies under the relaxed rules and close supervision. And this sandbox would allow the safe testing of AI climate solutions also, and also to reduce the risks and enabling innovation at the same time. So this is the latest development from our side. Please contact us. We have a booth outside, and I would like to close with the 3 key takeaways of my presentations. 1, CTCN strengthens enabling environment by providing technical support in terms of the technology at multiple levels, and we did help you with a policy as well as a piloting. Second point is locally inclusive piloting of AI technologies is very, very important to ensure relevance, to build capacity, and achieve sustainable impact. And finally, enabling environment is so critical to empower countries to not only adopt, but also to develop AI solution at the national level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very much appreciated, Ariesta, for that showcase. And last, definitely not the least, we'll hear from Mark Gachara, who is Kenya Local Development Research Institute, partner of AI for Development program, and he will conclude the showcase session. Please welcome Mark Gachara. And immediately after Mark's intervention, we'll go to Q&A, so please have your questions ready. Mark, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I know we are tired. I'll try to rush through the presentation. This way? This way, okay. So my name is Mark Kirura, and I'm going to be talking about some work we've just started to do with AI4D, which stands for Artificial Intelligence for Development. It's a consortia work between IDRC, that's the Canadian Research Development Institute, and FCDO. So I'll just give a brief introduction about LDRI. It's a Local Development Research Institute. We are based in Nairobi, Kenya. and we have been working for the past 10 years on the nexus between policy and food security and nutrition. But we work on the ground with smallholder farmers, and part of the work there has been to try and secure the household with food, because a lot of times food is not just grown for selling at the market. It's normally a resilience issue, and it's supposed to be also good food that can give good nutrition at the household level. And we do this work to try and also create the nexus between policy and, like in Kenya, for example, or in many countries, agriculture can be really devolved, like at the subnational level. So what kind of policies need to be put in place there, and how does the government work with smallholder farmers specifically? So a lot of this we've had today. I'll just go to the last bullet without to the far left for you, which is a point about how climate change disproportionately affects Africa, because we produce the least amount of greenhouse emissions, but that impacts us very severely socioeconomically, and we suffer from most of the shocks, especially when it comes to socioeconomic development. So we look at AI again. We've been hearing about the efficiency and the gains and the optimization that AI can bring to us. However, that's not without the risks, and specifically within the context of what you're discussing today, how does AI itself as a technology impact the environment that we live in, and then how does it impact resources such as energy and water? So I'll dwell a little bit of time here. So we have a number of innovation challenges, which the Research Innovation for Climate Hub is supposed to address. So a lot of innovations are stuck at the prototype stage. So you have an idea, you pilot it, but a lot of the work, especially in the AI field, needs a lot of expertise. It needs a lot of research. And how do we bridge the world between the academic world and the practical product development that gets you to go to the market? There's also the issue of government engagement. And specifically, we've heard of special instruments even here in the presentation that have to do, for example, with how do we engage with government to support innovation, to create an environment that supports, or legislation or a policy environment that supports innovation. But more importantly, how can we also think about things like procurement? Tools like that which can support local innovators actually advance their ideas or their products within the market, with government being one of the biggest spenders in an economy. There is insufficient data access to support precise monitoring of climate challenges and actions. And this basically means, again, when we think about data and data access, and we've heard about open data as well today, but there's classifications of data that can be shared and other data that cannot be shared. And a lot of times to drive innovation, if we require some data, often if it's coming from either private sector, because with AI we have to work together to kind of try and solve a problem, if it's from a factory line or it's coming from government, administrative data, to share it might have protocols, and it's easier not to share than to think about a policy regime that allows us to share data so that we can build solutions. And then there is no active research, and if it is scattered. on specifically the solutions that we are beginning to deploy. How are they affecting our own local ecosystem? How are they affecting our environment? Besides what we've done traditionally, which has had to do with ethical research and informed consent, and we have a history of literature on that from the continent. And then lastly is the policy barriers, which I've spoken a little bit about. So what you want to do at the hub is to have comprehensive scaling support that could include mentorship, it includes funding, it includes technical support to viable and feasible local innovation, engaging government early enough about what we are doing in the countries which we will operate and which we will work, with a view to help them understand why this is important and why this needs to be supported. Data access facilitation, because data is a key ingredient to the work, especially when it comes to shocks and thinking about energy demands and thinking about climate change. And these are big infrastructural problems as far as acquiring such data. And then being able to talk through an evidence-based lens when you're speaking to policy, and when you're looking specifically at the nexus between climate change and AI, so that we can be a center or a source of information, of credible publications that will drive the work that we do. I'll skip that and come back to it. So what we will be doing at the hub, we'll be doing research on the climate AI nexus, but with a pathway on scaling. So when we talk about we want to deploy an early warning system for smallholder farmers. Besides that the AI works, does the household become food secure? Is there impact there, for example? And then also, could we publish or present ways in which such a tool could be put in the hands of the end user, and the consumer is satisfied with the product and it can be commercially viable. The other thing we will be doing is funding. We'll be funding, we'll be coaching, and we'll be providing technical assistance for innovations to move, to scale up. So we will not start at the ideation stage, rather, but we'll be scaling up so that we actually see the product that is developed is in the hands of end users, and we'll be scaling up in these ways with experts from industry. And then data and infrastructure are a big part of what kind of support we'll bring to the innovations. So how can they access the resources that they need and the data that they need to actually train a model and put it out there. And then lastly, opportunities for ecosystem coordination, knowledge exchange, with a view to have the right kinds of partnerships that will be able to bring or assist some of the innovations or innovators we are working with to acquire the data sets that they need and move beyond our own incubation space to begin with, and move beyond that to actually be able to be ready for other investors to come in and other partners to actually be able to take them to the next step after they have left our confines. So this is an example of some work that we have already begun to do. So Imvulanet is a project that is going to be starting in the Free State and in Limpopo province in South Africa. So the idea here is to assist, again, farmers, be able to predict 6 months ahead, be able to get ideas around what shocks they might be able to expect. In the idea, this is being done with AfriClimate AI. It's an organization who is being supported through this initiative for the next 3 years. So there is a co-development process with farmers that has already started. And besides data collection, one of the key things that is important is how do we begin to measure. So the hub's role is to begin to measure and articulate the impact of the initiative. One of the things that was shared earlier in a panel today was when we are building models, sometimes seldom we think about the energy demands, for example. So how can we incorporate some of this impact of what we want to see before we get to the actual product being rolled out, and we can be able to create empirical evidence about that. So I will wrap up there with my presentation, and I look forward to the questions that you will pose to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mark. And that brings us right on time for our last block of Q&As, or better still, even contributions from the floor. This is the last session, session 4, and just before we wrap up for day 1, we'd like to give you esteemed colleagues and delegates an opportunity to make certain contributions as far as the last session is concerned, or even contributions for the entire day. Okay, I'm going to come to you, Valentin, first, and then I'll come to you, my brother, because he's closer, and we'll start off with him.
Hello. Valentin from the UN Climate Technology Center Network. I won't ask a question to Ariesta since we are from the same house, but the session is called or focused on technical and financial support. I've heard a lot about technical support now. What about the financial support? How do we also think about financial sustainability with AI solutions? We've heard a lot. I would say today I've heard a lot more about adaptation use cases than mitigation use cases. But when I think of mitigation use cases, for example, well, there was one case on what was it? The roof temperature, satellite imagery that shows roof temperature, and roof temperature has a direct impact on the need of cooling, and the need of cooling has a direct impact on energy consumption and on energy bill. So in some way it is, for an ESCO or for a building owner, extremely interesting to know that information and to potentially optimize it and so on and so forth. So there's an economic case behind it. I'm really wondering, what are the challenges of financial sustainability with regards to scaling artificial intelligence solutions, because there can be economic or business cases behind it. I think the question I would probably ask preferably to the last presenter, because you spoke specifically about scaling solutions, bringing them to a stage where the market can potentially pick it up.
All right, so one of the things that I think when it comes to product design and product development is, and I'm a techie, my background is a techie, sometimes we solve a problem in our heads. And in this particular case, what we plan to do is to identify who the client is. And identifying who the client is, it might be government. Because, like, for example, with climate change, or for example, with one of the examples that we have seen that has to do with, like, a flood is coming. The client has to be big enough to be government to be able to think about, like, how do we redress this? So we have to think about who the client is in mind. Then when we also think about sustainability, we have to think about business models. And one of the challenges, of course, with technical innovations is if you don't have like a good business model, besides solving a problem, it poses or creates a problem or a challenge when it comes to actually beyond this incubation phase where you're sheltered. You have a fund from IDRC and it's taxpayers' money. How do you move beyond that to actually getting somebody to remove the money from their pocket to pay? Because we have to think about that, and we have to think about it now in this context of the problem that we're trying to solve. And then I think also, lastly, I would actually, because I've been involved in this conversation like a lot, and it seems a little bit political, but I think also I challenge us as Africans to put money into our own solutions. And the reason I say that in this platform as well is and I was really inspired by the presentation by Costech, because we talk about real estate, for example, within our context. People are putting up a lot of buildings and a lot of infrastructure, you know, but why don't we invest in bits and bytes so that it pays off in the future? So the other thing is, if we can think about regulatory frameworks that enable our private sector, but particularly our governments, to be at the tail end of buying these solutions from these innovators, then they do not have to go outside the continent, and they do not have to solve problems like they can be the ones who solve the problems here. And we have enough use cases of things that have actually gone to the market, and they do not have to be unicorns, but they really need just money to be put in them. So we are thinking about it in this way.
Okay, thank you very much. My question goes to Mr. Gerard from Costech. So, following up the years that we have been evolving in Tanzania in terms of innovation and all that, and specifically when it comes to technology, and now we're talking about AI, it happened that most of the times we came to realize that most of young people that had ideas could not get funds just because they wanted the prototypes. And that was one of the biggest challenges, that most of youth could not really showcase what they have, because on the ideation level, they couldn't really approve anything, and then they ended up not getting funds. But then it merged when most of the hubs could provide funds on the ideation stage, whereby you could find a lot of young people applying, but at the end, you end up having very small number of people or young people who have been selected to proceed because of the nature of the idea or whatever. My main concern is, due to that, most of the hubs evolved from the ideation to either proof of concept, or at least to have businesses that have already started operating. My main issue here is some of the hubs are opening opportunities for young people to come up with ideas and be able to present them so that they can be able to be supported. Sadly, if the idea is still new, and specifically on the kind of issues we're dealing with right now, like technology, you are told that is not approved. And then from there, you find it being implemented either by someone else or being implemented by the specific type of the organization that have opened those opportunities. Now my concern is, how are you ensuring that you're supporting these young people who have ideas? They don't have money to really either register them or be able to start operating and make sure that their ideas are safe. Because not everyone is capable of registering the idea. Not everyone is capable of operating some of the ideas. I'm actually one of the people who got affected for the same kind of issue. Because I had an idea, but due to the technology, I couldn't be able to transfer it at that moment because of financial issues. And then at the end, the one who I applied for, they started implementing the idea. And when I claimed for my idea, they were like, no, you never registered it. And you have no any proof to say that this idea is really existing and it's yours. And if you ask for proof, they don't give you because you don't have anything also to showcase. So I really want to understand, what does COSTECH do to make sure that they're helping these kind of young people who are working on such kind of challenges?
Thank you. Over to you, Gerald.
Thanks very much. That's a very good question. And I can assure you, when we started to take care of this sector, we were like, let's not overregulate. Let people just get awareness, establish more centers, and we have come to that now. We have an MOU with BRELA. We have our IP office in Tanzania called BRELA. They are registering all the IPs, the intellectual property, patents, trademarks, whatever. When you go to BRELA, they don't care you know or you don't know. They just follow the procedures. So when you come to COSTECH, you get technical assistance. For instance, how to prepare patent documents, we can give that for free. So if you bring us that information, when you go to court, we had an agreement, it's a agreement to protect you. That evidence that you came to COSTECH, you wrote a letter, you were incubated there, can protect you that you are the first owner of the innovation. That's because we call it creating an environment. And that's why this year we have developed the procedures for certification and regulating the innovation centers. Because they come with all those projects, some of them are predatory. So now we say, okay, we were doing it in a kind way. Now we're going to do it in a lawful way. If you are running an innovation program, we must know it, what you're doing, for the purpose of not duplicating efforts and for the purpose of protecting innovators. Yet we have not faced these strong cases. The cases that we face are coming from universities and the students. Because universities, when they go into, when they enroll in universities, they are not given the IP policies and regulations. They are only given other regulations and by laws. When they innovate, they come to us, we fund them. When the money is too huge, and you see now the professor is coming, this is my student. Well, where were you? So we're trying to protect even students that you can decide to link up with your university or not. And most of them prefer to link up with COSTECH because they are free. But we are teaching universities, we give them capacity to strengthen their university hubs, to strengthen their TTOs, tech transfer offices, so that they can support their own students to avoid this kind of conflict. So you are safe in that. Please, if you have an innovation, you are just selling to an innovation space, you don't trust it, inform us. That letter can protect you in the court. Ideation, I think that was a question. Yes. If I can allow to top up with what you're saying and to thank CTCN, what you're talking about, this new technical assistance on your sandbox. This week I was in discussion with the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. The first client of innovations is the government because they have the annual budget. But in many years, they were starting to purchase this innovation from, because they are risky businesses. And the reason is, where is the framework? Or how do I start to get into a MOU with you so that I can purchase from innovators? That's why we came up with that idea. So we thank you a lot. It will help to showcase that when you agree to purchase from our innovators, they can excel. Because if you don't sell, you cannot know where to perfect it. Some of the institutions are doing it in a kind of way. For instance, these institutions that are selling water, how do you call them? The water companies. The water supply companies. In 4 regions, they have taken one of our innovators' product just by our letter. But it is against the procurement processes. But because we wrote them a letter, please, this guy, we incubated him, He has a nice company now. We funded him. Can you please buy this product? Because you're the only buyer. 4 agreed. Some said no. He has to compete. To compete with Chinese, the Europeans, it's impossible. So what you're saying is very true. We need, as Africans, to start buying from our own innovations. So I thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much. We have an intervention here.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. My question goes to Gerard. I just wanted a clarification on when you are presenting, there is a table that was showing 150 million that was given to the innovators. Okay, sorry. Yes, first of all, I want to find out approximately how much that is in US dollars. And then I also want to find out, is that funding coming from the government or there are other cooperating partners that are funding the innovators? Thank you.
Yeah, very straight. That translates to around 70,000 US dollars. It was a research project, from research to product development. And it came from both. It came from IDRC and agents from, is it Norway or somewhere? And also the government also did. So it's a co-funding. We attract partners by doing that. Most of them like us to also put up some funds, and they put up some funds, especially when it comes to piloting. Because most of them, they can find you basic research and applied, you get the results. But the piloting and the product development sometimes is risky. It involves the use of laboratories, workshops, which sometimes needs more money and needs a kind of a regulatory support. Like how do you access the Tanzania Bureau of Standards? How do you access the government chemistry? So all those, they have their own procedures. So that's where we're coming in. We provide funding either by paying for the services and also by supporting bilateral meetings. Something that you have asked is, he also talked about, most of the innovation space, they support incubation, ideation, mentorship, and the business development. They forget product development, the design, machining, testing, tooling capacities. That's where many innovators do fail. So that's where we bridge that gap. So we do that.
We have, yes, sir, please proceed.
I wanted to add a little bit to what you shared and to also comment on the last question. In my own experience, like when you're an entrepreneur and you're running a business, the idea is less than 10%. More than 90% is you will have to hire somebody or fire somebody. You'll have to deal with tax authorities. You will have to deal with all this other admin, which has nothing to do with the idea. And I think perhaps there's something the government can do about it, but then there's something that we need to do especially for tech and these AI innovations. Let me talk about the tech entrepreneurial space, such that you don't have you have bits and bytes. You do not have a product that costs $5, which you have sold to 1,000 people, for example. So that sort of tech support for you to run and scale and think about the strategy and the future of where this product should go and the demographics, I think that's the space that we need to move towards, so that we don't remain in the pilot and the prototyping and the regulatory sandbox stage, and we actually move to a place where we are seeing these products in people's hands. Like, yeah, thanks.
1, 2. Fantastic. 30 seconds more for one last intervention from the floor. 30 seconds, now 28 seconds. 25, yes, sir.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. I was looking at the program because I don't intend to stand between you and your gala dinner. But to thank you, to use this opportunity to thank three of you, Ariesta, Mark, and my young brother, Gerard. I read the title of your panel, and it says Creating Enabling Environment for Local AI-Driven Climate Solutions, Technical and Financial Support. I would say, as a negotiator and maybe as agent chair, I wanted to hear more about what I can speak on your behalf of what you want in terms of technical financial support, whether it's about supporting more the CTCN or your own innovations, and where, because when I build the argument on the importance of AI for climate action in this space, it means I must be having some sense of exactly what we need and in what context. So if you want to enhance innovations through AI at local level, then what sense of technical support one would wish to see happening, or even at a national level. I don't want you to allude to it now, but just to give you where I thought you'd be aiming to help some of us who want this to happen, and therefore get a sense of the sort of support you may wish to see. That's one. But secondly, I was thinking, and this came from you, Mark, the whole question of networking and increasing your web in terms of the people you want to interact with and all that. You are doing a great job. I know COSTECH is also doing a great job, but I was also imagining whether you could tell us more some of the important networks which, for example, Africa wants to bring across to be able to expand this important area, or where you think the universities, the training institutions, and the research institutions should come together, and which areas of priorities, for example, is it AI for adaptation, which is priority for mitigation, or AI for any other innovations. But these are the issues which you might wish to think about, not necessarily giving an answer to me, but think about them and see maybe you can help us also to understand how big the networks you want to grow in terms of networks, and how these networks can be supported internationally, either through CTCN or through the negotiation process, or even other governance process at the global level we are undertaking. Thank you.
It was a contribution, but you were more than happy to respond to the contribution.
Maybe I'll just comment on the issue of tax incentives. So we normally have these special economic zones for people who come and invest brick and mortar. I think we must begin to think about that for the tech innovation space, specifically in AI, to accelerate. Like, people need an incentive that way that makes sense, especially for the local tech ecosystems. I'm not able to pay 30% tax the same way a multinational is able to pay. And I think those conversations are like direct budgetary or fiscal conversations that can be had with the respective ministries of finance. And then just another broad reflection, I think our own universities and our own research, sometimes we fall indicted for not working together more closely with private sector. I think in this particular sense, academia and private sector, and even government to some extent, in this AI space, because all the learnings and all the knowledge, they come from people, they come from communities. Yeah. The researchers in universities, some of the papers and the research they are generating, it's winning awards out there, but not being recognized by government. And lastly, our own private sector, because I think this is the way we have been forced. Let me say we have been forced by AI to try and localize. We have to find a way to work together, done before. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Ariesta, did you have something to add to it?
Well, yes, just very briefly.
Go ahead.
Perhaps. Thank you so much, Richard, for this observation. I guess I probably pick up from your point, academia, private sector engagement is needed as much as talking together with the government. In my mind, this is the ecosystem approach that we try to promote through the National System of Innovation. This is also the work that the CTCN and the TEC is currently supporting countries. So this is really a good example where AI, because of the issues that's so comprehensive and it's attaching upon different aspects and different stakeholders, including we talk about the inclusive digital inclusiveness earlier. NSI is a way actually to thinking to have all the actors thinking about how together how we actually could move forward with that. And this is also something that the CTCN can support. We do a lot of NSI directed towards a certain sector or certain piece of technology. However, this is also something that I think is a good idea too. And talking about the lessons learned, what other countries are doing in terms of what the Ministry of Finance support or not supporting, tax exemption and so on. I think this is also a call for technology mechanism, and particularly for the tech, is to continue providing space like this, a forum whereby this issue is continue to be shared, raised, but also solutions to be shared. I think right now we are gathered here in Tanzania. However, there should be conversations happening around the world also. So then experience really can be shared. I'm sure there are somewhere where countries have already successfully addressed the issues that you mentioned. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, please.
Because you are our chief negotiator. I'm very glad for that question, for that chance, not question, for that chance. I have a request, if possible, for CTCN when you go for negotiations. You know, there's this thing that they call advocacy by activism and advocacy by demonstration. Two channels different. I can say we are doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where can I see it? So you mentioned about the 250,000 margin of the technical assistance. If possible, maybe it can be 50,000 for physical installations. For people to go and say and see by eyes that we did this technical assistance, we produced 4 documents, and a site at that village was from this technical assistance. I don't know how it is in the scope of, I know my fellow MDs have been also talking about that all these years. That's one. So if there is a margin of maybe a certain amount of that ticket going to physical installations, that would be very nice. Another support I would love from negotiation is the institutional collaboration. You know, the climate is the cross-cutting issue. It's the same like science and technology. So we are working with all the sectors. Today I work with the agriculture, they have their ministry. Tomorrow I'm working with the health, they have their ministry. Transport, all those kind of things. And they all need our support. The awareness of this arrangement of COP, UNFCCC, CTCA, and UNEP, some people don't know that. You go to them today and tomorrow they forget. They start. So it's awareness. Maybe they should hear from, they should be kind of being reminded in higher level meetings that our governments have come into this agreement, and this person is doing this for them. Sometimes they think we are attacking them. At first, you give them an idea, they're very happy. Oh, this person is happy. And tomorrow is on travel, another person is in office, you find another problem. You see? So please, we will have to hear a kind of iteration from either the NDA or to say, please, this is the arrangement that the country signed. We're not doing it just to, we're supporting the sector. Another, the last one is the funding mechanism and the technology mechanism. We hear about GCF, JF, Adaptation Fund, the MAF, now there are many. But I'm telling you, it's difficult to access those funds. Yeah? I don't know why. Is this we don't know how to write? I don't know. I'm sure I know how to write. Maybe there's some politics in it, I don't know. But we are not confident enough that I can be sure tomorrow I'm starting to pursue a GCF funding and I'll get it. But you hear it from UNDP, from UNIDO, they're getting easily. Maybe they have a very strong system there. Maybe we are still underdogs, so we do not exist much. So we'll have to get such a support that at least they can consider this big pool of NDEs to access some funding from this financing mechanism. Last but not least is for our own governments, that CTCN is doing something that we're supposed to do. So integrating this technical assistance with the annual budget, that's very important. I at COSTECH, I'm doing that a little bit, but I don't know if other institutions can know that we should also set aside some funding to promote climate technologies based on the technical assistance that we were given by CTCN. So some are becoming reluctant. Now I'm happy my new boss is good, he understands. But I can say this year I'm doing 1, 2, 3, 4 for CTCN to continue with the technical assistance. It's okay. Some may say, oh, no, this is supposed to be funded by donors. So that's thinking that the climate issue is for donors. No, that's not good. It is for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our last session of the day. Thank you for your contributions. And of course, as we close day 1 of AI for Climate Action Forum, it has been a remarkable day. For those of you who are here in person with us in Dar es Salaam, and those of you who are, of course, joining us on Zoom online and watching us on YouTube, we want to say a special thank you to you. Our presenters, our panelists, and of course to you, our contributors, we want to say a special thank you. And also for our conveners, UNFCCC Technology Mechanism, we've got the tech, we've got, of course, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, and last, definitely not the least, our partners that we so cherish. We want to say a big thank you to KOICA for making this possible. Now it's time for us to enjoy and experience Tanzanian hospitality at our gala dinner. It'll be starting at 7 p.m. My colleague Ola, you have an announcement to make.